expect? Who did you 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 expect?
Welcome to the east side. We don't wait for doors of opportunity, we just wait on when we gotta kick them in. Decatur, Georgia, or a den of thieves. Hidden leaves just to feed the village. Hidden leaves make them feel like ninjas. Niggas always keep the metal tucked till you run up, get your face cut. Got your Brukins on the back end. Know too many niggas trapped. They be stuck in genjutsu. They see the world from a different view. Shadow clones cause they silhouettes. Hard to point out when they robbing you. You never know what be inside of you. You never know who you be talking to. Till it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Blacker shadows in the nighttime. They don't wait on nothing but the right time. Come around the corner. Shots fired, that's a nigga down. Sad but this is normal around this town. I've been crying for my niggas found. I've been praying for my niggas down. Always looking for some progress. Try a nigga, he gon' reap and loaded that nigga ready. Turn your brains into red spaghetti. I be looking for God here. Hopefully he see that I'm trying here. Save my niggas cause they really lost. Tell them my niggas before you write them off.
They say, Vic, don't you move on that side, boy. Both the crime rate and junkies stay high, boy. Scary niggas, they ain't see my vision, now they see it, they want in the convoy. Stop by the corner store, know that it's kissing, then let them watch windows punk gas for a bag of chip shot with the water, but no, they got Zaza, I don't need no patchouli, I just want water. Start bitch with my brothers like Pops and Earl. We gon' turn Keller Road right into a Melrose. I might turn Wesley Chop to a motherfucking church, and they got them my people and teach them their worth. I don't need no appraiser, I'm knowing the worth for my property, they just owns out the cap, always a lot in the world, and I'm winning it all like construction on this side. I'm taking my time, now it's 2 a.m. on the east side. Up as fuck, no I'm writing rhymes. Late night, not an early morning, like an alchemist, I'm turning into something. Shots fired, that's your nigga down. Sad, but it's normal around this stuff. Cause I'm calling, say you beat the charge. He can't wait to come back around. Other cousin calling, y'all must out. Say he heard prices went back up. I confirm they gassed up. Told him chill, though, cause we next up. People be looking for God here. My job is to teach them looking themselves. Say my niggas cause they really lost. Spitting for the ones they breaking off.
Who did you expect?
Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the what? Biggest the Super Bowl.
Niggas so thirsty, don't put me in beef. Dissecting my words and start looking too deep. I look at the tweets and start sucking my teeth. I'm letting it rock cause I love the mystique. I still wanna give me a song where I be. Can trust everything that you saw on IG. Just know if I diss you, I make sure you know that I hit you like I'm on your caller ID. I'm naming the album to fall off. It's pretty ironic cause it ain't no fall off for me. Still in this bitch getting bigger. They waiting on the kid to come drop like a father to be. Love when they argue the hardest MC. Is it K-Dot, is it Aubrey or me? We the big three like we started a league. But right now I feel like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, the one that they call when they shit ain't connected no more. Feel like I got a job in IT. Rhyming with me is the biggest mistake. The Spider-Man meme is me looking at Drake. It's like we recruited your homies to be demon deacons. We got them attending your wake. Hey, how the gang got away from the bars, man, this shit like a prison escape. Everybody stepping, we're fucking, and everybody breakfast, and I'm about to clear up my plate. When I show up, it's motion picture blockbuster. The goat with the golden pen, the top toucher, the spot rusher. Spray this whole shit up, the crop duster. Not Russia, but apply pressure to your cranium. Codes automatic when aiming them. With the boy in the status of stadium.
Big as the Super Bowl, but the difference is it's just two guys playing shit that they did in the studio. Niggas usually send they verses back to me and they be terrible just like a 2-year-old. I love a dinner with some fine women when they start debating about who the GOAT. I'm like, go ahead, say it then. Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who the GOAT? Who you bitches really rooting for? Like a kid that had been from January to November, nigga, it's just you and Cole. Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the what? Big as the Super Bowl.
She had seen me cross the room, the universe was alive. She looked me dead into my eyes, she knew that I was alive. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I don't say much cause my vibe says it all. I can't lie, no.
She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. Yeah. She like the vibe and see the aura switch up. I walk into the room and it's so bright now. Plant a seed and go and watch it grow. Water it and treat it what it's worth now. Pops told me I need to have some confidence. Always been a soldier, not a hoe now. Dance around how you really feel. It's a kickback, not a hold down.
Kickback, relax, you know, that's how we vibe. So I got patience for things that ain't worth people's time. Miley Cyrus, happy aura like white diamonds. I put my light in the shadow realm because I'm shining. Blind and these demons call that an eye for an eye. Cause you thought you had me cornered, but I got perfect alignment. Yellow hair, gold stone, purple in my ice cream cone. Red rose what I be on when it's my mother zone. How you feel? Blues make you chill. How you feel? Red velvet make you heal. How you feel? Green get you bills. Back on chill life, old flats on them wheels, tryna make it to them Beverly's west side of them hills. Well, catch me riding, cause we about to go and slide. And you think I'm classy, cause first rate is what we be flying in. That's just how we vibe, man, we vibing.
She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. Yeah, I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing. She let the way I'm vibing.
I could have a couple bad bitches in my phone. I'm just trying to figure out what time you be on. Some of my niggas say I be out here moving wrong. Gotta stop loving all the hoes, little bro. That's why I don't love them, but I fuck with them, no. Love the way she think and our chemistry is dope. No, we not committed, but I'm not a fucking hoe. I know I could be, but
Baby, I'm not cold. Maybe I should be. I don't know. But baby, I'm not cold. Maybe I should be. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe I should be a little colder when you in that mode, cause you acting harder than the usual like you a boulder. I lighten up the load and lift that burden off your shoulder. I know I've been under your skin, still get you out them skims, cause you still got that fat old ass like a Kardashian. I do numbers on your body like the Kardashian. Ain't no getting bored with me cause you like the way I surf it. How I'm diving deep in your mind, going beneath the surface. And I'm pushing up all that pain and turn it into purpose. And telling you worth it. Know that you got plenty of options, I know that's for certain. And obviously they be flocking for me, but I'm working to fly above all this terrain, avoiding all the serpents. And I'm not cold, you just ain't used to what I showed you. So when I hop back on the road, just know that I'm supposed to. Was only here to add some more value, that's what I told you. So tell me if I left you better than I found the old you.
I could have a couple bad bitches in my phone. I'm just trying to figure out what time you be on. Some of my niggas say I be out here moving wrong. Gotta stop loving all the hoes, little bro. That's why I don't love them, but I fuck with them, no. Love the way she think and our chemistry is dope. No, we not committed, but I'm not a fucking hoe. I know I could be, but
baby, I'm not cold. Maybe I should be. I don't know. But baby, I'm not cold. Maybe I should be. I don't know.
Even with COVID, I plan on staying on my purpose. Can't be detracted from my path. I'm married to the game, whether through sickness or in health. Till death do us part. I keep my head high, my eyes dry, money in my pocket. Keep my eyes on the prize, laser focused on my purpose. Yeah, I know I had a time lapse. Dropped the tape some months ago. Questions about where I've been. People say they seeing ghosts. Always with the such and such. Talking to y'all so-and-sos. I pop out in a phantom for you. Show some signs of money growth. Used to see me in a hoodie. Still in a hoodie, bruh. I would wear a suit, but my hoodie hide my toolie better. Move with extra caution on the comeback, so my come up better. Learn how to invest a check. 50 shares in family business. Learn to build my last name. My family need a legacy. Pops held the foot down. That's the man I'm trying to be. Keep it on 100, baby. Don't you try to lie to me. It take more than your good looks. I'm rising high society. She want the status and the money. It's all part of propriety. She get accustomed to a lifestyle and nameless ideology. This hasn't happened yet, but I know where I'm going. I know I'll be successful. I don't have much of an option. I gotta get there.
This is the greatest comeback since Billie Jean King. It's the battle of the best, but everybody average to me. I can get a late start, quarantine and lose my mind, and I still find a way to outshine and outrhyme you niggas. I don't understand you niggas, always walking around like you got big nuts to itch, but you be fudging the figures. I guess it figures. Bravado only gets you so far until real life start to show you who you really are. I hope you had fun in daddy's clothes when daddy was gone, but now daddy back in town, so you can go and get gone. Go outside with the other kids where you belong before you get smacked up inside of my home.
Do 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 do. What's today? Friday. Right? Yes, it is Friday. Friday, July 12th. Friday, July 12th. 10:45 a.m. here on the West Coast, which is currently identified as the best coast for all that needs to know. Welcome, welcome, welcome to an early edition of the Aaron O Show. All right. Y'all don't get this time slot. This is like one of those one-off situations, right? But we are here, so we shall enjoy. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. The lovely Miss Doris is here. Don't worry, the time will not change. We starting the show. Well, let me mind my manners. Mr. JJ Carver. JJ Carver, he himself was the sponsor of the last show, and we just want to acknowledge him and make sure we let him know we appreciate him for always holding us down here on the Aaron O Show.
Gang.
So big shouts out to JJ. Now, what do we have going on today? This is one of the first shows I've started when the markets are still open. Well, that's all right. Not much activity I need to partake in today. Oh, how's everybody? How's everybody feeling? How you doing, Miss Doris Razon? What up? MS Best, what's going on? We got everybody. Kiki in the building. Just been Jazzy is in the building. How's everybody today? Hope everybody's doing well. I think everybody should be in great spirits. It's Friday. I don't know if y'all got paid today. Hopefully y'all did. If not, that's okay too. You'll find another way to make some money. Man. Whew. What we got on the agenda today? Let me tell you what is on the agenda today. One, let me just tell y'all this. Team Fatty Show. Team Fatty Show. There will be the debate today in a few hours. I believe, let me make sure I have this right. I don't want to mess this up, right? I believe we have Thanos and Ilkan Ali. Yes, there it is. I have it right here. We have Thanos and Ilkhan Ali. Okay. There will be the debate. Okay. This is which one is this one? This one is number 3. This is number 3 of the debate, and that will be later today. Okay, so guys, make sure you tune in, put your notification bells on. We got to see what's really going on. I'm not going to be modding or judging this show live unless something happens last minute and somebody falls out and maybe he needs me to step in. That's cool too. But as of now, no, I am not officially judging this debate. There will be different judges. Some people who you may expect, may not expect, I don't know. But tune into the show. We're going to keep you guessing. Ilkhan Ali, Thanos Theory, they will go toe-to-toe. Toe-to-toe in the ring. It will be Thanos and Ilkhan Ali. Okay, so I'm going to be intrigued. I will be in the building to check this one out. So, guys, make sure you turn your notifications on. Make sure you guys lock in because we got to see what's up next. All right, so that's later on today. What we getting into now? We're going to get into 2 things I want to talk about. One, there's this woman that ran across my feed, and I don't know how, and I'm going to blame all of you guys because whichever one of y'all is like clashing with my algorithm, y'all watching this stuff, and it's found its way to my attention. So the Sovereign Woman, I want to dive into a little bit of some of the content that she has and go from there. And I also want to touch on this Boy Sober movement, which I'm not very much familiar with. So I want to get a little bit informed about it, and hopefully you guys will be able to help me out there. So who y'all said? You got that? Somebody said I got Thanos winning. How y'all already pre-selecting? Y'all got side bets going on? How y'all know who gonna win? Y'all must got some side bets going on. That's my guess. Y'all must have some side bets going on. I don't know what to expect because I don't know the questions. I don't know which way this is going to go. I have no idea who's going to win because I'm going to just tell y'all, at any time you can be off your A game. At any time a question can be proposed and you might slip up and it change the whole momentum of the show. So I don't know. I'm going to watch and I'm going to do what I need to do to see who won. But I get to be part of the audience, which is much more fun than judging and moderating. You guys realize that because y'all be trolling a lot in the chat and y'all don't really want to be on screen. Y'all don't really want to participate. So y'all understand it's much more fun to sit back and enjoy the process than to actually have to navigate it. So I enjoy my times when I go on people's shows and sit back, except for when I went on Sharon's show. I don't know what it is. Every time I go over there, it's like, they always trying to trample over me. Now, Sharon, he just be neutral, like, what's up, bro? But I don't know what it is. Every time I go over there, Brownsville pop out of nowhere. You, Aaron, no. I'm like, what, Brownsville? Calm down. You just lost the debate. Leave me alone. All right, go back, relax, sit back and chill. Go back to the drawing board, all right? Leave me alone, okay? But it just never fails, all right? But I have so much fun over there, I just can't help myself, okay? But also it's to get you guys to have a level of enjoyment. Don't act like you guys don't be having fun, even if you have to utilize me to enjoy yourself. It's okay. I'm willing to accept that. It's the role that we have being on these YouTube streets, okay? That's number one. Secondly, I'm just excited it's Friday. I'm excited it's Friday. I had a couple days off from my day job, and I normally don't take days off, but a lot of people, I don't know if you've been following me for a while, you might know, but I have been working for a decent amount of time, and basically my level of vacation days, PTO days, whatever you want to call them, they have been stacking up because I just been working, that I've got to the point where my cap has start to trigger, meaning that I will be working not necessarily for free, but I won't be accumulating a certain amount of time in which I should be paid to not necessarily work. And I would be removing that from me having access to that. And some companies do it like a payout, some don't do it. In California, they have this whole like burnout thing, and a lot of these companies don't want you to cash in your PTO time. They want you to actually take it. So they put things in place to try to what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? To incentivize you to take that actual time off instead of working. So I'm just lowering my cap a little bit so that I can continue to accumulate for the days I'll be working. And that's about it. So that's why you guys seeing me a little more frequently or a little more engaged in some shows this week. That's the only reason. Next week, right back to business. Okay. So this the only early Friday show you're going to get from me probably this whole year. Let's just be honest, unless it's a holiday or something like that. So that's why this show is so early, because I have to lower my threshold so I can accumulate PTO still, just to let you guys know. I don't know about y'all, but don't quit your day jobs. I know some of y'all think being a social media person or an influencer or content creator is the thing. And I'm going to just tell you this. It is until it's not. I was listening to a young lady named Brett Cooper, okay? She has a show called In the Comment Section. It's actually relatively successful. She does really, really well, gets a lot of views. She seems really sharp. And she talked about how, and I've seen the article. I don't know if you guys have seen it, the article of a lot of Gen Zers want to actually become influencer. And that's it. That's what they want their career to be. And they are making some rash decisions in order for that to be a reality. But what people don't understand is this is why I am the way that I am. Social media is business cycle dependent. It's very cyclical. You don't know when it's going to be lit. You don't know when your 15 minutes of fame is up. And a lot of times people are not prepared for that. And so they're setting themselves up for failure. And I'm going to tell you guys why. People are not becoming financially literate. They're not empowering themselves financially. So they're making decisions while accumulating money that don't put them in a position to do well after that money stops coming in, right? So a lot of times people don't know how to make the proper correlations. Like, so for example, when it comes to athletes, entertainers, and actors, right? You have to pay attention. How many actors actually have reoccurring roles? How many actors really go on to get a high level of success? It's so small. Some people they're just childhood stars, which means, okay, they had some roles when they were children, and now they're adults. They can't get one single role. And they've never generated any skill set beyond that. They never thought about what was the next step. There was no prep, no nothing. And now they just fizzle out. And what you guys see is a lot of using a lot of substances in order to accommodate their emotions, lack of, and things like that. And so I think that I am somebody that has a little bit more sound understanding of knowing that this social media stuff is not like all of your life. And I tell y'all, this is what I tell y'all, keep the main thing the main thing. If you are a what is it? Let's say you are an accountant, stay an accountant, do YouTube on the side, do Instagram on the side, whatever job you're doing, keep the main thing the main thing. Don't ever confuse that. And if you are going to go all in on social media and all in on content and all those things, you better have a real strategy. And I mean a real top tier strategy and an ability to navigate systems. Because, boy, the way she was dragging this one guy who had made millions on YouTube, and now he's just begging. This is her words, not mine, just begging on like Twitch live stream for gifts. She said it was no different than a person begging outside on the streets. It actually really got me thinking. I'm like, you know what? I ain't never thought about it, but you make a good point. Keep the main thing the main thing. All right. That's what I recommend to y'all. Right. Let me get to some of these super chats that came in before we get too far. The lovely Miss Doris is here, says, for the water gang. Okay. Shout out to the lovely Miss Doris.
Gang.
We got Mute Jack in the building, says AO is back, yo. Maybe we'll see beef. No, I'm not. That's not my thing. And I don't have the orange hoodie on. Okay. Mute Jack says, upset. I can't be there to derail the show. Goes on. Yeah, stop derailing. Says also, where's Cheeky? This is getting ridiculous. Cheeky got a life. Cheeky keep the main thing, and he busy. Busy is good. So whenever he touched back down, it's like a pop-up show. So, you know, he just been busy. And if you want to bother him, he got a whole Instagram, just flood it. Just like where you at, flood his email, all that. Just go ahead and talk to him there. You ain't going to get me to call him up and nah, not me. I don't bother nobody. Okay. Mute Jack says, hopefully I can catch some of the live. Gotta go. Yeah, well, you know, I don't know what you doing, Mute Jack. What is you up to? You don't want to tell us, huh? We know when you come up on the screen and then everything is all black and you have this muffled voice, something up. We don't know what you're doing, but something is up. Okay, Mute Jack says, let's drop all the ladies and steal AO's male gaze. Who said that? Venus. Was it Venus with the male gaze? I think that was her, okay? And Sharon show the other day, man, oh man. Venus was in rare form, I'll say. Okay, Jack says, shout out to all the folks who showed Venus solidarity. Yeah, it was going down over there. Okay, not the DMs, but it was going down over there. Okay, Jack says, oh, and one more thing, Aaron O is the MFing GOAT. Well, you know, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Okay, Jack says, I'm out, yo. Have a good show. Can do, my friend. Can do. We shall. Okay, Jack says, one last shout out to Sharon Bracey, YouTube's biggest hater. Dang, that's crazy. Sharon was acting up. I don't know what him and Fantastic got going on, but he was not letting up. He was ruthless. So I actually am intrigued to see that debate now. I'm intrigued. I might have to reach out to Mr. Fantastic myself and say, bro, what's up, man? Because Sharon was saying some craziness and what y'all want to do. And I'm going to just tell you, Mr. Fantastic not the type to run. And Sharon said he wants to smoke. So might get set up, guys. It might actually get set up. We'll see. Okay. Jack says Brownsville won fair and square. Come at me. He actually lost. If you actually see during the actual show, the votes were in and he didn't win. So he did not win. He lost. Yeah, I know people don't like to hear it that are supporters of his outside of the actual debate that took on, because he didn't lose in life, but that debate, he lost. Okay. Jack says, gotta spam up front so I won't be tempted to derail. Oh, I see. Okay. So got to get out ahead. I got you. And then Jack says, nope, still broke. Lend me $2 just in case. Jack, what can you buy in America with $2? How much is a bag of chips? Somebody put in the chat, how much is a bag of chips? Because I don't even know I know you can't buy nothing for a penny, a dime, a nickel, a quarter, unless you find like an old store that have like those bubble gum machines or whatever, and you put a quarter in and it's old, and I mean old, and you spin it. I don't think there's anything you can buy. 75 cents. 80 cents. So at this point, you can't buy nothing with $1 because the Dollar General store is shut down. So the Dollar General store, the what is it, Dollar Tree, all that, they raised all their prices. So that's more than $1. So $2. I don't even know what you can buy for $2 at this point. Maybe a pack of gum. And I'm gonna be honest, is that really something? So I can't tell it. Oh, Uncle Rick, what up? So I can't tell, but $2 is not gonna move the needle, Jack. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, fam. Okay. Jack says, I'm trying to crowdfund Aaron O versus Verbal Assassin. Really? You want to see that debate? you want to see that? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a strong debater in the sense of I actually like it the way that other people do. I don't. I'm intrigued by the discourse and conversation, right? That's why I'm the conversationalist. Does it mean I can't debate or whatever the case is? It's just that's not my. It doesn't drive me. I don't wake up and go, oh, I can't wait to prove this. I don't really do that. But it's some people in this space that it really drives them. It's not me. But Verbal, is that really? You want that to happen? Come on now. Let's be honest. You kind of already know the outcome of that, okay? Maybe get that AO versus JP part 2. Let's go. Jack, you been drinking this morning? I don't. This stuff is Jack. You got me a little worried. Okay, Jack says Aaron O got fired on his day off. Wow, that's crazy. I've never been fired before. I've fired people, but I've never been fired before. To be honest with you, when I was in a position to get fired, in the sense of it would be for the sake of words, guys, stay in context, like life altering, to where I would panic and freak out and be like, what am I going to do? Like, I don't have a job. I got to hurry up. I never got fired. Either I was too good at my job, or the financial or the economic environment didn't cause for that. So I'd never experienced that. And now I almost be hoping to get fired, as crazy as that sounds, because I'll be thinking, like, how much time am I going to have if I actually don't have a job? And I'm going to tell y'all the damn truth. I actually talked to one of the bosses. I said, you know what? I might as well just quit. And I'm going to just tell you, he said, no, you're not. You're not going to quit. I need you to stay. I said, but I don't really. He said, I know you don't really need, but I just want to keep you around. So whatever you need, just let me know. And I'm dead serious, right? I'll be like, I really don't. Because I'm going to tell y'all this. When I genuinely tell you guys this stuff, I really don't know what it's like since I became an adult, right? To lay down on a couch, play video games, watch Netflix, watch YouTube all day for 6 months to a year straight. I have never had that much time to reflect on life. So you know how people take gap years or whatever when they don't go to college, or go to college and take a year off. I've never had that much time. I've never been able to sit and fixate and focus solely on what do I want to do with my life, just completely like not restricted, beholden, tied to responsibilities or nothing. I have not had that. So I'm not going to say I do things so that I could get fired, right? Because I still have a responsibility to be good at what I do, but I'm not in fear of it. I don't go to work thinking like, man, if I mess up, I'm going to get fired. I don't think like that. And it's kind of unlocked a level of, I don't know if it's confidence, but it's unlocked a level of freedom, right? So there's a couple different areas in life where you can get freedom, right? And, freedom to the degree in which we can, right? We're still beholden to the restrictions of the world, right? But I don't walk with that type of cloud over my head when I work, when I deal with people. I don't think, if I yell at somebody because they pissed me off, which pretty much never happens, right? That they gonna call the CEO and get me fired, right? I just don't experience that, because I'll be like, I get another job. It's really not that hard to get a job. This is what y'all got to understand. It's really not that hard to get a job. I'm not saying it's going to be the highest paying job or the best job that you want, but you can get a job or two and maintain a level. So I don't know. I haven't experienced that. So please listen, everybody, make sure you do your best to get to the point where you can unlock a part of your life where you don't walk into work on eggshells in fear and, kind of like people pleasing because of you don't know how you're going to pay the bills. I've offered some options like become a house husband. So I've offered some options like that. Y'all can start doing that. It is much more options out here than we ever knew. Okay. That's all I'm saying. All right, Jack. So I did not get fired on my day off, Jack. But it could happen. I'm going to tell you this. It could happen. I'm not going to lie to you. It could happen. Okay. Jack says beef. Pause. I want the smoke, yo. Quit your 9 to 5. Absolutely not. I'm not going to just quit just to quit. I'm not at that point in my life. I could get there potentially, but I'm not at this point in my life. I'm not like, I just quit and just go home and be left in my own thoughts for 6 months. Well, that to me, that sounds like an eternity, right? To take back 6 months of my life. But if it happens, it happens. I ain't gonna lie. If it happens, it happens. But we'll see. Okay. Strategy is strategy. All right. So remember, keep the main thing. All right. Don't just quit your job just because you can quit your job. But unlock a level of optionality in your life to where you can start to think a little different, right? Because remember, our minds are cloudy. When we got responsibilities, things that we have to do, people we have to take care of, people that rely on us, a team members, co-workers, etc. Like there is a reliance there, and you build bonds with people and you feel a level of responsibility towards society. And some people don't have that, but the majority of people feel some level towards helping out society. I'm just going to be honest with you. They do. And it's not solely relying on selfishness. It's just not. So we'll all find that balance in due time. All right. Now, let me get into the show. Let's talk about first this Boy Sober movement. I am not familiar with the Boy Sober movement. All right. I got familiar with it when, hey, listen, make sure some of my coworkers ain't watching. Make sure some of my coworkers ain't watching. I'm going to tell you how I heard about the word boy crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, not boy crazy. Boy sober. I found out this phrase or this terminology when I was at work, right? And one of my coworkers, she was like, "Yeah, I don't want a relationship anymore. I'm boy sober." And I looked around, I was like, what does that mean? Right? Because I still don't have a clear understanding of what it is, right? But in my mind, it means I don't deal with guys. I don't deal with relationships. I don't even like having conversations with them. I don't want to text them. I don't want any type of intimate relationship, all those things, right? And I was like, where did that come from? Where does that come from? Where do you just wake up one day and go, yeah, I'm bored? Then I realized that she's been watching TikTok a lot. And I'm telling y'all now, guys, get y'all TikTok. Get y'all TikTok. The ladies have taken TikTok and they have crafted this society there, and it is special. It is special. They all just group up together and go share with each other, and then they take ideas from each other from the TikTok. And these are not the best ideas. But the reason why it's interesting is prior to that, she was saying like, oh yeah, I want this and I want that. And I'm like, so you went from that to I'm boy sober. Like the patterns are extremely interesting to me as I watched it play out. Okay. It's very interesting to watch how this stuff is patterned. I'm like, why would you do that? Why did you shift from, yeah, I want this, and oh, I want to be able, I'm getting older, and all of these things to I'm boy sober. And it got the wheels spinning, right? So I start looking around to figure out what is this boy sober stuff. Now, I don't know who the leader of this is. I had seen one lady supposedly was on a talk show about kind of starting this trend thing, and it got very popular. I don't remember who she is. I don't remember like what her name is. And I don't care so heavily that she started it, right? It's when it builds momentum and it starts running. It's when it builds momentum and it starts running, right? So I start looking into it, and I said, if I want information on this boy sober movement, where should I go? Okay, I'm going to ask my audience. If I want to find out some information for boy sober, where would I go? Where would I go? And then I said, oh, I know. TikTok. Of course you go to TikTok to get the answers. That's where we go. So I said, well, let's go to TikTok, because it got to be somebody on there having some type of plan or thought and idea around why this stuff makes sense, okay? And the reasons why it started, right? So you know me, of course I found something. Of course I found something. Let me pull it up for you guys. Let me pull it up for you guys. Let me pull it up for you guys. You see this lovely lady here? See, what's going to happen is I'm going to get some level of insight to what this boy soberness is and the rules. And she's going to tell us, y'all. Her name is Hope, by the way. Her name is Hope. Her name is Hope. Okay, Zyrex, thank you for the $3 super sticker. I appreciate you. It says, how's it going? It's going wonderful. Thank you. I'm doing well. I got a day off on a Friday. I have oxygen flowing through the room. I'm feeling good, and no, I'm not under any type of water fluence. I'm not under any type of water fluence, okay? I'm good. But I went to the TikTok, and this woman's name is Hope, okay? Short hair. This is Hope. Hope is going to kind of help me out with some of the rules to this boy sober lifestyle. Okay, let's take a listen.
Come up with the boy sober rules. Now, how did I come up with these rules? I went to dinner with my friend Julia. We started talking about it in the Uber on the way to a bar for my friend's birthday. And then at the bar, I asked the ladies around me, I said, what do we think about these rules? Da, da, da. So I did have a few people help. I had a bit of a focus group. Okay, so these are the 2020.
So the first thing you need to understand is that this woman is just not waking up so arbitrarily and just blurting things out. She went and put together a focus group around other women who are experiencing similar things as her and who understand what they're going through. And they bounce their ideas off some of the smartest people that they know to build out this rule. So this is a process, guys. This wasn't no made up stuff. This is a process, a focus group. She even got in an Uber. Y'all remember that one lady on the last show said, Uber, I ain't messing with nobody that's still working at Uber at almost 40 years old. This woman gladly took her an Uber and utilized those services, okay? So, I mean, apparently Uber has a value to society at the least bit, right? Even if they're not good enough for you to go on a date with, right? So she got to her Uber, and in that Uber, she was thinking, I was thinking, and she went out with the ladies, And then what happened? She said, tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. And they got together and they came up with the golden rules. And here we have it, the golden rules of the Boy Sober movement, okay?
24 Boy Sober rules. No dating apps, no dates, no exes, no situationships.
Okay, all right. Off to the races. No dating apps. No dating apps. Okay, so no dating apps. So attention gonna come from what then? So no dating apps. No exes, which we know y'all gotta, come on now. Y'all gotta spin the block because y'all don't want to add on to the list. So you got Michael, Chris, Stefan, Richard, Antoine, Anthony, Arnold, Christian. So you don't want to add, Bartholomew to that list. So what you do is you typically go back to maybe an Antoine, or a Christian or something like that. So that way the numbers don't increase. The numbers don't increase. And I get it. That's why y'all splitting the block. There are other there are other incentives why you spin the block. But let's just say that is one of the reasons y'all say the most, because you want to keep that list that's so short with only 27 people, and you want to keep it short at 27, right? So that's cool. Now, no situationships. No situationships. Is situationships defined? I don't know, right? But that's what we got so far. Okay, no situationships. I'm not mad at that. I get with that. No exes, no situationship, no problem. I got you.
No exes, no situationships. And let me just say, my whole life I've been saying, oh, I'm single, I'm single, I'm single. No, I've never been single. I've always had a situationship. You're not single if someone is taking up your brain space, okay? So no situationships, no XOXOXO. And if I have to explain to you what that means, you know exactly what I mean. No XO, no hugs and kisses extended. No hugs and kisses.
Okay, you guys got it? All right. So, no XO, no XO, no XO, no XO. Now, call me crazy, but I was thinking, is that alcohol? Is that like an alcohol something? Like, no XO, is that alcohol? That's the first thing I was thinking. Like, so yeah, all right, because sober, alcohol, all right, cool, no XO. And then when she said hugs and kisses, I was like, okay, I got it. So no hugs and kisses, what else? What? No hugs and kisses. No XO, no XO, no XO, no XO. I bet. Okay. So this is Hope, by the way, everybody. Say hi to Hope, everybody. Hi, Hope. I hope you keep it real. I hope you keep it real. So I need to switch the type of water I'm having to do this show. We're going to infuse it a little bit. Keep everything eternal. All right. Now, that is the rules. No exes, no situationships, no dating apps. And you are not single if you have people in your mind, in your brain. This is Hope. This is what she said. And no XO, no XO, no XO, no XO. So those are the rules, guys. Okay. I just want you guys to know what the rules is. This is TikTok. This is not what I say. Shout out to Sharon Bracey. Okay. He says, thank you to the asylum owner, AO. I have a long drive. I appreciate you. I know you got a long drive. Yeah, I know you got a long drive. You got a lot of work to do. And I don't mind you working at all because you're a working man. And nothing wrong with you putting the hat on and going to work. So shout out to Sharon Bracey. I enjoy your drive and make sure you enjoy the show in the meantime, okay? Mute Jack is back. He says, boy, sober for women sounds like men going their own way for men. shaking my head. I don't know. I don't see. I can't speak to the men going their own way movement because I don't know what it means. Contrary to what people believe about me, I'm not informed enough to know exactly what that means. I can just take a surface level dot and say it's men staying away from chicks and minding their own business. But to men, that could mean like, no, I just mean I ain't have no serious relationship with women. I am paying for situations to go the way that I want to go, and then I'm dipping off. It can mean different things. So I don't know. She laid out the rules right here. All right, Jack. She laid out the rules right here. She made out the rules right here. And this is what's interesting, right? Men going their own way. Other men get mad at men going their own way. Oh, that sounds crazy. Men going their own way. Why would men do that? They must be up to some interesting stuff. Some guys think that. When I hear men going their own way, I don't think they up to some interesting stuff. I don't care. If you're into women and other guys are like, yeah, we're gonna leave them alone and mind our business, I'm not about to add no level of mental power to go, y'all should not do that. Y'all should stop. If they don't want to do it, get out the way. There's more options for you as a man. I don't know. I never understand that about men. Men are just special with that. They will always go after men that just want to mind their business and leave women alone because of whatever their experiences was. But if a woman say, I'm leaving men alone, they never say that's suspect behavior, which is interesting to me, right? So it's problematic to say the least, but it's the internet too. So remember, this is hope, guys. I want you guys to remember that. This is hope, okay? Now, we got some of the rules. Now, here we go. There was, and remember, the reason I found out about the boy sober, because I was talking to a coworker and she was saying, I'm boy sober. After me and her having conversations about how, yes, I want to get married and I would love to have a kid. I'm getting older and older, and conversations about that and things like this. But remember, it's been a long time since she had a relationship. It's been a long time. And whatever her experiences was, they probably haven't been going in her favor. So it's interesting. So to combat the inability to attain the type of relationship she wanted, she just said, well, I don't want it then. You know how like you want to play basketball and you see people playing basketball, but they won't let you play and you really want to play and then they won't let you play. So then your response is, well, I don't want to play. You see how that works? You really want to play, but because they don't let you play, well, you get mad and say you don't want to play. That's kind of how this boy sober thing is working. There's a bunch of these women that was all over the. I love the guys, amazing. I want this, and because they couldn't get what they wanted, they then deferred to a boy sober thing, which I'm not saying is wrong, and I'm not saying it's a bad strategy because whatever you was doing before that wasn't working. It's just interesting how you got to the conclusion. But this is another thing I think why women got to the boy sober movement. And if there are any women in the chat that actually know what this boy sober breakdown is, you can come on the show. If you guys can explain to me what it is. Other than that, I don't know. But this is boy sober. This young lady, her name is Rochelle. This young lady on screen, her name is Rochelle. Okay. She kind of got into her thoughts around the boy sober movement. Okay, let's take a listen.
Okay, so today I had a thought. You know, all the girls who are like, I'm gonna be boy sober, and then like 3 days later, somehow they have a date.
Okay, now this video is already starting off wild. She said, do you know all the girls that say they're going to be boy sober and then 3 days later they have a date? Now, to me, what that tells me is those women are frauds. They liars. I need Uncle Rick up here to play that drop. Liars. What they saying is, I'm boy sober because it sound cool on TikTok, but in a real life, if a guy would just wave at them, they fall into his lap. Hi, it's a guy. Bye, girls. Gotta go. We see how y'all act when y'all finally get a man. Your girlfriends is upset. How come you don't hang with us no more? Girl, I got a man. I can't do this no more. I got to go. So yes, we understand 3 days later they got a man. We understand. 3 days later is all it takes.
Sober, and then like 3 days later, somehow they have a date. I think we're bored. Hear me out. I think we're bored. I think, and this is going for a lot of things where we're like, okay, I think I should abstain from this behavior. I think I should abstain from this action. But we do it anyway because we're bored.
You know what they always say? They say, Aaron, you men should listen to women more. When we express ourselves, don't take that away from us. We know what we're talking about. We're not children. Okay. So, listening to this young lady, she says, the reason why women say they want to abstain from these bad situations, these toxic situations, the reason that they don't is because they get bored. It's because the ladies get bored. It's because the ladies get bored. Where have we heard this all before? Where have we heard this before? So she's saying they're supposed to abstain from these things. They're supposed to stay away from these things. They know they're not supposed to do it, but I'm bored. So that's why they do it, okay? Very, very interesting.
But we do it anyway because we're bored. And now I'm kind of wondering, like, what is behind that boredom? Are we looking for like a quick fix of like connection, a quick fix of, I don't know, like dopamine?
No way, not the ladies there.
Even though we know that's not the thing. Like, I will know me going on another date is not going to bring me more peace. I don't know though. Actually, I'm a lover girl. So I'm like, oh, maybe he could be the one. But
do y'all see how special women are? Like honestly, do you see how special women are? In this moment, she has this soft, inviting kind of aroma around her voice, and it's so like pulling us in, right? She's just like, yeah, and she's like, well, I know that going on a date with a guy is not going to bring me peace. It'll bring you some food though, huh? Women love food, huh? So now we know what y'all really going for. It's food. It won't give you peace. And then in the very next moment, her you ever seen like on the movies where a person's head do a 360 and spin around? A few seconds later, she go, well, I don't know. I'm a lover girl, so it might bring me blood. What? These are the people that we need to listen to and understand, the creatures that we have to understand beyond what they spew out of their mouth. But we have to understand that they are adults and they know what they're talking about. And you need don't take away their ability to express themselves. So no peace, but food. She didn't say food, but we know it's food. But at the same time, I'm a lover girl. Man, oh man. I love this stuff. I don't understand how people's brains work like this. I don't.
I will know me going on another date is not going to bring me more peace. I don't know though. Actually, I'm a lover girl. So I'm like, oh, maybe he could be the one. But deep down, I know like I am my own peace, right? But other things like shopping, like I know shopping is not actually the answer, but like for the first like 48 hours after I buy that thing I really wanted, I feel like I'm the flyest girl in the world. I need to figure out like how to restrain myself, and then think about replacing whatever that is with something that brings me so much more joy. Like it's like a sugar addiction.
You know, while I was listening to that, guys, I want to tell y'all what it made me think of. She said, I need to replace this with something else. This shopping habit that I have that makes me feel good. And, you know, for 48 hours, going on a date, I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to feel good in that moment. It makes me think of somebody that says, y'all need to remove lust from y'all lives. Okay. Y'all need to replace it with God. Okay. Stop chasing after these women's. Okay. And become righteous. Okay. Stop giving in. Become disciplined. And I'm thinking like that information is interesting. It sounds like that's what this woman is requesting. Did y'all hear that? It sounds to me she is requesting and acknowledging I'm weak. I be giving in too much. I know I'm not supposed to, but I get bored. I don't have no discipline. I know I'm only going to get joy for 48 hours, but hey, I be feeling like I'm that chick after I buy these clothes for 48 hours. It sounds like a lack of discipline. It sounds like you giving in to these urges for these desires that you know won't be fulfilled. Sounds like there is some words of guidance that you could use. And it sounds like in the spirit of the woman, that guidance can come from somebody who's giving out the same exact information to some other people. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I hear differently than everybody else. Okay.
Where that is with something that brings me so much more joy. Like it's like a sugar addiction, which I also tend to have. It's like a cheap fix for happiness that's not sustained. So what can I do that's actually like good for me, good for the earth, good for my community, yada, 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 that is going to be sustained? Follow for part.
It seems to me that she is searching. She's searching, okay? She's searching. She is searching, okay? And I understand the plight, the journey, the process. I understand. You need to find some discipline in your life. You need to remove certain desires that you have that you know are not serving you and replace them. But because you get bored, you go out and you do what we would surmise as some toxic behavior. We would surmise that is some toxic behavior. So guys, you heard it from them first. Not only with their actions, but with their mouths. She says, the reason we doing what we doing is because we bored. And I'm going to tell y'all the truth. I 100% think that is a large reason why they act the way that they act, why they do bad behaviors that they shouldn't do, is because they don't like being bored. Even girls that play like video games, like, because, you know, guys, we play video games, we go to the cave, we kind of cut off the outside world and just, hey, we chilling in this square by square, and we just zone out, and we good with that. We can do that every day for 20 years if we want to. They can't do that, and they think there's something wrong with us because that's boring to them. As a matter of fact, you almost will never find a woman that's boring. What you'll find is a woman that's unhappy about being bored. So they may do boring things, but they don't like being bored. Okay. Men, we look at bored as like safe. Oh, wait, you think I'm bored? I'm not actually bored, but what you think is bored is safe to me. So I like bored. I like the isolation. I'm cool with this. And I can do it day after day after day after day after day. But the problem is ladies don't like being bored. And she's indicating that she gets bored. And these are why women are struggling with holding on to their boy-free or their boy sober experience because they like, I was bored. I tried it for 3 days, saw a man and said, oh, forget that deal. I ain't going to stay bored. And that is very interesting to me. I have an acceptance that I do think women struggle with boredom more so than I've seen men struggle with boredom. The things that men are doing that are boring are normally attacked. And if a woman is boring, guys typically be like, oh yeah, she be minding her business. She stay out of the way. Like, I like that. So it's really interesting. It's really interesting. Women like guys that don't go to the club, but if they're in the house just being bored playing a video game, is problematic. So it's kind of interesting to me. It is interesting. Boredom is something that we're going to have to solve. It's the boredom that we must solve, okay? Shout out to Jack. Jack says, crazy part, guys aren't going to call her gray for it. You're absolutely right. No one is going to call her gray for going her own way. No one is going to call them gray for being boy sober. But there will be some guy in there that says, hey, you guys saying y'all going your own way? Man, I don't know what's up with y'all. There will be a guy that does that, and it's cool. There will be women that do the same thing, though. Okay, Jack says, sounds like an addict falling off the wagon to me. Yeah, well, I think she's calling for help, and I'm not mad at her because she actually seems like a nice person, right? She seems like a nice person. And we like to be able to embrace a soft, gentle environment. But don't get me wrong, they got those chameleons where you think you're getting that soft, kind experience, and then they head spin around and you don't get that. Marcellus Davis in the building says, what's up, my brother? Great shows like always. I'm in the clouds at work. Love you, my brother. In the chat, gang. Shout out to my brother. Listen, man. Keep doing your thing, grinding at work, okay? Remember, the main thing stays the main thing. Y'all got to understand, I appreciate y'all listening in while y'all at work, okay? It means a lot. It lets me know that y'all staying at work, y'all grinding, and y'all balancing it out. So shout out to y'all, okay? Mute Jack is here. He says, attention is a drug. They can't go without it for long. I don't know, because I'm going to be honest with you, right? I think there are some women that are uncomfortable with too much attention, right? And I know you didn't say too much attention, but I do run into women that try to blend in and they try not to make themselves so recognizable so that they're flooded with attention. They do try to find ways to divert attention away from them. So I've experienced that a good amount of times with a good amount of women where they don't want, maybe we can call it unwanted attention, which is complicated because you can't really control attention that much. So I do think attention is a drug, right? But I'm not going to project it to the point where it's like women like that, they wanted it, because there are women that are running away from it. And that you could give me the perspective that attractive women are overwhelmed by it. So they're the ones that's running from it. And the women who don't get none is fiending for it or something. And then there's the people in the middle, right? So, fair point. I just see it a little more balanced out now. And my brother Marcellus Davis came through and gifted 1 membership to the GVG. Shout out to Sal. I appreciate that. We need all the members I can get. Okay. Jack is back. He says women objectify men as a source of entertainment. Okay. Well, I got to think about that. Do women objectify men as a source of entertainment? Yeah, but I need more details than that. I need more details than that, because there could be a man that's on the television and he's an entertainer and she watches his show all the time and it's literally his job to entertain and that's her primary use for it. I'm not going to really call her out for that. I mean, he's an entertainer, so I'm not mad at that. I don't know if women kind of dehumanize a man for his entertainment factor, right? Because it's a little limited, Jack. I can't give you that one, Jack. You got to give me something more concrete than that. I'm not going to just do the ladies like that, okay? I'm not going to do that like that, okay? No, not so real. Okay, Jack says women use men to distract them from their own life. Yes, I will agree with that. Women definitely use men to distract them from their life. Yes, but I'm not going to just limit it there. I think that a good amount of people take attention off of themselves and focus on helping other people because they don't want to deal with their own problems. I see that a lot, where I have conversations with people and I'm like, yo, let's talk about you. And they be like, well, I take care of everybody else. I said, I know you do, but let's talk about what you need. Well, I don't need much. No, you don't want to actually deal with your problem. So you go out and you try to solve everybody else's problems. I see that happen a lot. So Jack, you can have that one. Okay. Jack says, what would women actually do with no men around? You want to know the answer to that? I'm going to be honest with you. From the women that I've actually spoken to, I don't think there's enough women that actually don't want men around. Although that sentiment seems to be changing. I'm not going to lie. It seems to be changing. What would they do without men around? Be honest with you, I don't know. I think that they may enjoy it for a little while. But I think that something about them, something about their emotions, feelings, connection, whatever, will eventually make them want to go find men again. Because let's just be honest. Women are not removing themselves from spaces where men exist. They're not. As a matter of fact, they're trying to find the spaces where men actually congregate. I don't really see them putting together communities of isolation away from men. I just don't. Now, they could say that, but there's a town somewhere in probably Georgia that you can buy for $4 million. And there's another town for sale for $25 million. And if women really wanted to put together the structure, the system of operating without the presence of men, they absolutely could start at least a city and build that up to a state, etc., if they had true desires to do that. I don't know if they're willing to put the work in as far as getting the sewer system running, getting appliances placed for all those homes, getting them monitored, fixed, etc. I really don't see that. So that's part of the problem. I really don't see that. That's my doorbell. One moment. That is the mailman. That was the mailman dropping off the mail. Shout out to the mailman. And no, it was a mailman. Okay. Now, I don't know what they'll do, Jack. To be honest with you, I don't think it would last very long. They would get bored. Okay. Jack says, without boundaries and structure, women go cray-cray. Actually, I think that's a societal problem. Most of us need boundaries and structure. So I don't think that's a woman thing. But yes, I will concede to you. We need structure and some boundaries. Although a lot of people don't have a lot of them, okay? LeGarrette is in the building, says, I'm grinding on these pipelines, Paul's projects. Catching you midday, back to the cloud. Shout out to LeGarrette. I told y'all, brothers is out here working, doing what they got to do. They keep the main thing, the main thing. And y'all see this stuff up close. That's why I love this is why y'all got to love the brothers. Y'all say this stuff like, and y'all saw what happened on the show the other day. I told y'all. Young brother was getting to it. They tried to boot him off. He said, not going to happen. And they thought he wasn't going to pop back up. And he popped back up. They did it again. And he popped back up. I said, I told y'all. Y'all got to just know, brothers is getting to a shout out to my dog, LeGarrette. One time for the gang. Oh, and the troublemaker himself is back. He says, you better watch it. You know our space have a debate show. Hey, listen, don't take this out on me. That's between you and Fantastic. I ain't got nothing to do with that, sir. Nothing to do with that, okay? Now, if you and Fantastic squabble up, we gonna see who's gonna win that battle. We gonna see who's gonna win that battle. Set it up, okay? Mute Jack says, what are women without family, work, or religion? Ooh, let me actually try to not answer that because I'm not really here to define what women are. For the most part, they're a human being. Now, what is their responsibility to society is the truest question. And I don't know if I've heard any sound, consistent, hard stance on what their contribution to society is and what society requires of them and what they dare do to maintain it. I don't know. I don't know. So this is one of the issues that exists, but I can't really tell them what it is. That's what they're going to have to decide. Okay. Jack says safety, security, stability is boring. Chaos is love. You mean toxic? You mean toxic. Yes. So, man, that's a good question. Yes. Safety, security, stability, boring. Yes. It is boring. There gets to a point of life where they will accept boredom. I just don't know when that happens. Okay. Jack says no boredom sounds like women love a little toxicity. Well, you got to take that up with Brownsville. Brownsville was arguing back and forth with Fantastic about toxicity and things like that. And so he says, nah. No, they don't like it. So Brownsville is actually in the building. Says, I want to talk to the married R.I.M. brothers who have disrespectful wives. That is an interesting statement. Let me read that again. I want to talk to the married Rim brothers who have disrespectful wives. What does that mean? Are you saying they don't have disrespectful wives? I'm kind of confused by that. Why would they have disrespectful wives? That's the part that confuses me. Okay, and then he goes on and says, where are the married Rim brothers who are complaining about women? Well, here's the thing, right? How you define complain is an issue, right? Second, I don't know which people identify. I don't know which people identify that, but I will tell you this. There are people in this space who are married. There are people that are in this space who are married. It's not a great super chat, Brittany, and I'm not lost by it by any means. They are married, and if you want to talk to them, either, and this is why you always in trouble, and this is why Brownsville, I'm gonna spare you because I don't want to do this to you because I'm the nice guy. I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm just gonna watch because you doing this to yourself, right? You make claims about the men that you see in this space, and they do all these things, right? Are none of the ones that you're making this claim levied to are not married? The biggest names, the ones that have the most clout and the most attention, the most subscribers, things like that. Are you saying that you can't find ones that are married? I'm just curious because if that's your claim, either you don't have enough information. You don't have enough information. So I understand that. I'm not mad at you, but you keep putting yourself in a bad position. You make these claims, and then the guys, see, I don't put these people in this space and say, they identify as the acronym that you've given them. But let's just say there are some that do. There are some that are married, and they are not hard to find. As a matter of fact, do yourself a favor, my friend. All you have to do is ask your chat. There are a bunch of man-hating ladies in your chats. Okay, they exist there. All right, we're not gonna pretend like they don't exist. We know they exist. Okay, all you have to do is ask them. Ask them. Which of these, what of these guys, which ones got wise? I want to debate them. And then you're gonna run into them and you probably gonna get smoked. You're probably gonna get the beat down. It's a good chance of it. So I don't know, because you seem like you're joking or you actually don't know. You don't know where they exist at. Let me see here. Don't sugar bum. Don't make me time you out. All right. I'm already in a very, very good mood. Don't make me start timing you out. It's just for fun. I will do it. Don't start. Don't you dare start. Now, cut over. Shout out to Brownsville. I am thoroughly gonna be entertained watching this stuff play out. Okay, Sharon Bracy says Ray Rimnight. I'm taking over. Who the hell is Ray Rimnight? Okay, you better watch it. Y'all done got Sharon hyped up. All right. Hey, look, make sure 10 and 2 stay on the road, man. Who is you beefing with in the chat? Who is you beefing with in the chat, man? So look, oh man. And also let me just say this, right? Because I see where y'all want to go with this. The most opinionated ladies don't come up here and make their arguments. Y'all stay in the chat before y'all get this work. Y'all better stop. All right, that's y'all problem. Y'all always trying to hope that some guy out there gonna give a manly man, what is it called? Insight, because he's a man. He's going against the guy. He gonna get this work too. Y'all better stop. Okay, y'all putting yourself in a bad predicament now. Oh, you have something to say? Go ahead and say it. I need to drink some water. Go ahead, say it.
I just wanted to say salute to that super chat, Brownsville. Very good question. Aaron is very good at switching the argument. He never answered the question, by the way.
I did answer the question.
No, you redirected the question.
I answered the question. So let me see. Now you want to start. I'm gonna read the super chat again, right? Because I'm gonna read what you wanted me to respond to, and then I'm gonna respond.
I want you to respond to
No. I'm gonna read the super chat. It says, I want to talk to the married Rim brothers who have disrespectful wives, period.
Yes.
Then he says, where are the married Rim brothers who are complaining about women? Are you saying I did not answer that question?
Yeah, where are they? You told him to go look in his chat and ask the women in his chat, and they could tell you. You didn't answer the question.
That is answering the question.
So you can't answer, where are the married Rim brothers? You can't answer that?
I answered the question.
You're so awesome. You're just the awesomest person on YouTube.
I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. The question was answered.
So people who understand what Aaron is doing, probably just me, he did not answer the question. I take that back. He didn't. He answered the question. You are correct. You answered the question, but you didn't answer the question. Good job. I love what you did. So that means he can't answer the question directly. He had to redirect the answer for someone else to answer it.
Yeah, because he didn't ask me the question. So, yeah.
It's your super chat, Aaron.
Whoa. Have you ever seen a super chat that was directed at somebody else on somebody else's show?
What?
I'll give you an example. Since you want to play, it's Friday. You ain't get enough sleep.
I mean, it's Friday. You ain't at work. I'm not at work. We just don't work no more. Me and you, we just don't work no more. I don't work. You don't work. Who works? Nobody works.
It's not your turn yet. Okay, I'm gonna answer your question very, very clearly. See, Angry Man sent a super chat on Team Fatty's show and said, Brownsville, I'm talking to you. Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. So they direct super chats on people's shows all the time to the person that they're either speaking to or they're requesting or they have a question to. This was not directed at me. You can make an assumption.
You know what? I've always said it before. Men never ask the right questions. So you are correct.
So
men never ask the right question.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. So Brownsville, you heard it from Brittany B herself. You are a man and you never ask the right questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Brittany B.
Yes. So Brownsville, make sure next time you direct the question to who you want to answer it. But I think he was just asking a general question to make a general point.
You can totally be his lawyer. You are a good lawyer. So at Brownsville, if you need a lawyer, Brittany B is available. She's on retainer. Okay. Because you as a man don't ask the right questions.
No, men do not ask the right questions. I mean, I hosted Fight Club for 2 years and men do not ask the right questions at all. Never have, never will. They're all emotional. And you did a great job at not being emotional to the wrong question. You are correct.
Well,
what was I thinking? What was I doing? I came up here being illogical.
There you go. There you go. Starting this trouble. Okay, Ray Midnight in the building says Sharon Bracey. He put the pound sign like I ain't playing with
that. Directly. There it go. Look at Ray. Look at Ray calling people out on someone else's channel. That is awesome. Go ahead.
Brittany, you fire starter. Okay, Sharon Bracey just throw that Earth, Wind, and Fire shiny shirt you had on the other day away, fam. Shiny button girdles. Ooh. Is he basically saying, you know what? I don't know.
Ray Rim Night. That's Ray Rim Night.
That's what, like that stuff is wild.
First of all, shout out to no beef. I don't have no problems, but Sharon made up some great names, and I as a person who make up names for my coworkers, he did an awesome job putting rim on everybody's name. It's just funny. It's very entertaining. I have no problem with nobody. I don't want no problems with nobody. I'm just ready to go back and build trucks, but that was very funny to me and entertaining. I will say that.
I don't know about that.
Rimtastic is hilarious. Ray Rim Night is hilarious.
I don't know.
Real?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
What about Angry Rims? No, I'm just playing. No.
Listen. At the end of the day, right? I'm not gonna sit there and say that stuff is funny because you, as a lady, you think that's funny to watch these men do this. You know,
I thought they were more logical. So to be honest with you, to watch logical people be illogical is hilarious to me. Yes, I think it's very funny. It's very entertaining. Aren't we here to entertain?
I don't. I think there's confusion on the logical argument, right? Men, by women's own admission, are more logical than they are. Like, just if you just were to take a survey and it's not backed by science, it's just their opinion of women in relationships, they will typically almost all the time tell you that their man is more logical than they are, right? And that's just the anecdotal experience, right? What women tend to do is they'll take moments when men are not logical for 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and they'll take that moment and go, well, why you ain't logical? Because men are not just only logical. There are more components to a man. That's what they would
claim, Aaron.
Logic.
I don't know what space you've been in.
Yeah, I live in reality.
I don't know what more means. If it's more, wouldn't more mean all the time? Because you're more.
I'm saying they're more than just logical. I'm not saying so. More logical would be an indication of measured by either frequency. You can use it for, let's just say in this sense, in more circumstances, when compared, women respond X and men respond X. And based upon those comparisons, men responded in a logical way more often than women do. Women have logic. It's just they don't utilize logic at the rates and the amounts that men do. They substitute it for a different I ain't gonna say the word. You guys can have
Hey,
that one.
hey,
They
hey.
substituted for that in certain moments more than men tend to, and that's just the claim. Now, I'm not the scientist.
If you want to use math, go ahead. Math with an F. If you want to use that, then thank you, voice of Venus. But go ahead.
Yeah, so because I like the ladies and I don't mind them saying that, I don't.
Are you a panderer? No, I'm just playing.
Dang, pandering because liking ladies. Dang, I guess if I have, if
no, that's
liking ladies.
No, liking ladies is objectifying. I forgot. I learned that the other day. When you like a lady, you have to objectify them.
All right, there you go. Now you call.
I'm just saying I just learned that the other day. I learned it. I just learned that today. That when I like somebody, I have to objectify them. It's just a part of being a human and liking the other sex. That's what I learned. Beef. That's what I learned.
You causing beef. Oh, Brownsville want the link? I wasn't done with the second segment, but you know what?
You wasn't.
It's all right.
Hi, Mr. Harris.
It's all right. I don't know who Mr. Harris is, but I will give Brownsville the link because I don't know what his thoughts are.
And if Brownsville comes up, I will drop down so y'all can have a logical conversation.
Oh no. So are you saying you're not logical?
Oh no. No, me? Little old me? Little old me? No. No. Hide me.
Oh, the logic in me says don't hide.
Hide me, Aaron. Hide me.
The logic to me says don't hide.
Hide me. Okay? Hide me, please.
No. I feel safe. Listen, I feel safer with you. Okay, I feel safer. All right. Now, more men need to have safe around the ladies, and that's what we need to start promoting. Okay, that's what's important there. Brownsville, welcome to the show. How you doing, my brother?
Yo, peace and love, man. First of all, let me take my shoes off before I come into the room. Peace and love to the Queen Brittany B. Peace and love to all the queens in the chat. Sugar Bum, Champion Feminist, Voice of Venus. Victorious One, BJ Tight, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I come on this platform, I'm gonna give y'all flowers. I'm gonna lift y'all up. I'm gonna show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies on the internet. Peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Aaron, no.
Now, what was that for, Aaron? Yeah, now you muted.
Wrong button. My apologies. Wrong button. Y'all know how it is on the internet. You press the wrong button.
We don't. You've been doing this for 3 years now. You don't know what button to push?
Hey, it happens. Sometimes you just press the wrong button. Brownsville, continue on, my brother. My bad. Press the wrong button.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of that lately, man. A lot of these rim brothers, they've been throwing tomatoes at me. I guess, hit dogs are starting to holler, man, and I don't know why they want to blame me, just if the shoe doesn't fit, don't wear it. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. But I'll digress from that point, Aaron. The reason for my visit with you today is because, I sent the super chat and it was a genuine super chat. I honestly want to know because I was involved in a conversation with another rim leader. He was an actual, certified rim brother. I don't really consider you a rim brother because you've never declared yourself a rim brother, but also you pretty much have identified yourself as a leader in another way. So that's why I call you the asylum owner, because your space is where a lot of the rim leaders and a lot of the rim brothers love to congregate, right? And you don't mind allowing the inmates to run the asylum. So
the rimming to happen. He doesn't allow. He doesn't mind the rimming. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You right about that, Queen. So I was involved with another rim leader discussion with him, right? And he told me, because I noticed a pattern, Aaron. I noticed that the overwhelming majority of the rim brothers that's within the Rimpire, when they get on the internet and they're complaining about women being disrespectful and not submissive and all of these different complaints that these rim guys have, I noticed that a lot of them are divorced men. A lot of them are baby fathers, a lot of those men have suffered through a lot of failure when it comes to relationships between men and women, right? So they're sharing an ideology based on failure and based on bitterness. And you can tell by the way they communicate and the way they are expressing themselves. So when I brought that comment up to the brother, he said, well, no, Brownsville, you're wrong. He said there's absolutely husbands, there's absolutely married men who are jumping on panels and they are absolutely complaining about how disrespectful their wives are. They're absolutely complaining about being married to a woman who isn't obedient to their authority and isn't trying to follow them, and they're going wayward and they're struggling to keep the household together. So at that moment, when he said that, because it was just me and him on a panel at that moment, but it was over 200 people in the chat that was listening. So I made an appeal. I said, listen, to all the married Rim brothers, right? Come up on a panel and let's have the conversation, because I would love to hear the married Rim brothers tell their story about how their wives are disrespecting them and how they can't get them to follow their leadership. I would love to hear those types of complaints, you know, because that's, to me, right, when you hear the married men issue those kind of complaints, that will let me know that there's really a problem, right? That we're really in a time that where I would actually, you know, that actually, to me, it would give the Rimpire more credibility, right? If these men were willing to really share their true testimonies, right? So if you're a Rim brother, and I'm going to make the appeal again on your show, you're a Rim brother and you're listening and you're married and you're dealing with a disrespectful wife, right? And you're not knowing or not understanding how to get her to follow your leadership, and you're struggling with keeping your family together, please come up and let us know, right? Because those are the brothers that I would like to assist. Because I can give them a few pointers on how they should be communicating with their wives and with women in general in order to maintain a high standard. Because, Aaron, I want to know if you feel this way too, because all of the Rim brothers have told me they felt this way, right? Let me ask you a question, Aaron. Do you feel like it's proper, it's decent, and in order for a man to respond to a woman in kind when it comes to disrespect? So if a woman was to jump on a panel right now, Aaron, and say, F you, N-word, do you think it would be proper for Aaron to say, well, F you, B, SMD? Do you think those kind of responses when it comes to disrespect is proper between a masculine man and a feminine woman?
No.
See, that's why, right, I kind of hold you like higher than the Rimpire, right? Because to me, you understand logic, you understand intellect, and to me, you understand emotional intelligence, right? And stoicism. So let me ask you this.
Wait, before you continue, Brownsville, real quick, let me
go ahead, Queen.
Because you asked the wrong question again. At that point, would she be considered a feminine woman?
At what point?
If she came up on a panel and just started saying whatever you said to Aaron.
Well, absolutely.
She was still okay. All right.
Because see, here's the thing, Queen, and I try to explain this to men, right? I call for men to maintain a higher standard, right? Because we all understand when it comes to masculinity, we're supposed to have stoicism, which is the ability to endure through pain and through adversity, right? And also, men are always supposed to hold a higher standard when it comes to communicating and solving problems, right? That's why they say men move in logic and reasoning, right? And I'm gonna give you a perfect example of Queen Brittany B, right? So if you're in a house, right? Everybody's asleep, and you hear the smoke alarms going off, right? It's the job of the husband, if he's there, he needs to take charge, take control of the situation, and move his family to safety, right? That should be his number one thing. And then his second thing should be putting the fire out, right? That requires a certain level of self-control, self-discipline, and stoicism, right? The ability to not get emotional, to fight off the fight or flight syndrome, right? That we experience when we're going through certain adversity.
I get it. So you said if I was in the house and I'm with my husband and I hear the smoke alarm. You said and then you said I heard it first. Is that correct, Brownsville?
You heard it first?
Yeah, in your example, I heard it first.
Well, no, I'm just saying that the smoke alarm goes off and everybody hears.
Okay, I was just wondering.
But go ahead. I want to know where you're going with it, Queen.
Well, if I heard it first, it's my job as well to get us to safety as well. I will alert my husband, but it's my job to get us to safety because I heard it first. I will alert him, get the children, get to safety, and allow him to put it out. But that's just me.
Okay. Well, see, yeah, that's a great example. I'm glad you said that. Now you're being a great helpmate because you said, hey, I'm going to alert my husband and I'm going to assist him in getting us to safety. But guess what? It's his responsibility to put the fire out. Did I hear you correctly?
I would alert him he can put it out, but it's our house. It's teamwork at that point. But
right. So do you believe in a marriage, right? The husband is supposed to carry the heavier burden, or do you feel like the burden should be equal?
I don't know what a heavier burden would be because I'm aware as well. So the burden would never be heavy at all.
Well, what I mean by heavier burden is the responsibility to be able to solve problems in an immediate crisis.
No,
whether when I'm talking about provision, protection, when things go haywire and when things go crazy, right? Where does the buck stop?
Nowhere, because I'm aware too. So if it is a problem, I saw it as well.
Okay. Well, hey, listen. So you hold yourself not only to the standards of a lady, a queen, a woman, but now you're holding yourself to a higher standard. You see,
I don't have no
issue with that as well. But see,
I'm an adult, so if I don't see it, we got issues because I should see it exactly what you see too. So if it is a problem, I can see it just as well as you can.
Right, and I'm glad you said that because that's great. But I'm just telling you from my ideology, the way I feel, I don't put that burden on a woman. That's not my expectation for women to be on that higher level as you.
Then you take away my awareness. If you don't have an expectation of me to be able to be aware, then you take it away from me. If that's the case, so then at that point, what do you need her to do? Because at that point, if you have an expectation of you carrying a load, what is it that you're requiring her to see as well as you? What help is she giving if she can't see what you see? If she's not aware enough to notice a problem just as much as you see it?
That's a great question. And so I don't believe in taking away a woman's awareness, right? So I don't believe in moving in secrecy. Yes, my wife, she sees everything I see, right? And she has all the autonomy in the world, right? But when it comes to a crisis situation, when it comes to a problem that has to be solved, when it comes to a situation to where there's danger, right? The buck is going to stop with me, right? I'm going to always hold myself to the highest of highest standards. And I feel like that's what men were put on a planet to do. And I feel like we've gotten away from that as a society, as a community. And now we living in a society where men are now shifting the burden and the responsibility on women. That's why you got the soft guy era, right? That's why you got things like house husbands, right? That's where you got men coming up talking about, oh, well, this sprinkle, drizzle, drizzle type situations to where the man wants to take a subservient role, right? And become a follower to his woman, right? So I'm gonna give you another example, Brittany B. I had a discussion.
Well, hang on. Let me get in here real quick. It almost sounds like, because I was there yesterday in Brownsville, and that question was actually very poignant and very funny because I came up on the panel to go ahead and see what married niggas was gonna come up there and talk about. They sitting there tolerating constant disrespect from their wives, but from hearing you speak today, it almost sounds like that you and Mr. Ilkhan are not that far away from each other when it comes to a woman needing a man to take care of her as if she's a child.
And first of all, peace and love to you, Kylie Beth. No, so I don't look at my wife as a child at all. My wife is a highly educated woman. She's a interventionist in an elementary school. Highly successful. Like I said, that's my helpmate. That's my life partner. I don't look down at her at all, right? So I don't want to get that confused. What I'm saying is I just don't shift the responsibility on her. And I'm gonna give you an example, Kylie Beth. So when I decided to marry my wife, right? I told her, listen, the bills is on me, right? Because I'm your husband, so I'm gonna provide for you. You decided to take my last name, right? You left your father, gave up his last name, and now you coming under my protection. So now it's my job to take care of you. Not as a child, but as your husband. So I told her, I said, listen, I'm not going to stop you from pursuing any endeavors that you want to pursue, but I'm going to never obligate you to be responsible financially for anything in our household. And that has held true for 20 years, right? My wife, like I said, she has a very successful career, right? But she doesn't have the burden of responsibility when it comes to paying a mortgage, when it comes to paying a car note, when it comes to any of the basic necessities that we have to do in life in order to live prosperously.
Can I jump in again?
No.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Callie. My bad. I'm
I
sorry.
want to make sure Callie gets heard here.
No, I'm good. That's all I had.
Yeah, I think correct me if I'm wrong, King Brownsville. You're saying the standard you're holding for yourself and other men doesn't negate or take away a woman's whatever. So
absolutely.
So just because you're saying, hey, this is how men should hold themselves, it doesn't diminish what a woman should or whatever she's doing over there. She can be as whatever great as she wants, but when it comes to you, you're just holding a standard. And that's why I had said something about the awareness. Like you're just saying she can be aware. Yeah, the fire alarm went out. She took the kids out, but I'm holding myself to the standard of making sure everybody is safe and the fire is put out. She still can make sure we're safe as well, but I'm holding myself, or you are holding yourself to the standard to make sure everything is taken care of, whether or not she's taking care of it along with you, but you're holding yourself to that standard.
Let me ask you this, Brownsville. If a woman has a desire to not stay in that role, right, of limitations, right, because you don't realize.
Hold on. What do you mean by limitations?
I was literally about to say. Okay, so what I mean by limitations, is that, let's say, I'll give you this example first. You have a daughter and you pay for her life financially, her whole life. You find a man, marry her off. He pays for her whole life financially, right? He then dies at 53 and she's there. She has no experience of how to manage her life outside of him, because she was never put into a role of having to do something with actual experience. At that moment, she only has ideology of what she thinks she's capable of, right? So theory, right? Now, there are women that say, I don't want to be limited to a man having to take all of that responsibility. I want to have the flexibility to go, no, I want to do this. I want to also take care of you to the degree where I'm taking over that role. For that moment, for that situation, I want to take that from you. And I don't want you as a man to limit me from not having the autonomy to do that. Are you saying you would tell her, sound good, but I'm the man, so you can't have that optionality? Or are you saying she still should have the optionality to do so?
So it's the exact opposite of what you're saying, Aaron, because there's no limitations when it comes to a masculine man, or it shouldn't be any limitations, right? So you should definitely put your wife in a situation to take on leadership in event of your untimely demise, right? You should never set your wife up in a situation to where something happens to you and now everything falls apart because you've limited her. No, I'm not in the business of limiting, Aaron. No, I'm in the business of elevating, right? And I'm gonna give you an example. So like I told you, my wife, she's an interventionist in the elementary school, right? She makes a good money. She's been doing it for 20 years. This is a 20th year now. She's never had to pay the mortgage, never had to pay a car note, right? We have a joint account. She don't have her own account. All of our accounts are joint, but in her account, right, none of that money goes to pay any of the household necessities of life, right? So not only financially is she set up to the point to where if something happens to me, she's gonna be financially sound for a very long time. Not only that, but also, Aaron, though, she understands, because even though the money that's coming out comes out of the money I make, it's still out of our joint account, but when it's time to pay the bills, we still do that together. So she understands
I hear that part.
Everything that's going on. And not only that, Aaron, though, right? And this is what I'm appealing for all men to do, all husbands to do, all future husbands to do, and all men who are willing, who want to have a woman to come up under their umbrella. And then you would agree with this, because if I'm not mistaken, you're a financial man, right? You have to put yourself in a situation to where you're planned for retirement. Not only that, you have to put yourself in a situation where you have adequate life insurance. Not only that, you have to have some assets, whether it's land, right? Real estate property, things of that nature, right? To where your legacy won't have to struggle in life in the future. Because as we know, life continues to just get harder, right? And while life is getting harder, we have to continue to evolve and advance. And just because we're Black, and just because we've been pushed down as a community over the years, that doesn't mean that we should be in a position to where we're not lifting ourselves up and moving progressively forward so that we can continue to win the race. So I know a lot of the Rim brothers would try to say, well, yes, Brownsville's trying to treat his wife like a kid, or Brownsville's into limiting his wife, or Brownsville is misogynist, chauvinistic. They'll try to tell you all those different illogical things about me. False narratives, totally false, totally wrong. No, all I'm saying is, as a man, right? As a masculine man, lead the way, set the example, set the tone in a positive way, right? Look at some of the old forefathers when it comes to Black empowerment. Study them like I did. Guys like Marcus Garvey, guys like MLK, guys like Malcolm X, right? See how those men led, right, for the majority of their lives, right? And how they paved the way for not only their families, but for their community. See, Aaron, no, the biggest problem I have right now, especially with this space, is so much division. This gender war stuff gotta stop, man. We gotta pull our people together, not push our people apart. And as a man, when you're sitting there and you're comparing yourself to a woman and you're competing with your own woman, saying, well, you know what? Y'all make $2,000 less than me. And you know what? Y'all are leading in the stats of being unmarriageable and all these different crazy things that they throw out there to denigrate women. All of those things, Aaron O, is unproductive, right? So that's why I'm out here shaming these men, right? Because
I
they
get your
need
role.
to be shamed.
I get your role, right? And we gonna actually bounce these ideas because we can start really breaking this down. I just want to get to these super chats that came in, and then we'll get to the nitty gritty. Mute Jack says, tempted to drop Brittany. Man need AO's male gaze.
That's wild. That's wild.
Thank you, Brittany. I do know that. Don't incentivize him to keep going on about that, please. L.A. Wilkes is in the building. Says, Brittany, never trust a man that calls you a queen. Hide your wallet. And that N-word steals.
Okay. That's weird.
Hey, it is what it is. I'm not low. So, Mute Jack says, now Brittany is stealing all B-Ville's male gaze, yo. That's crazy. Mute Jack says, Brittany being Cali Bev need to be stopped. Give us men our male gazes. That's what straight men do. We come here only for AO's male gaze. You're hijacking. That's not, y'all gotta chill.
Come on, Jack. That's crazy. But it's scary. You know what, Aaron? That's scary. You might go to some channels and they just be, I don't know.
Why are women here?
Why are women here? Get off the panel. We come here to see. We come here to hear Aaron, not women. We don't want to see women. I'm like, oh, oof.
Okay. That's Jack just trolling. Okay. Truth and reality is undefeated. Says Brownsville is misogynistic. Y'all don't even see it. Ish, that is normal adulting. He see it as a burden on a woman or above her. My wife is very capable.
He didn't say that she wasn't. That's the thing, though. He never said. That's why I asked clarifying questions, because it wasn't that you're limiting her at all. It's you holding a standard for yourself. I have a 15-year-old. She's capable, but she don't have to do it. If I put it on her to do it, she's going to do it. Or I can say, you know what? It's my job to make sure everything that you need, I provide. That's it.
Yes. And he's entitled to that.
Probably shouldn't use a child as an example. Goddamn.
Yeah, definitely not a child. Okay, Mute Jack says, drizzle is life. Soft guy era is truth, yo. Cali Bev, I was just playing. No shots, all love. Her name is Georgia Bev. Get it right. Okay, Mute Jack says, I, King Jack, White Knight, Sir Beville to Vanderville. To Panderville. That means he's taking you to Panderville, okay? You may raise and take your place amongst the great simps of old. Thus forward, Sir Panderville forever.
Now he knighted you.
Hey, that's very, very eloquently stated. Okay, Mute Jack says, this Venus fault. She why we can't get the male gaze. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with this for a long time, all right? Mute Jack says, all right, I'm going to stop. Shout out to Venus and Brittany B, okay? Matt is in the building, says, drop this ninja. He be hollering too much for me.
Who was hollering? He wasn't hollering.
I think.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
I don't know that. I don't know why they're going at the Brownsville like that. Okay, Mute Jack says, all shots beef aside, Beville isn't wrong at all. Well, that's up for discussion, okay? GBGville's in the building, says women are beneath men. Listen to Brownsville.
What? So you know what's funny? There's this.
Wait, hold on. You about to take shots at the GBGville?
This Granville. Come holler at me if you want. If you want to, you want to fight Granville, come holler at me.
It's your fair warning.
My thing is now they're taking Brownsville. Aw. Yay, Granville. So as long as Cali Bev, you are my witness, my favorite witness. As long as we've been in this space, what have we heard men say about women? And now they're taking Brownsville's words and now making his words out to be misogynistic.
No,
yeah, I mean, go ahead, Aaron.
Well, the interpretation is different for everybody, right? What I'm hearing and what you're hearing is the same words. how we're interpreting and then reapplying to society is the difference, right? I think what Brownsville is saying is the problem that I shouldn't say the problem. What I'm identifying is that I don't know what portion of the statement of this is what
we got smoke.
GBGville don't start. Right now, look, I'm looking at it. Everything's green right now.
Granville, for real, we having a good conversation. I don't want no smoke. I'm messing with you. So
why?
Go ahead.
Right.
Go back to driving. And
good evening. Good evening, Brittany.
Sweetie pie.
Good evening, Callie.
And no cussing.
How you doing, Aaron?
Green. He is green. Nobody has cussed.
Brown, I gotta say good evening to him, but I can't do it without cursing. So I'm gonna just say, how you doing, sir? How you doing, sir? Good evening. Good evening. I want to keep this stream clean, but cut that camera off, bro. My Tourette's about to act.
All right.
So
then I'll control him for you. I'll help you control yourself, Granville. There you go.
The thing is, right? So building this conversation, speaking to men, right? And I'm much more of a modernized thinking individual, right? So I'm more progressive in the sense of we need to stop holding so firmly on to these views and beliefs from 100, 150 years ago, et cetera, because I believe it's problematic for men in particular in this current state. And it's problematic according to what women say, as well as been men holding on to this archaic, this patriarchal viewpoints, and they're maintaining them, right? So when Brownsville say that's what men do, my thought process is two things. One, where do you get that idea from? Which man, what year, where are you pointing at? Because there are men that exist in Saudi Arabia. There are men that exist all over the world. Which man is he speaking to? Are you speaking to the Americans? Because all women don't get the same experience in the world.
But
Go ahead.
I said, and this is why I directed it to Callie, but I can direct it to you because you've been here as long as I have. Which one is it? Because I can remember everybody saying what women should be doing and all this other stuff. Now it seems like men have acquiesced to what women have said.
So go ahead.
So what man are y'all now that now what Brownsville now what Brownsville is saying is crazy, but is it because he's allowing what you guys have said women should do from before and what they should be, or did y'all acquiesce to women saying we don't want to do what y'all wanted us to do, so now y'all change to what women want?
Go ahead, Callie.
I don't know if it's the same men. Now, the next time I'll go ahead and I'll start paying attention to the chat names and everything and the age bracket. But it seems to me that the younger people don't so much mind a woman working and being able to be an adult and take care of herself and all that kind of stuff like that. It's these older men that are like, you need a man to take care of you. No, the fuck I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, damn it. Oh, Callie, your mouth. We're supposed to be feminine.
I had PTSD from yesterday. I'm sorry.
For even either person who says anything, I've always had a question of what was she doing before she met you? That is always my thought process. What was she doing before she met you as to what you think she should be doing once you get her? Because if you're stopping something or you're asking her to do something, that is where you lose me at, because I thought you were supposed to pick her based on what you see. And if you see something you don't like, you just go pick another one. That's just how it is. So if I'm a worker, I've been working whatever, and you saying I don't want my woman to work, we're going to have an issue because I work. Why would you stop me from doing? I'm an adult first. So if I'm already working and then you say, hey, Brittany, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then you say, I don't want my woman to work. Well, then I can't be your woman. And then that's nice to meet you and then going about your business. So these are the conversations where I guess if you have the option to say, oh, okay, nice to meet you, and then you go about your business and you pick another one, then if you don't have the option, I can see how changing that one that you found is going to be hard for you to do because you can't go get another one.
Well, something government assistance, something something eviction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, something government assistance, something eviction.
Something baby mama. Something.
Right. You probably only worked at Rainbow anyway. That was your job. You worked at Rainbow. You know what I mean? 'Cause that's where they got them from.
You can't handle your money. I gotta control it. Something. It's just all over the place.
And so what?
Something. If she has a good job, she don't want a man anyway. Like what?
Right.
Well, what happens is, right, and I've been, and then this, we might not be able to get into her today, this sovereign woman, because I heard some of the things she said and I thought they were interesting because she got a lot of subscribers on the TikTok. There's this false belief that I noticed that women have about men, and they believe men don't have any fear in this world. When they walk out the house, they think men are like, I'm safe. And they think men don't have fears and things that they have to endure and deal with, right? And so they think it's non-existent, even if it's less prevalent, right? And so there's a lack of care for the boys who eventually become men. And I noticed that's a problematic cycle, because then those same girls tend to hate those men and dislike boys because they know those boys going to grow up to be men. And the issues that I'm noticing is that dealing with older men, right? And the problem that I have with guys that come on the internet is they actually don't have any results either. And I'm saying not that they're not married, but what they don't have is them going out in the world and finding other women that need help and finding them husbands and going and doing that. What they do is they come on the internet and say, I want to talk about the loser guys. This is what's so interesting, right? And this is what make men not as much as men that they think that they are. They say, look, y'all men coming on and complaining about the women that y'all don't want, right? That's not manly, right? And then they become the men that complain about the men that complain about women. To me, yeah, you can follow. That's not men.
No, I can't. I need to start over. Well, I wanted you to start over from I don't even what you've been listening to or what you've been hearing, because you lost me there. I got the second part, that men become the men that they talk about complaining about the women. So I get that, because they're complaining about the men the same way men complain about the women. I get that part, because you're taking a shot at Bolo. But I'm just going to say
I'm not taking a shot at Bolo.
So I'm just going to say, can you start over from the origin of women and boys, and as far as like the no fear situation?
Well, in simple ways, right? There's this claim that women have to. The reason we pick the bear is because y'all don't know how dangerous the men are, and every time we go out, it's what we have to experience. These men are oppressing us, right? Okay. There's a strong belief that men are oppressing women, right? And they think that men are living in a world where they don't experience that. They think that. And their solutions to that outcome are get rid of men.
Yeah,
that's the solution, right? And I'm saying that's very dangerous for the boys, because they're growing up around these people who claim they love them, but as they get older, they like, well, we're gonna have to hate y'all now because y'all grown now, right? So there's a lot of layers. But then I'm moving to, right, because there's a lot of things I want to cover, especially because Brownsville Hill. And he wants to understand, right?
Brownsville Hill.
Yeah. You know me, I slur. Yeah. I don't want to say Brown or whatever. There is a situation in the sense of the men that come on YouTube that think they're better than other men, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, you're going to have to actually prove that.
Yeah. Okay.
Without a shout of a so not you being married, not you having kids and your daughter's being married. I don't care about that. I need you to be the leader and go save those women that you care so much about right? Because talking to the men that don't care about those women are a waste of time. And real men understand where they apply their time and expense to, right? So I don't want to hear from men that complain about women online. To me, that's you ain't a real man by comparing yourself to another man that you think's weaker than you. Real men go at the hard target, not the soft target. Pause, right? And with that, I want to see them say, yo, I got 10 women married. I found them the men. I actually went and mentored those men, got them right, and produced the wives for them, right? They never do that. Their whole stitch is this, their own individual lives, and they believe they're building community, right? Okay. And that's a there's such a fallacy to me.
But Aaron, can I ask you a question to that point?
Absolutely.
So I understand that that's what you require from the man who you say complain about the men that complain about women, right? So what standard do you apply to the men who have been complaining about women in this space for years on end?
So I don't have the same standard for men as a uniformity based thing. I have an optionality thing. I understand that these men that be like, oh, look, y'all need to provide for y'all women. They were sleeping with women at 18. They're talking to 18, 19-year-old, 20, 21, 24, 23, 24-year-old men, right? And they're telling them things in which they did not do or accomplish at those ages. They did not. They did not buy a home at 22. They was not paying all the bills for their women. They was not married right off the bat. They was doing all these things that they're claiming that these men should do. So they are not the standard, right? And then with that, I'm like, okay, y'all pulling from a different time period. If I bought a house 20 years ago, right? And now, because 20 years ago, I wasn't having these conversations because the internet wasn't at this point to where I felt so emotionally tied to do so. Now I'm speaking about an advantage that I have over somebody that's 20 years younger than me. We can clearly see men that are older than younger men are going to have a financial advantage, possibly some other advantages in other areas. Totally fine. And they're going to speak from that level of success. But
so basically,
go ahead.
Because I kind of feel like you purposely skirted around the question, but just to keep it short, what it sounds like I'm hearing is you have a very low expectation of these men, and you believe that it's fruitless to even give them any type of advice, that you just want to let them be degenerates. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. So I'll repeat what I said because I don't skate away from nothing. I said, I think they should have optionality, meaning there can be men like Brownsville, totally fine with that. And then there can be men that want to go 50-50, totally fine with that. And then there could be men that want the woman to pay the financial bills.
But that's not the question that I asked.
I know you said,
Aaron, let me repeat the question, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Because Aaron, what you said was you had a standard. So you said when it comes to the men who are complaining about the weaker men who are complaining about women, right? Your standard of success for them would be for them to outline how many women did they lead to marriage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, right. So my question was, if that's your standard for men who you deem to be complaining about weaker men who are complaining about women,
I don't deem it.
What is your so what is your standard for the weak men who are complaining about women?
Yeah, so what's my standard for them? It's very simple. I don't have a problem with men complaining about women. I don't care. Like, see, as a man, that's not my problem. And if I'm not going to solve their problem, I'm not going to waste my time complaining about them complaining about it. I got my own things to deal with, my own issues. So what I'm saying is the standard is those men that want to take that position, right? To speak to those men, try to guide them and try to lead them. My standard to them who are complaining about the complaint, because I know as a man that don't actually work. And most men know that don't work. That's why most women know the men that they speak about are not on the internet. When they speak about their fathers, their grandfathers, the men that they think are the prime example of how men should conduct themselves, they are not on the internet. The men that do come on the internet, right, that claim to be those men, right? Now, I want to challenge that. Since you want to expend your energy, and this is where we lead into simping and pandering to women by giving them false hope that what you're speaking to is actually going to accomplish something. And we as men know that typically does not happen. There's typically not anything accomplished. They're typically not a man saying, yo, these guys, man, they got me straight. They put me in the right mind. I had to change up my ways. Now I'm a provider. Now I'm doing this, and that. That's not one, what we see happening. There's no evidence to that happening. What is more common, and most men would agree with me, is those men mind their business and do what they got to do. And the men that say that they're going to do this stuff, they never bring any tangible results. And I'm saying, for the men that come on the internet that want to complain about the men complaining about the internet, which I don't care about men that complain about women on the internet. I don't care about women complaining about men on the internet. I take it for what I know it actually is, right? Those men that want to complain about the complaining, if they truly mean and want change, they need to go out and be those examples to those women that they're claiming that they're stepping forward to put those men in their righteous place, their rightful place, and conduct themselves a certain way. I want to see those results. I'll give them 10 years.
So you have a standard for one and not the other?
Right.
Okay.
So Aaron, so basically, Aaron,
ahead.
to put it in layman's terms, right?
Yes.
So you have a standard for the men who you say complain about the men who are complaining about the women. But as far as the weak men who are complaining about the women, you have no standard for them, which means that you're perfectly fine with them remaining in a degenerate state of mind. Is that correct?
Define degenerate for me.
Oh my God, Aaron! Oh my!
No, tell me
Brownsville, you gotta not use. He's skirting away because that was my question.
I'm not skirting away because I'm going to explain something to you, right? I don't see those guys as degenerates the way you do because they online and they say these women, they want to charge me for a bunch of dates. I don't go, you're a degenerate. So if that's what you classify as a degenerate, we're going to have a difference of views here. So tell me what you're classifying as the degenerate, and then I can respond to that. That I want to make sure
to it, Brownsville. You could.
I want to make sure we have an agreement on what we're applying a degenerate to, because there might be an issue why we have a difference of response.
Okay. So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of degeneracy, because I know all you're going to be willing to do at that point is just stick to that, right? So let me phrase it another way.
Feel free to.
Do you consider yourself a successful man?
Brownsville, you be asking the wrong questions, man. Come on.
So it depends on the gauge in which.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm asking
I heard what you said. It depends on how we're engaging success. If we're
overall.
Overall, okay. So if you're saying, do I consider myself a successful man overall? No.
Okay. So are you a man that's finding a hard time finding a woman who will respect you?
No.
Okay. So that is also what separates you from the Rim Brothers. All I heard yesterday was they have a hard time finding women that would respect them. Do you have a hard time finding women who you feel like shares your vision, shares your values?
No.
Okay, that's another thing that separates you, right? Because that's what these Rim Brothers are complaining about every single day. So my final question would be to that end: why are you not having a hard time finding these women, but the Rim brothers, that's their war cry every day. They're saying that these women don't exist. They're saying that these women are so hard to find. What do you think separates you from the Rim brothers in that regard?
Well, I wish I knew which brothers you're speaking to, right? Because once again, I don't classify men speaking about their experiences with women, positive or negative, as degenerates. So what would separate me from those guys? Well, I'll be honest with you.
No, I'm talking about in those two aspects that I asked.
Yeah, I get it. What separates me from those two guys is that I attract a certain type of women, and I don't chase after women that are not into me. And I do know some people are intrigued by women that are not as interested into them, and they want the women that they want instead of like wanting the woman that wants them, right? So there's a battle there with a lot of people. But then also I'm sound in the way I conduct myself in my own standards, right? I don't allow certain activity, certain characters, ways in which people act around me. There will be no women that are disrespectful and conduct themselves a certain way around me. It don't exist. But that does not mean I don't know that those people don't exist. And there does not mean I don't know women, because I know women that purposely get in relationships with men so they can have a power dynamic, because they don't want the man to have the power dynamic, but they still want a man. So I know those things exist too.
Right. But the problem is, and I would agree to you, that both scenarios exist. But what the Rim brothers are expressing on the internet is that these women that you say is not hard for you to find, they say those women are non-existent. They're saying that the majority of women are no longer respectful to men. They're saying that the majority,
you contradicted yourself. You said
they're
first
saying
you
that
said
the majority of women.
so.
Oh, peace and love to you, Fatty. Hold on. You kind of.
I'm sorry for being mean. No, it's because you double talk. You said these women are not existent, and then you said the majority. Not existent means that they don't exist, and is the majority. Majority means 51%. That means that there are 49% of women out there that they are good. That's not non-existent. So again, you are talking by the both sides of your mouth. This is why I have to correct you, Brownsville, because one thing that you are doing right now, and Brittany can come back because I'm going to leave in 2 minutes. Brownsville, this is where you lost everything. You said Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels, and the Rim brothers don't move the needle on the dating market. So that makes you somebody that is correcting people that are not affecting nobody. Either we affect people or we don't. If we don't affect people, why do you care so much? It sounds like you want attention. Because if we affected somebody and you said, Aaron, Fatty, Ali, whoever you characterize as Rim brothers affect people, and I'm there to fight their rhetoric because I think they affect people. But the day that you said that Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate and the Rim brothers and whatever don't affect nobody, you lost every moral ground to talk, because why you spend so much time combating people that don't affect nothing and don't move the needle on the market? Why do you do that?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Fatty. If there was a
I ask you a question, Brownsville. Don't move
right.
Don't move it.
And
like, why are you spending time debating and fighting people that don't move the needle at all? Like, we don't care, like nobody's going to listen to us. Women are not going to feel some type of way because, like, why are you here? Like, why are you fighting us?
Because although the impact has been minuscule up to this point, that doesn't mean that in the future it's not going to have a larger impact. So I believe in, and that's why I was going to ask you a question, but you don't want to answer questions. You just want to interrupt and interject, which is fine. Because Aaron O said we should not hold weak men to standards. So I'm going to concede to Aaron O on that. What I'm saying is this, Fatty. I believe in not only putting out big fires, but also putting out small fires, right? Because we know small fires, if they go unaddressed, can eventually and will eventually develop into a larger fire, right? So
Kevin Samuels is dead. Andrew Tate is banned from YouTube and a bunch of social media. What are you talking about? The fires are already extinguished. What are you talking about?
well, if the fire was extinguished, we wouldn't even be having a conversation.
So we are going to resurrect Kevin Samuels with the Dragon Balls?
No, it's not about him. It's about the movement that is
Fresh and Fit was Fresh and Fit was demonetized. Pearly Things was demonetized. People are already doing shit about it on a bigger scale. What are you on your cousin channel that has 200 people watching is going to do more than YouTube and these big people that are canceling like people that have a worldwide reach, sir?
Well, because awareness is important, and spreading awareness, no matter how many people you reach, whether it's 5 people, 10 people, or 100 people, it's important to continue to spread awareness.
Okay, so Brownsville, checkmates. That's what we're doing. Spread awareness about the dating market and how people need to move on it. That's literally what we're doing. If you think it's important to spread awareness to the people about some bad seeds on the market, this is literally what the Rim brothers are doing. Spreading awareness so a man doesn't get divorce scraped, or he doesn't get his kids taken away, or he doesn't lose half of his shit because he doesn't know how to handle women. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, like I said, what you guys are doing is not spreading awareness. What you guys are doing is spreading a false narrative and spreading lies.
What are
fear.
Can you give me one false narrative? One?
That women are losing respect for men.
Prove it. Prove that that's wrong.
Oh
well, you prove that is right.
No. You made the assessment. I will tell you this.
No, but listen.
Prove it. No, you made a statement. Prove it that we are wrong. Prove it.
Because in life, that is not happening. Aaron O just pretty much said it. Hey, I don't have these issues. A lot of other men
is the person.
are not having these issues.
Sir, that's anecdotal. I don't starve. I am obese. I know there's billions of people in this planet that are going to sleep with the empty belly. Just because I or Aaron don't go through it, that doesn't mean that a large portion of people are not going through it. So you have to prove it. Everybody complaining. Women are complaining about the dating market. Men are complaining about the dating market. And you are going to tell me and prove it that women are not losing respect for men. Since I'm wrong and you are right, prove it.
I don't have to prove that because
you see,
it's nothing really like it's. Here's the thing, right? You believe in furthering this gender war, right? By men complaining about women constantly on a daily basis, trying to put them down, trying to lower their self-esteem and self-confidence. What you guys are actually not realizing is you are furthering this division and separation when we should be coming together.
And you are wrong.
Right?
Yeah.
The only way.
Wait. What Fatty said was he's spreading awareness too. So at that point, both of y'all are just spreading different awarenesses.
And matter of fact, I told this multiple times again. It's probably the first time you're going to hear it. I literally said the gender war is not woman against man. The gender war is men against other men like you that do the woman beating and shield woman and don't want to change nothing because they are happy with the status quo. Literally what I said. Gender war, like for example, the debate that you're going to see today, man against man, Ilkan Ali versus Thanos. I can guarantee you, Ilkan Ali that you guys consider is a Rim brother goes extra hard at other men that pander and kind of defend certain behaviors, then he goes at woman. So once again, you don't even know the rhetoric that you are defending. You literally confess you have no proof of what you're saying. So once again, Brownsville, if we are not no problem, go to a place that is actually clearly a problem. Don't anticipate things and say a small fire can be a big fire. Go to places that actually have big fires in them and go be a firefighter there. Right here, you are just proving that you're cloud chasing and you're looking for a little bit of attention because you know what, Brownsville? If we didn't exist, you would be irrelevant tomorrow. And this is the problem. And this is the problem. You only have a loud voice when you are going against something. He's the person that says, I don't like the way it smells. I don't like the way the wall is painted. I don't like. But
Just
when you
let me
say,
know
so
when
what?
you're
So, but when we ask you, so what do you like, Brownsville? What are your proposals, Brownsville? Since you don't want men to correct woman, where is this woman university school, wives university school that you are pushing, where women are teaching other women to be good women? Who is this woman? Who is this woman? Who is this woman that you are pushing, Brownsville? Tell me one woman that you are pushing on this place to regulate other women so we don't have to do our jobs. One woman, and then we can have it and I'll leave.
Okay, all right. No, I want to ask you a question, just real quick.
Go ahead, Brownsville. Tell me one woman. You said woman check woman and man check man. So you are going to tell me one woman that you are grooming on a positive way, preparing, giving the tools so she can teach other women to be better. Who is this woman?
Uh-oh.
Go ahead, Brittany B.
Oh Lord, no.
That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I motherfucking thought. Nobody.
Come on, bro. You could have answered it because you could have rebutted on Fatty's side.
Brittany,
nothing. You have nothing.
Everyone sees what happened, right? He was interjecting and interrupting every time I spoke. I allowed him to continue to speak. But I'm not gonna allow him to dictate my conversation. Who is he? He's nobody to try to dictate what I say. So that's why I'm gonna let him say what he want to say. When he's done, you said you had something to say. You go ahead and say it. And then when it's my turn, I'll address his point.
It was your turn, and this is why actually I didn't debate you. I don't debate like you are a sheep. Not even a sheep. You are a little mouse. Like I don't debate people. Like the fact that you can answer a straight question and you send the hot potato to the woman next to you says a lot about you. You could answer the question and send the alley-oop. Why don't you answer? Who is this groom you are grooming or preparing to address the woman?
But Fatty, I was just listening, so he didn't hot potato. But the rebuttal would have been, well, if you guys are spreading awareness as well with the rhetoric that he claims that you guys have, what would be the result of a woman changing on your side? But that
because that's his point of view. His point of view is that men shouldn't be addressing women should address women. I remember on the last months of Fight Club, Brittany, you were doing that. You were coaching women. You were telling women, this is how you handle men. This is how you do. I don't have a problem with that. But if this man is actually somebody that produces solutions and he truly believes that woman should check another woman, he should have one or two women that he knows that is pushing and that is acknowledging that are correcting other woman bad behavior. And you know who he has? PH Diva on his pocket. That's why he was silenced, because he has nobody.
But so should y'all, though. If you're saying that your awareness does the same thing and you're doing the same thing on the opposite side, you should also have exactly what you're asking Brownsville for.
No, because I believe that men should check everybody. Yes, men should check men, women, and children. That's my point of view. And men already are checking people in mess.
So what man or woman are you leading in your real life?
Oh, sir, we are not going to do this. You are not going to do this.
Do it, right?
Sir, no, you know why we are not going to do this? You know why we are not going to do this?
Question.
That's the question that I wanted to ask him.
And I'm going to answer that.
Listen,
I'm going to answer that.
Hold on.
No, I'm going to answer your question. Nobody. And now I have a rebuttal. Brownsville, is PH Diva opinion valid since she has no kids and no husband?
Why are you asking me about PhD?
Because you asked me about my personal. You asked me, sir.
No, listen. No.
You asked me. No, sorry, sir. You asked me.
You about you.
No, sir. You asked me. No, you asked me if I lit somebody. I literally didn't dodge the question. I said no. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Now 1 second. 1 second. No. I said no. I literally engaged with your question. So now you're going to answer to me. PhD Diva has no kids and no husband. Is her opinion valid?
I'm not talking about PhD.
Yeah, checkmate. I see you later, Aaron. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, go ahead and run.
But that's not running.
And this is what I mean.
Come on, guys. You guys got to stop.
This is what I mean. No, but Brittany, right? We was engaged in a good conversation, right? Nobody was interjecting or interrupting. And then here he comes in, no self-control, no self-discipline, and he just wants to overtalk, right? And then make a whole bunch of false allegations and claims, right? He said things like, oh, well, you're just looking for attention. Oh, well, if it wasn't for the Rim brothers, you wouldn't have nothing to do. Things of that nature, right? And then he's trying to dictate how I'm supposed to respond to him, as if I'm supposed to take his lead, like he's somebody. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We got to do better. Like, be able to engage in an articulate, respectful conversation.
He not cooking the conversation tonight. He gonna shame Fatty. That's what you gonna do.
That's not how
You gonna act just like a woman. You gonna shame Fatty that.
That's not.
All right, guys, take a moment. Take a moment to just relax. I need to catch up on these super chats that came in anyway. Truth in reality is undefeated. He said, "Be like the forefathers, but they used to." The forefathers used to discipline women. Also, Brittany, you noticed the only way you could support his point was to use a child. I gotta retire. Okay, GBGville says, in the words of the great Brownsville translation to the Don Juan scriptures, if a B word need guidance, I'm a pimp. Baby powder bandit, gold digging 304. That's crazy. That's wild. Jack says they become the men who they don't know men like that in real life. I don't get that. They become the men who don't know the men like that in real life. You ninjas is weird for having women problem, guys. You just confidence, man. Brittany, can you read that? I do not understand. No, you either? Okay, fine. Just want to make sure it wasn't just me. Magic Jack says they become you need to run through women, but I did that and that's bad. So find a virtuous woman and settle. And however, I got 7 baby mama guys. That is definitely true. That definitely does happen. Okay, truth in reality says sounds like a ninja who don't feel secure in a relationship unless he's financing and handling everything. Reeks of insecurity. No risk. No motion. Whew. You mean a man has to be a man even if he got no monies? Even if he don't have a place to call his own? He's still a man? Interesting. Tea Leaves in the building says, my position was that those good women are not hard to find, but they're taken. Whew. I would say most of the women that I know that I would consider good women are usually taken. Yeah, that's anecdotal. I don't know what other people would say. They are usually taken. Jack says, what was the show topic today? I swear I'm lost. I know why. Because the show, it turns into a mind of its own. Okay, Chris J says, Aaron, see what I said a couple days ago? Shaking my head. I remember what you said. Okay, Tea Leaves says, if you really listen to most people in the space, they talk to men, though, talking about women. But I'm open to being wrong. Well, this is the thing, right? This is why I love my show, because those men that make those claims, those assertions, it don't actually work with me. All those claims of disrespect, that, they not referencing me, but I'm also not going to agree with them just because they think that is the standard of men. So when Brownsville asks, what is the standard for the guys that are online complaining about women? How many men, like real men, genuinely care about men online complaining about women? I do not understand it. I don't have problems with women complaining about men online. I just think a man has a right to respond to claims about men, just like a woman has a response to claim things that said about. I just don't have a problem with it. I think people want what they want in life to be projected onto everybody else. I don't call men weak men because they're different men. They're a different type of men, have different beliefs, different standards. They are different men.
But Aaron, no.
Yes, sir.
Aaron, no. The standard was just displayed, right?
When
a man jumped on a panel, right?
Okay.
And he displayed a lack of self-control because he couldn't wait his turn to speak. He had to interject and interrupt, right? Then he displayed a lack of emotional stability, right? He was all over the place, making ad hominem attacks, false accusations, and all of those things. And then he rage quits, right? When he doesn't get his way. It's a childlike behavior that we see online, right? To where you watch these Rim brothers, even when they engage with women, as soon as a disagreement arises, they go to those same methods of communicating, in which they get disrespectful, in which the conversation quickly goes left, and then they rage quit, right? It's happening repeatedly. And then these men want to say, oh yeah, I'm spreading awareness. You're spreading a childlike mentality. You're spreading the lack of maturity, right? Because you don't even have a basic understanding of how to have a conversation. But yet, these are the same men who are the leaders of the Rimpire. That's the issue I have. And there needs to be more people who are willing to acknowledge it and willing to speak up about it. Like, yo, why are we moving this way? This is a crazy way that we should be socializing and engaging one another if the ultimate goal is to propel our community forward, right? This is a clown show. And a lot of these men, they're in their upper 20s, in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and they're still displaying this childish behavior. And yet, they got a problem with me speaking out against it. It's sick.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with you speaking out against it, right? I've actually kind of defended your position of why you do what you do. I have no problem with it. I'm open for conversations. I will say this on Fatty's part. This is just my opinion about it. I just don't think he respects you. So because when he asked you a direct question, you deflected and didn't answer it. And I'm not saying you always do that, but y'all conversations, I'm not privy to all of them.
But Aaron, no, how many questions did he ask me?
So I wasn't.
So he came in. So here's the thing, right? So here's what I want you to understand, Aaron. No, I'm very familiar when an interview or a conversation can quickly turn to an interrogation, right? Now, we understand that when you are attempting to interrogate someone, it's usually because they have committed some type of an atrocity.
Okay.
Right? And if that's not the case, right, then you should be engaging in a conversation, right? And when we engage in a conversation, I'm not going to dictate how Aaron O speaks. I'm not going to dictate how Aaron O answers questions, right? I'm going to ask the question and then I'm going to listen for an answer. And then if I need a clarifying question to ask, I'm going to ask a clarifying question, right? It doesn't matter if he respects me or not. I don't care about that, but I'm not going to respond to you when you are communicating to me in a disrespectful way. And then you expect me to respond to you in a way that you like to be responded to. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I've never had an issue with your position. I'm speaking to when I've seen him have respectful conversations with tons of people. If you meet him where he's so meaning, if I ask you a question and you answer. You ask me a question, I answer. Let that be the consistency. Don't ask me a question, I answer. Then I go to ask you a question and you don't answer. He don't like that experience.
But
And
but
it's like,
let's be genuine, Aaron. O. That's not what happened in this situation.
He
The
asked you.
situation just happened. No, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
And I shouldn't have to do this because you was here, or maybe you walked off. I don't. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
He at the grocery store.
Who knows where he's at?
He had to buy some milk. No,
So-
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm sorry. I'm just playing. I'm sorry. I apologize. Hey, come on, it's funny.
Well, I mean, I'm not too caught up on that. I let those two men deal with each other the way they want to deal with each other. That's what the men do. I mean,
Yeah,
it is what
and
it is.
that's-
The difference for me, Brittany, is that all men don't have to communicate the same, right?
I agree.
So that's what the difference is for me. That's how Fatty is. Because I've been in like conversation with guys who, while I'm talking right in the middle, they cut me off and like, nah, they got emotional. Let's just say
And
it's
you literally let it be like, go ahead. Like, you know, I've seen you do it.
yeah. So I'm saying in a sports situation, right? And they just, of course, they're gonna cut me off, of course, because that don't mean they ain't a man. That means when they communicate, they just like that. They extra aggressive. Man, you come on, they extra hysterical. You know what I'm saying? And there are guys that are
war.
there are guys
in a war.
that
You're
are
not in a war room right now. This
yeah. Well,
conversation wasn't war. It didn't need to be, you know, worry.
yeah. See,
Right,
see,
and that's
Oh, I
that's
thought you
what
said-
I'm saying. Aaron O. Right, I had a phone call I needed to attend to real quick, but I'm back. But
Yeah, it's cool.
listen, the way the conversation went today, right? I was in the middle of speaking, and then he jumped up, he interrupted and interjected, right? And then he had questions, right? I gave him grace with that, and then I even answered his first two questions, right? But then he would not stop or put himself under just a little bit of self-control or self-discipline to engage in a fruitful or honest conversation. So I am very aware when someone wants to have a conversation with me versus someone who wants to be combative or who wants to interrogate me, right? And to me, I'm not going to respond to you in the way that you want me to respond to you if we don't even have a baseline of respectful communication. At that point, Aaron O, is not fruitful for me to continue to engage in a conversation with you, right?
Wait,
and
I got a question, Branswell, real quick. If Aaron told you he was like, I don't think something, he said, I think he just don't respect you. You said, I don't care about that. Well, if you knew that, then those would just be people you don't converse with.
Right. But see, and that's the thing, Brittany. I can't control who jumps on a panel, right?
True, but you can control who you respond to.
Right. So
Okay.
I was giving him grace at first, right? But once I seen, where he was going, that maybe he didn't take his medicine today, I don't know. Once I seen that it was going left, that's when I said, okay, you want to talk about PH Diva, talk to her. Right. I'm tired. That's another thing I'm tired of people doing, right?
Wait. Before we don't even have to bring her up then, because you would have to talk about her to bring it up to say you're tired of talking about it. Aaron, this is the part where logic, Brownsville, he just gave an example of someone not respecting you. You said, I know that. My thing is protection 101 is if I already know the outcome, why would I do it at all? This is why I don't understand how men think, because you have an idea, and this is no slight to anybody. I'm just using it as an example. So, Fatty, I'm not even, but if Aaron says, I don't think the guy respects you, and you can say, I don't care about that. However, you can continue to say that how somebody talks to you or whatever is supposed to be a certain way. But if it doesn't have the baseline of respect, then the outcome is always going to be the same. It's going to be disrespect. So if you're saying I don't tolerate disrespect, the first thing in moving 10 steps ahead is not to talk to somebody who don't respect you at all. You can prevent all of this stuff. Again, this is why I don't like that. To me, that's logic to me, and that's protection to me. And I wouldn't talk to anybody who don't respect me, because the outcome is always disrespect. I'm not even giving you the opportunity to disrespect me. If you don't respect me, I'm going to prevent all of the outcomes by not engaging at all.
Right. So, and I'm glad you said that, so I can give you clarity on it, right? So in my day-to-day life, I'm used to conversing with people that don't respect me and that I don't respect, right? So I'm well versed in communicating with people where there's a lack of respect, right? But just because I have a lack of respect for someone, or someone has a lack of respect for me, that does not necessarily mean that we can't engage in a respectful conversation.
The root and foundation is respect.
But do you understand the distinction there?
I'm not doing it, so I'm just preventing it altogether, any outcomes.
Right. And I'm used to, so what I'm saying is the job that I do, right? I don't have that option to just
But you
run
do
away.
here. You do here now.
Right.
And
But
it's
I'm
not
not
running. It's not running to be preventative. If I can predict the outcome, what is the problem with not engaging or being preventative in the first place?
right. And I'm glad you said that, because you also use the word protection, right? So I don't feel that I'm in danger in any way.
I
Right.
use
So
it
I
for a
don't
foundational thought process. So I'm
okay.
saying that this principle can work in all aspects of life, because if I know that they shoot at a party, I'm just not going to go whether they shoot or not. The
Right. And
possibility of shooting is there, so I'm going to remove myself altogether. It could be a great party and I just didn't go. Oh well.
right. And the way I look at it online, I kind of look at it differently. Right. Number one, I'm the same person in real life as I am online. Right. I'm not playing a role. I'm not no actor. Right. I am who I am. You know what I'm saying? If I was to meet you in person, it's the same conversation that we would have in person that we're having right now online. Right. It's
Because
no
it's
different.
respectful. That's but
So no, but what I'm saying is, even in person, right? And see, that's the thing, right? There's certain, and I've spoken to this point before, right? There's certain ways that people are willing to communicate online that they would never communicate in person, right? Like, if I was to meet Fatty in real life, he would never say those things to me in real life.
yeah. But
I mean, I'm just being honest about it, right? It just wouldn't happen.
I get it. And that's a man thing you about to say. What I'm saying is a principle. If he can show you something now, that statement you just made wouldn't even exist. He would never meet you online if you use the principle I'm saying right now, that you're already showing me something. I don't even need to test it at all. It wouldn't have to be if I meet you. I'm not going to.
Right. And then I mean, I know some people are like that, right? But the way I am is I still continue to give grace and mercy, right? So even after this interaction I had with him today, that's not going to preclude me from having a respectful conversation with him tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
I get that part. I get that part.
And what I'm saying is, I'm not in any danger. I'm not in any fear. I don't have any reason to rage quit, right? I'm just not going to allow him to dictate my conversation. I'm not going to allow him to dictate how I speak. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I get it. I'm just a different type of preventative. That's all.
Right. I'm the type that every day of my life, since
Which
I
is
was
why I don't need
17 years
protection
old.
from nobody else, because that is wild.
I mean, I've always been a type, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I find it wild when, I listen to men, and, one of the men said, well, hey, why should I have to go into the burning building and save my family? Because you're the man of the house. What do you mean? Who else is supposed to do it? Right? Like,
wait. Should you save your family if you dislike them, don't like them, hate them, they treated you bad and you just haven't left yet? Like, would you still say yeah, still don't do it, or no?
Well, and that's the thing. And see, that's why I wanna, and I was real serious, Aaron, when I said, hey, I want to talk to the men who are in these types of dysfunctional marriages, right? Because it to me is illogical to be involved in a marriage to where that exists, to where you hate your spouse or you hate your children, and it's so dysfunctional that you don't want to leave, but you don't know how to stay it and make it right. Like, those are the people who really need to endure some sound doctrine, right? Because what happens is communication is the number one key to any type of successful relationship, Aaron. We have to understand how to communicate and how the person that we are communicating with ticks, right? And if we desire a bond or a friendship or a relationship, or even at the highest form of a relationship, a marriage or a covenant, then we should be invested in communicating with them effectively to where we have
No, not the sniper. Come on, not Aaron.
So the thing is, right? I think that I like the conversation between me and Brownsville, right? Because I want to be able to. I think what I do is I
miss that so much. I'm sorry, Aaron. I miss that. It's so hilarious, especially when you do it.
It's just those points that he wants to speak to, they don't work with me, so he tries to utilize me as like a portal, right? He's like, that's why he says, you ain't them, but you know them. So let me holler at you. But I don't think he's intimately experienced to what these people actually speak to, what they spend on, the differences, which ones, etc. Right? A lot of these guys are not speaking about their wives or their daughters, which does not take away from them identifying that, like, my son's not a criminal, my sister's not a criminal. However, I saw a criminal across the street. Can I identify and say I still see criminals?
Right.
Yes. Right. And that's the problem. I think that he doesn't realize he comes across, because other people can be disingenuous. I think he's struggling with the fact that he's disingenuous when Fatty legitimately says, hey, so does that mean I can't talk about relationships because I'm not in one? And we all know where he's going with that. And then he goes, exactly. So do you listen to some women that talk about relationships and they not in one? Yeah. Do you think her word is not valuable? And the answer to that question should be, yeah, she shouldn't be talking about relationships either. But he's not going to say that, right?
Yeah, that's what makes you lose the credibility of what you're saying, because you would have to just take the L and say, no, old girl can't talk, just like I don't believe you can talk. And then it would have to be fair and stand on that. That's okay too. But once you do the one or the other thing, now it's like, ouchie. So I would just take the L. If I don't believe old boy can talk, I don't believe old girl can talk, and neither one of them can talk. And that would have to be the stance. And only us married people can talk about whatever the point is as far as like what he wants to talk about. So,
but his conversations would dissolve. Like Fatty said, if you can't speak about the man that you speak about that's doing the complaining, what you gonna talk about?
And I wish he would have just answered the question.
But here's the problem, Brittany. He would have to.
No, just like
listen.
No, just messing with you.
I'm. Don't worry. I'm not. Have you seen him display anything else beyond those conversations?
As far as like,
have you seen him speak about anything else beyond speaking to those men? Like, can he speak to something else outside of those men?
So the answer to your first question is no. Have I seen? No, only because I lack the involvement into the space here and there, you know what I'm saying, especially these last couple of weeks. Can he speak to other things? The answer is yes.
Okay, now we'll use your sound and logic. Do you think he will speak to other things?
It would have to be a personal opinion, and the answer is no.
Okay, so that's the thing, right? Because like when Fatty says, regardless if you like Fatty,
Hold on. He said, well, I apologize. He did. Well, I think that's 10 steps ahead with the whole on my channel. I'm going to show my family because that's going to.
That's a bad idea.
It is. However, it is, but because we're in the danger zone and war zone, it would be a bad idea. It's not wise at all. But that would be the answer. I'm going to show y'all what a family looks like, which again, bad idea. But
yeah, but the problem, this is the problem that I have.
Not because you have a bad family or anything like that. It's just that now you're in a space where you have to think protection beyond your conversation, Brownsville. And that's me just saying it.
That's you leading. That's you leading him like
I'm
the woman
sorry.
you're supposed to be, raising above his leadership. Okay,
But
Black
that's me being
Don.
aware. That's my awareness. And then, you know what I'm saying? I know where I'm at. I'm aware. There's just certain things you don't do.
Shout out to Black Don. He says, quotation marks. I like having conversation with Brownsville. Quick happen. You would rather ish in your hands and clap. That's a little disgusting, actually.
Sheesh.
That's how bad it is talking to Brownsville. I don't think it's that bad, y'all. I don't know why y'all. I don't have the same issues with him that everybody else has. So but then again, I'm used to speaking with people that's like this. It's fun for me.
Entertainment wise, Aaron.
Yes.
Everybody, Fatty, Sharon, Brownsville, you guys do a great job at jabbing. And the jabs are subtle and they're beautiful within the conversation. So it has the emotional boom behind it to try to get another type of response instead of being able to stay to the conversation, which is the whole proving that I'm more stoic because I just jabbed you. I want to see if you're going to respond or stay in the conversation. I mean, come on, I'm a Fight Club host. I see this shit.
Hey, Brittany. So
yes.
Can I add a little bit of clarity? Because I heard y'all speaking when I was in backstage.
I know you were there. I was speaking to you as well. I knew you was hearing. So I hope
Can you acknowledge GBGville for supporting the Brownsville fund?
Well, GBGville, see, and that's the thing, right? Like
Jesus,
I like
it.
Granville. Like Granville, right, is a guy that I speak to and about, right? And he speaks to and about me. But we have an understanding of one another, right? So I think that's why he would pay to bring me back up, right? But I want to just give Brittany some clarity about me, right? And my coming into this space, right? I was on vacation with my cousin Sharon, right? In December, right?
Okay.
We were all on family vacation. And while we were on family vacation, this was in December, he said, hey, cuz, he said, listen, I started this YouTube channel and I want you to check it out, man, and see, you know, if you could support me in it. I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't know nothing about it, right? I didn't know any of this stuff on YouTube actually existed, right? So while we was on vacation,
oh my God. Come on. No. Oh my God.
Basically, Brownsville was explaining how he got into this space. And I've heard this, I've heard his reasoning, right?
I've heard it from you, and I just wanted to get it from his mouth.
From the horses. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I didn't want to say, oh, I already know, because it wouldn't be fair to him. So I would want
that's true, because it's secondhand information. And you know, your memory is much better than mine.
Yeah, but he's actually given the moment, the organicity of how he came to this space. He's given us the origin story. So
true. What is the obsession with this Brownsville, man? They want the origin story, huh? Shout out to GBGville.
Yeah. So as I was saying, Brittany, right?
Yes.
So while we was on vacation together, that's when I first even signed into YouTube and like opened up an account with YouTube. This was in December, right? So after vacation, I got home and then I just started listening to his channel, right? And I just started hearing all of these dudes and the way they were speaking and the way they were speaking to women and about women. And I was flabbergasted. I'm like, man, this can't be real. What is going on? Right? Because what was transpiring online is not what I'm accustomed to in real life. Even in my job, which I deal with a lot of craziness every single day, right? When I'm at work. I'm like, man, this is wild, like behavior. Why is this happening, right? So as I was listening and hearing these guys and I was hearing these terms, some of them for the first time, like red pill men. I've already knew about the incels because of my job. And then manosphere men, right? That was for the first time. I didn't know who the manosphere was or the red pill was, but I knew of incels, right? But I hear these men get online identifying themselves as these characters, and then they all shared an ideology, a thought process to disrespect women and to talk badly about women, right? And the men were championing these guys, right? Cheering these guys on, like, yeah, you know, when these guys would get into disrespectful diatribes with females. And I'm like, man, I didn't grow up this way. And I'm from Brownsville, one of the roughest and toughest areas in the world to grow up in the late 80s, early 90s, you know? So it was just mind-boggling to me. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna lend my voice, you know, to kind of speak truth to power, so to speak, and let men, women, and children who might be listening know that all of us don't engage in conversation this way, right? That this is not normal behavior, right? And I was at first, I was shocked from the pushback that I was receiving, because I thought that most people would understand that, yeah, it's a problem when we see grown men communicate this way. And I put it on the men, right? Because men are supposed to be the leaders, and nobody's gonna ever like dissuade me from that ideology, that thought process, right?
That's cool.
We're supposed to set the example. We're supposed to take charge. We're supposed to maintain a higher standard, right? In real life, you know, a man ain't supposed to be talking to women crazy. Like, that makes that man. I encounter that.
With me, Britt.
My bad.
Anytime I encounter that in real life, right? It makes it's cringy. I'm like, what is wrong with this dude? He don't even understand how weak he looks speaking to a woman like this. That doesn't make you look like a strong man. That's why you don't see male boxers fighting female boxers. That's why typically you don't see male wrestlers wrestling female wrestlers. You don't. Go ahead, Brittany.
So I get the origin. So thank you for that story. Now I don't have to say I heard it secondhand. I think my I won't say my only issue, because I've been here longer. Me and Aaron, we hosted Fight Club. So obviously in the name, you can hear it. Boom, there it is. I can also understand that the internet is the internet. And as I've gone through my time here, this is a place where people get away from the real world, sort of say. And during conversations, I wish people would take gender out of it, because at that point it's a battle of the minds. But that's a different conversation because you said battling, and I just brought up the fact that at that point we're battling mentality and ideology and your words. There shouldn't be a level of man or woman if it's mental, but that's different. So when have you ever like separated your upbringing from the internet as far as like coming to this space? Never.
So that's a good question, Brittany. I don't. And that's why I prefaced what I was saying by saying, hey, if I was to meet you in real life, we would have the same exact conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't change, and I don't understand that mentality to change when you get on the internet and morph into a different character, like you're a Power Ranger. I don't get it. I don't understand that. Now, I understand you going into fantasy world, like when you're playing video games. I used to play video games when I was young. I don't indulge in that as an adult, but I know some adults do, right? So I understand that, right? I understand, but to me, on the internet, because the internet, everybody has access to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I would feel differently if there was just a certain part of the internet that had limited access to where you can actually get on there, do whatever you want, and nobody who don't believe in whatever you believe in has access to receive that information.
That exists.
Does it exist on YouTube?
Yes. Like most people click the button to come to my show. It don't normally just pop up on a watchable access. Like you have to click the actual thing to go, what they talk about there.
Yeah.
So
right, but see, that's not.
Yeah. You're speaking to viral things, right? Some things that are viral.
No. So what I'm speaking to, Aaron, specifically, right? So it's different. If for instance, right, you gotta pay for a video game, right? Once you pay for that video game, then you can play it. But before you pay for that video game, you can't play it, right? So you're limited in terms of your access to that game. The same for a movie, right? You might see the preview on TV of the movie, but in order to maintain full access to that movie, you got to pay for it, right? There's something you have to do to gain access to the movie. Mm-hmm. On the internet and on YouTube, there's very little you have to do in order to gain access to information, right?
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying, right? So anybody, so let's say it could be a matter of fact, I've even heard on a panel, right? A young girl, like 14, 15, got up there and was saying, yeah, I listened to the space and this and that and this and that. And
who let a 14-year-old on a panel?
All right, stop.
Yeah, okay, my bad. All right,
Let's
I'm gonna get out of
there.
there.
Let's not go that route.
All right.
But what I'm saying is, Brittany, right? When somebody hits the link to join the conversation, there's really, to my knowledge, I don't know if there's really a vetting process to see if people who they are, what they say that, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so Brownsville, I can speak to that. So this origin of this space, us, all of the content creators, we came from a space that allowed everybody to come up on a panel. So it's kind of our foundational thought process. Nobody actually has closed panels, or the open panel concept is kind of what we built this space on. So even Fight Club was open panel. There was no limited access to entry. Anybody could come up, anybody could speak. And I think every channel from anybody, they drop the link and anybody can come up. And I think that's what you're speaking on. So it's not necessarily, I think it's just the foundation of this space. Because you can go to other spaces where they don't allow it at all.
Right. And this space was my introduction to YouTube.
Okay.
Right.
So then that's why you have to learn the organicity of the space first.
Well, all right. I know I'm not interested in this origin story. Sorry.
That's not.
So
origin stories are the best.
Let's get back to the nitty-gritty, right? Let's get back to the actual breakdown, right? Men are different. We are not the same. You believe that I should have a standard on men. Like, okay, let me give you an example. I don't really care if a man is complaining about girls that don't like him and not dealing with the girls that do like him. All right, look, you're picking a mess with a girl and she's showing you she don't like you. You still want to deal with it. I'm like, all right, we told you, and you still doing it. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I don't care, right?
But my issue, Aaron, is that you do have a standard for people who have a problem with dudes complaining about that.
So I don't actually have a standard. You just called it a standard, right? So
okay.
So it's not an actual standard. I'm telling you, I don't care either way. However, I recognize, right? So there's a thing about men genuinely complaining and whining because that's just who they are and that's what they want to do. Fine. But men pretending like they actually care and claiming that's real men. That's what real men do. That part becomes problematic.
Why do you call that pretending? Why?
I'm about to.
Okay, sorry. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Not why. Why is defensive? What makes that pretending?
I'm not defensive from you because you know.
No, I'm saying, but I already know why is a defensive.
Yeah, I get it. So the reason why is that when I have conversations with people, even me knowing myself, the realest people, which I do that in a little quotation mark, are not on the internet. The ones that we say those are exactly how you should conduct yourself. Those are men's men. They go to work, mind their business. They are not on the internet. They ain't stopping by putting out every single fire. They focus on what they know is a good idea. Because some fires, they know you doing that on purpose. You just making little fires to get my attention. That's minuscule. That's not worth it, right? They are not going to come on here to police men that they know they actually can't police, right?
So I got a question.
Okay.
So this is funny. So hold with me. You're saying you don't care and you think that the men who claim that they do are pretending. So are you saying men don't care about other men? Now that's question number one. And if question number one is yes or no, because that's fine. Why do men care about women? Because if you don't, because now I'm gonna have to go with Fatty, and that's weird.
Most men don't care about other men.
But so why care about women? What is it about women? If you are a man, what is it about caring about a woman if you're not caring at all? The care. I just want to, you can tell me, because I think the whole space is simps anyway, but go ahead, you can answer that.
Okay, so why do men care about women?
And not care about men? If your premise, because the first question is men wouldn't care at all. Because you called it pretending to care.
On the internet.
On the internet. But you said the men that are really outside, they minding their business. Minding your business.
No, I'm saying, yeah, they're minding their business and they're focusing on what they are focusing on outside of the internet. That's
meaning not making
even if they're helping people, even if they got a whole congregation, a church, all those things, they're actually they are not pulling out the camera and go, watch me read to the third graders. I'm just
okay, got it.
Aaron, no. But see,
here's
the thing is we gotta have a genuine conversation, right?
Hold on, Brownsville. I did ask some questions. So if that is your answer, because I misunderstood, then the second question you can let it go.
Okay.
Because the way you worded
I get it.
Was that they don't care at all.
You know why, Brittany? Because I get cut off the most on my own show. That's how it happens. I try to complete the full thought because I know how it sounds, but until I complete it, it's going to be responsive. But Brownsville don't want to hear from me. He wants to drill me on what he want to drill me. Go ahead, Mr. Brownsville. What is it? What is it? The problem?
And it sounded like Brownsville was doing exactly. Oh, now let me get out of there.
So I apologize for cutting you off, my brother.
No problem.
So that's first and foremost. You can go ahead and complete your thought.
Okay, no problem. I'll try to be quick. So I'm saying I believe those guys, right? They don't genuinely expect a change from the internet. The real, I mean, the guys that I'm the real, we real men, they don't genuinely expect to change men on the internet from complaining about women. Unless they're going to put money in their pockets, they're going to actually give them something tangible in which they can actually shift their life. Because most people like, all right, what you gonna do to help me? Well, brother, I got these words for you. All right, cool. That can work to some, but for those words, those guys usually have to come to you. You don't usually pop out and say, hi, I'm here now. Listen, they usually find you, right? You don't go seeking them out, right? That's typical, right? And I'm saying those guys that are complaining about the guys that are complaining about the girls, right? I don't believe those guys genuinely expect things to change. I don't believe they're getting into the situation like, yeah, I know that I'm about to get on here and change. I don't think they think those men are going to change. I just think they have a desire to be like, I'm going to show you how to deal with those men. They ain't going to change, but they're going to have to deal with me. And that's what I see actually happening. So, and I'm just like, that's more realistic. But to pretend like an actual change is going to happen and they're doing these activities to support women and to actually want change and put better men out to me, I have not seen no conducive evidence of that. I ain't seen that at all. Brownsville, you can go ahead.
All right. So I heard what you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think you're kind of being a little bit disingenuous to what's really taking place. It started out with these Rim brothers simply complaining about women, right? But it has morphed way beyond that. It's no longer just men complaining about women on the internet. I'm talking about daily. There's men flat out verbally abusing women on the internet. And I can give you an example that happened last night on your show, right? Where the brother by the name of the Red Pill Ranger, or maybe it was 2 nights ago.
Oh yeah, I was about to say I was live yesterday. I'm like, dang, I'm messing up these days right now. Go ahead. Go ahead. I got you.
2 nights ago, there was a man by the name of the Red Pill Ranger. He got up on your show. Venus got up on your show, and they had a disagreement, and then immediately he's just started to verbally abuse her to the point where she just left. Right?
Yes.
This is happening on a daily basis to where men are in these spaces and they're taking it upon themselves to verbally abuse women. They're also taking it upon themselves to sexually objectify women, right? Without even knowing if these women are consenting to that type of behavior or not, right? And then we've also seen instances to where this type of behavior and rhetoric by some of these actors are starting to leave the internet and actually commit crimes in real life. Specifically, I'm talking about the incels, right? So it's not just.
I think you do that type of stuff on purpose, Brownsville.
It's not just that these Rim brothers, right, are complaining or merely they're just, well, these women aren't doing this, these women aren't doing that. No, this space is not about men complaining. This space has morphed into men just flat out abusing women.
Okay,
right?
all right. Hold on one second.
And now we have to have an opposing voice, right? To say, no, listen, that's not how men conduct themselves, or that's not how men are supposed to conduct themselves.
Okay, well, give me 1 second because I need to catch up on these super chats, and we're gonna respond to your statement. I'm gonna bring my brother Angry Man here in just a moment. Because just the stuff you be saying, man. Stuff you be saying. Jack says, Fatty had a point about who can speak on topics. He actually didn't say who couldn't speak. He was trying to prove that they're going to double talk and say, men can't speak, but we the leaders, but y'all let these women say whatever they want, be disrespectful and call them queen and all these type of things, which he would be very accurate about the inconsistencies. Timeout says, well, he is consistent. He said he's in the laws enforcements, and he is here to police the space to enforce his standards. Okay? Jack says, also, this is Bville's fault. entirely and forever. Yeah, they ain't gonna stop no time soon. Chris J says principles work online and in real life. Nobody claimed it didn't. Tea Leaf says, Aaron, even my situation, which was very popular in our space for a couple of weeks, it didn't go viral and it died off. No one talks about it. The impact is not as great as we think it is. My brother AM said, is this a closed panel? Absolutely not. Not if you ask. I know that we don't play that over here. This angry man. Okay? And my shout out to Grown Man Talking says, peace to Aaron on the panel. Much love to the chat. Matthew Pearson put me on. Shout out to Mr. Matthew Pearson, Mr. I'm not buying no SoFi. Appreciate you for making sure you get the word out how we rocking out over here. AM, I don't know if you've been listening to some of the nonsense Brownsville been spewing here.
Oh, stop it.
No, I'm gonna call it how it is. Because he's presenting ideas, and I don't know where he got them from, and he's claiming this is what these people represent. The false claim of people in these spaces going out and doing these crimes is insanity. I don't know which guys in this space is going out and doing those crimes. Criminals are criminals, sir.
Well, my thing with Brownsville is I've heard him a couple of times now making a lot of misinformed statements about the space, which is to be expected because you've only been around here for a while. A little short while. Am I right?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay, so you're doing something, brother, that you might not even realize you're doing, but you're actually doing something that white people do. If you look at the black community, there's a portion of black people that commit crimes, engage in all types of foolishness and effery, and that's what gets highlighted in the news. That's what gets highlighted in order to paint a narrative. You come to the space and what you're doing is you're latching on to the dudes in the space that are on the extreme end of the spectrum. And then you're taking that group and you're trying to say that group represents the entire space. And it's really unfair.
Hey, so first of all, peace and love to you, Angry Man. Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So
real quick before Brownsville go, AM, he from New York, so he might get on this like, hey, I got this for sale, $5. You know how that goes. So I just want to let you know before it even starts, he might be trying to sell you something.
Come on,
dang, that's cold-blooded, Aaron.
So I still don't understand. So what is it you say that white people do?
They pathologize black behavior in order to paint a narrative and a stereotype that most black people are criminals and degenerates. And you're kind of painting a narrative. You're kind of pathologizing the space and painting a narrative that the vast majority of the dudes that are in this space are only here for the purpose of bashing women.
Okay, so I understand that comparison that you just made. I don't think is accurate. Because for one, I never said all men. I specifically pointed to these Rim brothers who are engaged in this nefarious activity.
But what does RIM stand for? Give me what the acronym stands for.
Red pill men.
Okay.
Incel men.
Okay.
Manosphere men.
Okay, so guess what? Everything that you just named, like there's a discrepancy in that statement in and of itself. Because number one, all red pill or manosphere men are not necessarily incels. That's number one. Number two, manosphere is synonymous with red pill. So you're kind of being redundant when you say that. And if you don't understand what the purpose of this was, the purpose of the manosphere was originally, the black manosphere was for black men to speak truth to power and combat the negative imagery that has been perpetuated in the media about black men, which also has been perpetuated by black women to a large degree, going all the way back to the late 70s with the emergence of that first black feminist book that probably was written by that freaking white chick and not the actual black chick that wrote it. But ever since then, you then start to get media that paints black men in a very negative light. You get The Color Purple, you get R&B music that pretty much degrades black men. You get these daytime talk shows that degrade black men, and the black male image has been destroyed over the past 40 to 50 years. So you have a lot of brothers that have came to these spaces and said, look, those images and that type of propaganda is not necessarily true. And the problem with it is because that propaganda has been propagated across media, you have a lot of women, black women specifically, that view black men in a very negative light. So even when the black men try to have conversations with black women about the issues of the community, they're being met with disrespect. And where you're coming from, it seems like you believe that any type of criticism or critique of black women is disrespect. And that's part of the problem.
So number one, I understand how you framed your argument when you made the comparison to how black men have been marginalized in society, right? And I agree with that statement. However, when it comes to the internet, specifically when it comes to the red pill men or the manosphere men, right? You said that there was a goal. The goal was to promote black men to be better and to improve, right?
Definitely.
However, when I jumped online and was introduced to red pill men and manosphere men, they wasn't speaking to that goal. What they were doing was engaging in conversations with women and disrespecting them. What they were doing was engaging in conversations about women in a disrespectful way. See, you framed it as, well, they're just criticizing them. But no, that's not what's happening. And maybe you're not aware of what's happening because I rarely see you on the panels or, you know, when these things are taking place. So you might not be aware. But every time, and I mean in every space I go to, I see it. To where they would either paint a false narrative about black women specifically and put them in a negative light, or when they're engaging in conversation with black women, it always resorts to disrespect, sexual objectification, or denigrating them in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And I'm not saying that all of them are doing it at once, right? But one apple can spoil the batch.
Okay, but here's where the problem come in, all right? So you're coming into a space that has been here for 10 plus years. And you're judging a space based off of your interaction with the space. So it's basically like somebody coming in, it's basically like somebody hearing hip hop for the first time right now, and then saying that hip hop is trash because you have a lot of music out right now that doesn't really have any substance to it. So when you're judging the space based off of what it has grown into, because once it has grown into a larger space, you're going to have all sorts of sects and sections and varying degrees of temperaments. But the entire purpose of the space was the improvement of the black male image, but also to try to fix the relationship between black men and black women and actually speak to what the issues are supposed to be. Like prime example, if it wasn't for brothers here in these spaces pointing out different studies, guess what? The consensus across the culture, black culture, would be that black men are still deadbeat fathers, that black men are still men that don't take care of their children. That is something that has been perpetuated for a very long time. But brothers have come here and said, no, did you see the study from the CDC that proved we're actually the best fathers? We're actually in our children's lives more than any other group of men, even if we don't live in the household. So it depends on who you're watching. It depends on what content you're consuming. Because if you go over and you consume, say, a Fresh and Fit, of course you're going to get a negative opinion about the space. If you don't go to a content creator like, say, Dr. Tiasan Johnson.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, right? But you're speaking to the positive of the space as you know it, right? And what I'm saying is we also got to pay attention to the negative, because the negative is really negative. Like, for example, you mentioned how it was men in this space who corrected the personification of Black men not being good fathers, and that they show statistics and data that disprove that, right?
Yeah.
But now on the negative end, you got these Rim brothers going on panels and they're painting a false narrative that Black women are the least what word did they use? The
least desired.
Least desired. Yes, they're the least desired woman on the planet, right? And then also you use that rap comparison, and I'm really glad you did that, Angry Man, because Nas, right, from Queensbridge, shout out to Queensbridge, he once said hip hop was dead. He said that for a reason, right? Because in his eyes, the people who were representing hip hop at that time was represented in the wrong way. And what I'm telling you, Angry Man, is the people who are representing Red Pill and Manosphere in this space at this time is not represented in the way that you're saying the goal was to represent it.
Okay, but here's the thing. I wasn't speaking to the positive of the space. I was speaking to the diversity of the space. Anytime you have any type of organization or platform or space that is small, grassroots, of course it's going to remain on one particular path. But once something is successful and it starts to grow, you're going to get different sects. You're going to get different sections. You're going to get some people that are more extreme than others. So my thing is, you are choosing to focus on the most negative of the space. And hell, maybe that's your mission. Maybe that's what you want to do. You feel what I'm saying? What I'm saying to you is that it is unfair that you take that section, you take that group of negativity or that group that is extreme, and then you extrapolate that across the entire space, which includes the brothers that actually are positive, that actually are doing something constructive, even if they do have harsh criticisms for Black women, because at the end of the day, just because you harshly criticize something does not mean you hate it. In fact, it's the opposite. When you harshly criticize something because you see that it's going down a destructive path, you're critiquing because you want to see it change. You want to see a difference in it.
And Angry Man, see, I'm glad you said that, man. I'm really enjoying this conversation with you, because that's what I feel like I'm doing. I'm levying harsh criticism to these Rim brothers because I want to see them change the era in their ways, right? Because from what your perspective, you're saying, well, it's just a minority. But what I'm telling you, in my opinion, and based on what I've seen in this space, it's the majority of these brothers who are engaging in this nefarious communication style, right? And let me ask you a question, Angry Man. Do you believe in your ideology that it is alpha male, like an alpha male is the type of male who would lower his standard in order to engage with a woman who's being disrespectful to him? For instance, if a woman is disrespectful to a man, do you believe that that's alpha male energy for that man to then lower his standard and respond to that woman in a disrespectful way in kind, and then go into a disrespectful diatribe to where there's total dysfunction and toxicity?
In most cases, alpha males don't care enough about a woman's opinion to even engage in that. However, if you're dealing with a sigma male might actually engage in that conversation to critique what's being said a beta male is definitely going to do that, and any of the other lower levels are definitely going to do that.
Right. Well, I'm glad you said that for the world to hear, because I had a red pill man just yesterday tell me that no, that's what alpha males do. Alpha male, right? And he's a red pill leader in this space. He said alpha male, when a woman disrespects him, he has to disrespect her back the same way to put her in order. When a woman violates you physically, that alpha male has to violate her physically to put her in order. These are the expressions and the communication that these red pill men, these manosphere men, these incel men, this is what they're saying.
I don't know. Well, I don't know who said that. I really don't even want to know who said that. But at the end of the day, an alpha male is not going to let a woman run over top of him. If she does something disrespectful, he's going to correct her. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get physical, and it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get belligerent, but he's not going to allow her to just openly disrespect him. He might say something to her like, yo, chill. That I don't even rock like that. So I don't know. Again, this goes back to what I said. You're referring to extremes. You feel what I'm saying? You're referring to extremes. And you may not realize it, but you're also on the extreme. You're on the opposite end of that extreme, because I've heard you say numerous times that these men saying whatever to women is disrespectful. But whoever said that, you can't sit here and say that all women deserve automatic respect any more than you can say that all men deserve automatic respect. I think that's a case-by-case basis. I think that's based on your character. Respect is earned. It's not something that's just a given.
So let me challenge that, Angry Man. So let's say you own a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got a client or maybe a future business partner come into your establishment. You don't know them. You don't have any experience with them. Are you telling me you're not going to grant them the baseline of respect?
No, what I'm telling you is I'm not going to disrespect them.
Right.
You can see, this is what people don't realize. You don't have to respect somebody to avoid disrespecting them.
Right.
There's a different, like if like you look at Aaron O, I have a great deal of respect for Aaron O, right?
Me too. I do too.
So when I come up here, I'm going to give Aaron O his due respect because I respect him. Now, I might go to somebody else's panel that I don't know like that. I can't say I respect them the way I respect Aaron O, but I'm not going to go out of my way to disrespect them. You get what I'm saying?
Right. And I totally agree. And I also totally agree. And that's the message that I had. Hey, there's other ways to control the situation when you're engaged in a conversation with a woman that's going left, right? You can set the tone. You could de-escalate the situation. You could just move in your masculinity and just take control of the room. Just like you said, hey, I don't rock like that. I respect women. I don't, lower my standard to get into a disrespectful diatribe with a female. There's a multitude of ways you can,
or you can avoid it altogether.
But you also have to, but you, and I get the standard that you're trying to hold men to, but the only way that works, it has to be a two-way street. You have to hold women to a standard as well. So if a man is getting angry and belligerent because a woman is on the panel disrespecting him, yeah, you can say, well, the dude could have dealt with it better to de-escalate it, but at the same time you also have to hold that woman accountable for agitating the situation or being disrespectful to him. That has to be a two-way street.
Well, so I disagree with that, and the way I look at it is online, right? It is not my place to correct a woman, right? I believe men are supposed to correct women in their tribe, right? So their family members, their spouse, their daughters, their sisters, their cousins, the people who are seeking advice from them, right? Men are supposed to correct those women. I also believe that the women who are are should get advice from their counselors, their clergy, and those kind of things, right? But I believe when it comes to the internet, women should correct women and men should correct men, right? Because I believe that it has divulged, the gender war per se has divulged into a certain toxicity that the men aren't showing the necessary benevolence that it takes to correct woman, and therefore the women have become desensitized to correction from men on the internet because of that.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing. Women most certainly are supposed to correct other women. Often in this day and age, they do not. However, at the same time, when it comes to hierarchy, you can correct whoever's at your level or whoever's under your level, right? And the way I was brought up that the hierarchy goes like this: God, man, woman, child. So the men most certainly have not only the ability, but the responsibility to correct women if they're out of line and they're bugging out. They don't have to do it in a messed up way. I agree with that, but that responsibility is still there. That's part of leadership.
Right. And I totally agree with that. But I make the distinction between online and in real life for the simple reason that it hasn't been done properly for so long that anybody, so if someone is a slave, right, and you're trying to correct the slave, but they're used to getting beaten so often, they can't determine a correction from a beating. At that point, they become desensitized to whatever form of correction you're trying to bring them to. That's what I'm saying. The red pill men, the incel men, the manosphere in this space has divulged this community too, right?
But in that analogy, you have to acknowledge that the person is already not in their right state of mind if they're a slave. You have to acknowledge that, okay, if the slave is used to a harsh type of punishment, and then you come to them trying to talk to them in a rational way without the harsh punishment, they don't want to listen. That's not the issue of the person that's trying to give a rational correction. That is the issue of the person who has a slave mentality.
Well, I have a question for Brownsville, right? What is the standard of women? I've heard you give the standard of how men should be, how men should conduct their responsibilities to society, right? What is the standard and responsibility level of women so that me as a man, even though I can't correct them, I could identify and go, oh, that's a positive woman contributing to society and maintaining her woman standards. Can you give me something in which I can go by, since you are about giving people information and knowledge and putting them on the right path?
So I believe the standard is the Proverbs 31 woman. That's what I believe the standard of a woman should be. And it's a high standard. And if you don't understand what Proverbs 31 is, you can put it up and read it.
Do you have anything that's not biblically based?
Oh, y'all want additional?
Well, no. Well, before you give that, let me just you're speaking to only people that abide by the Bible. Those other women who don't do it, you don't have a standard for them, right? So for example,
no. So
okay.
that's where you got me wrong.
I'm not trying to be wrong. I'm asking.
Because what I'm saying, if you read the tenets of a Proverbs 31 woman, it doesn't mean that they have to be a follower in order to have some of those virtues. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, I believe that you ask me, what do I believe? So you ask what my belief is. What do I believe the standard of a woman should be? What should a woman aspire to be? Right? Mm-hmm. And that's why I pointed you to Proverbs 31.
But you also said the woman doesn't have to be a follower to have those attributes, but to even know those attributes, you have to be a follower. So,
what do you mean? Explain that. Expand on that.
Meaning, I would have to be a follower of Christ to even know what Proverbs 31 is, to understand what it is.
Right.
And then you said you don't have to be a follower to follow those standards, but in order to know those standards, you have to have had been a follower.
Yes and no. You don't necessarily, because there's people who aren't followers of Christ or Christians per se that have read the Bible and understand the tenets of the Bible, right?
Then that means so if I follow the Bible, I'm a follower.
Well, but Brittany B,
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Brittany, because at the end of the day, everybody is a follower at some point, even leaders. So this idea of not like it, I noticed that this idea of not following in this day and age is only being applied to the women.
And I was talking about the biblical foundation, Angry Man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying, but what it is that there's this discussion around. It's the discussion around should women be following men. There's pushback against that, and it's ridiculous because even men have to follow. So it's really, for me, it's really annoying because you have brothers that will quote the Bible and they'll quote all of these different things, but they kind of shy away from the biblical references to the Jezebel, the biblical references to the woman that is out of place, the woman that is not following, the woman that is not doing what they're supposed to do.
but we also miss out on God when we do all of that conversation. So a lot of times, I apologize, Angry Man, because
no, you good.
A lot of times we bring in the Bible and then we leave out God. So we know that this space is mixed. And so once we start bringing in the biblical based ideologies, you should either understand that, hey, I'm either going to just be who I am and let the people follow me if they follow me. And you can't push it because everybody's not living off of that. I know that Aaron asked Brownville, what does he think? So he did answer correctly. I do agree with that. However, that's why I asked, what are your attributes for people who don't follow the biblical based theory? Because that has a lot of things attached to it that's a whole different type of ideology. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the reason I asked, I'll be quick, AM. The reason I asked is because it's like we acting like women are invisible people and they don't exist, right? And we have a uniformity standard for how men need to operate. And for women, it's Now he gave what he believes, right? He went biblical on that, right? And so when women are not conducting themselves as such, right? Am I allowed to treat them lower than, since the standard is up here, you a lower standard, like we can charge for different prices, right? Am I allowed to treat them lesser than someone that is, because those are lesser men or weak men who don't conduct themselves the way that the strong men that Brownville wants to highlight. So we treat them differently. I want to know, are we allowed to, with his blessing, to treat those women who don't act accordingly that way lesser than, and be, I don't know, maybe a tad bit less appreciative of them and all those things? Are we allowed to find ways to separate them? That's what I was trying to get into.
That's a good question, Aaron. No, but I wanted to kind of respond to Brittany B. I didn't want to leave her hanging with a question.
No.
It was a good question.
Yeah, that's fine. Respond to what you want. There's no problem.
So I believe, Brittany B., that in order to ever become a good leader, you first have to be a good follower. And that's for all mankind, right? We have to, in order to even level up in leadership, we have to follow, right? So ultimately, in my opinion, all of us should strive to be good followers so that we can obtain the worthy status of leadership. To respond to you, Aaron O. No. So I believe that a man, specifically the man that Angry Man's talking about, the masculine man, the alpha male, the strong man, he should never lower his standard to the point to where he moves his masculinity in order to meet that femininity with disrespect. Right? So what I'm saying is, the way Angry Man said, oh, this is how you're supposed to correct people, I totally agree with that. The problem is, and the reason why on the internet I don't do it, because I understand the nature of this space to the point to where I don't want to cause further pain to what's already been done. So that's why I'm appealing to the men who I feel like should be aspiring to be leaders, right?
But by that logic, you're brother, you're kind of contradicting yourself, because by that logic, you're ignoring the pain of the men. You're coming, you said you're coming here, you're critiquing the men, right? But by the same analogy you use as the slave analogy, you're saying, oh, the women have been beat up by the men so harshly that they don't understand regular criticism or whatever, so you just fall back on it. But what you're not realizing is the women have only been getting beat up by criticism from the men for about 10 plus years. The men have been getting beat up by criticism from the women for 50 years.
Well, and see, Angry Man, and this is how I feel about men, right? I appeal for men to be stoic, right? Like, I look at men the way I looked at Gladiator or the movie 300, or when I looked at Malcolm X and I read his book, or when I read literature on Marcus Garvey, or when I read literature on MLK, right? I desire for men to look on the path to follow strong men and understand the power of stoicism and how you can put yourself in a situation to where you can maintain a higher level of self-control, a higher level of self-discipline, a higher level of emotional intelligence, right? To where
do you realize that all of the men that you named, whether they were from a fictitious movie or real life, do you realize all of those men had a very negative, messed up outcome?
It's not about, see, I don't look at it like that. No, what do you mean a messed up outcome? If you're talking about death, we're all gonna die.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is you look at Gladiator, Maximus Decimus Meridius. He was betrayed. He had all types of goofy stuff happen to him. And then he lost his life after all of that goofy stuff happened. You look at brother Malcolm X, he was betrayed. He had a bunch of goofy stuff happen to him, and then his outcome was death. You look at Leonidas from 300, he was betrayed. He had a bunch of goofy. See, the common theme is this: when a man is stoic to the degree that he does not open his mouth and speak out about the things that's going wrong against him, and he's being a sacrificial lamb, his fate is always going to be the same. His fate is always going to be the same, which means that he's only going to be celebrated when he's no longer here, when he's dead and gone. In other words, he's only going to be appreciated in his absence. And that's part of the reason the men in these spaces don't want to go that route, because they're tired of being the sacrificial lambs.
Well, Angry Man, see, I disagree with that point, because I believe that Leonidas, Maximus, Malcolm X, MLK, Marcus Garvey, they were not only appreciated well after their death, they were also appreciated while they were living.
That's
right?
the baby.
But, however, they maintained the higher standard and a higher purpose, because they understood that, listen, it's not all about me, right? So I believe a good tenet for every man to put in his value system is selfless service, right? It's not all about you.
Okay,
right?
but
What are you going to do to further mankind?
But guess where the missing component is at, right? Sister Betty Shabazz held Malcolm X down.
Right.
Coretta held Dr. King down.
Right.
Leonidas' wife held. The women of today are not doing that.
Are you married, Angry Man?
Yes.
Is your wife holding you down?
Yes.
My wife is holding me down too, brother. So I disagree.
But
the women are doing that.
Wait a minute. But you can't do that, brother, because our situations are few and far between. We represent a very low percentage of the male population. You can see that in the numbers.
Well,
That's
and I disagree with that. And that's why I appealed before I came to speak today. I put in a super chat. I want to speak to the married men who are dealing with a disrespectful wife. Right? I want to speak to the married men who are dealing with a rebellious wife.
But what married man is going to be willing, knowing men the way we know men and how men operate? What married man is going to come online and willingly and openly admit that his wife is disrespecting him?
A man who is authentic, a man who is genuine, a man who is honest, right? A man who has integrity, right? See, that's the thing, right? We have reached a point in manhood to where we allow pride and ego to usurp honor, integrity, honesty, and all of those things. That's why I call for men to recalibrate their value system. See, we got to put the bad junk that we are ascribing to down to the bottom of our value system and maintain the higher values so that we can understand how to properly communicate. Because if I don't communicate my flaws, right, then how is somebody else going to learn from it? Right? If I just communicate my successes, that's a problem.
But
no, you got to do both.
But that's look, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, but that's idealism, because that's not realistic. The average everyday man is already sustaining losses. The last thing he wants to do if he's married is come up here and admit in a space where he knows he's going to get tore to pieces. The last thing he wants to do is come up here and admit that his wife is running over him. That's just a reality. I get what you're saying, but that's a reality.
But why would men tear each other down, Angry Man?
You said what?
Why would men tear each other down if you?
For the same reason Brownsville comes here and jumps on men for critiquing women, because that's what men do.
But if you understand the nature of women, and that's what the space was created for, and you have a man that come up here and he's honest about a woman that's being disrespectful, why wouldn't you uplift them?
Those men don't
wait, Aaron, that would stop.
No, those men don't come to this space
because that type
that's
of
what the
man,
space was created for.
Exactly.
That's a different statement.
No, see that Brittany B, I get what you're saying.
Yes.
But that speaks back to what Brownsville is complaining about. Those men did exist in these spaces, but there was only a handful of men at the beginning of the space. Now, any man that comes up here, you're going to get critiqued for every little thing as a man, because you have certain people that, proclaim themselves to be alphas when they really don't understand what an alpha is. They think an alpha is somebody who always wins. So they're never gonna disclose any losses.
So then,
Angry Man.
So then the space has diminished.
Wait.
Well, any space that gets bigger is going to diminish as far as the potency of it.
Okay,
it's true.
Hold on, Emma. I have to catch up on these super chats. I'll come back to you, and then I have a question for Brownsville to give me some clarity on. Shout out to T Leaves, became a member of the GVG. Jack is back. Says Bville is correct. Wrong man saying they red pill. That's not what happened. Okay, Red Pookie says, AO, drop the link. I want to be smart, King. Nope. You stay down there in LA and away from us. Okay. Ed Unchained says, Ask Brownsville the names of the red pill men he are referencing. He hasn't given those names. He's given maybe 2 names. And so I don't think there's a lot of them that he's making references to. And then he refers to some newspaper articles and people that are not actually in the space that he speaks to sometimes. Jack says, move, Brittany, you're blocking Angry Man's male gaze. Mox says, how much is a wrench? I was blocked by a crybaby. We don't have no crybaby over over here, Moxie. That is not true. Okay. Jack says Bville versus Anton. What y'all think? Good debate? Let's set it up. Okay. Mr. Jack says, great show, AO. I'm out. Bye, Brittany. I'm simping.
Bye, Jack.
I know you simping. You always simping up in here, okay? Dating Pool Roast Reaction says.
You just skip one. You skip one.
Stop. Okay. Dating Pool Roast Reaction says, stop. Okay. Us secular women make it as wives and great women just fine without being religious. Well, that's not one of those Proverbs 67 women that he referenced. I'm joking. It wasn't Proverbs 67. P. Rothstein 216 in the building says, Aaron O, Brittany B, Angry Man. What in the throwback of Fight Club did I stumble into? Y'all are my peoples for real. Love and blessing. Shout out to P. Rothstein.
Yeah.
I'm glad you popped up in here because see, you get to watch me experience this nonsense that Brownsville is doing in here. Okay. Jack says, is Bville using fictional movie philosophy? Absolutely. That's what Angry Man is called out because he see that Angry Man likes movies too, so he can't really call it out too much. Okay, Jack says, so man can't use Red Pill, but Bville can use his movies? Yeah, because he decides what the standard is in his world, okay? Unless we all just jump him and put him out of his misery. Okay, Jack says, Sharon, your cousin is using a fake movie. Get him. That's not how the Bracy's work. I don't think you're familiar. They don't work like that. Okay. Mo, go. Yeah, they don't work like that. Mo, go ahead, bro.
All right. How you guys doing? I was only gonna say to Brownsville for this point was of trying to get a man to come up on the panel and admit he has a disrespectful wife. I was gonna say there was only one situation where I've seen in real time where he didn't like the person didn't come out to the world and say, "Oh, I'm here because my wife is." No. He dealt with it himself. Jeezy was in a situation where his wife was disrespectful, and he says, "I'm not going to tolerate it," and just said, "Yo, dead end's done." So I'm saying it's like if a man like you're not gonna get a man to come up on the panel first, in my opinion, because he himself is going through it, and when he's going through it, he's not overcome it. You can't speak on things he has not overcome yet. Otherwise, he's just left being vulnerable, and like he was saying, he's gonna be exposed, and it's going to make the situation worse for himself. So his whole decision making after that will probably be poor because he's gonna be in his feelings. So, like I said, once the man actually goes through it and does what he has to do, take care of business, then he can go ahead and tell you, yeah, this is my situation, this is what I went through, and this is how I dealt with it. Then you actually are getting the cause effect in the aftermath. So you're actually giving out good advice to people, let them know how they can overcome this situation. But you're still going through it. You got nothing to talk about yet because you're still going through it.
Yeah, and part of stoicism, which is what you just got through talking about, Brownsville, is keeping that shit to yourself. That's part of stoicism.
Yeah, like I actually, in my opinion, if a man would not be given advice to do that. If a man came to AM, should I go on the internet and tell people how my wife be disrespecting me? AM wouldn't be like, yeah, go ahead and go on the internet and tell people how your wife be disrespect you. He would say, bro, first of all, you can't do that. No, you can't be allowing that to happen. This is what we're going to do. We're not doing this on the internet. That's what most likely is the case. So that disingenuous request, we know why it exists, right? And then I have a question for Brownsville before he goes on.
So why do it afterwards then?
Why do what afterwards? Well, okay, I hear what you're saying. The same reason that Mo just said, because he's overcame it, so now he can speak about the outcome. So that happened to me. Now I don't allow this. I experienced this. I want to, in the moment, he's not going to go through it while he's experienced. I think Mo was speaking to that. That is one of the reasons I can actually see to that. It's like when you're successful, the process, y'all don't see it. When Kobe shooting in the gym, y'all don't see it. Once he drops 81 points, y'all see it. So it's like, I'm going through it right now. This is not to be described until I actually succeed. And now I got all this money. Now I'm going to talk to y'all about money. Person talking to y'all with $10 in their pocket, nobody wants to listen to them, and nobody tells them they have a right to speak in most cases.
For the most part, Brownsville is correct in his assessment of what he sees then. Because when Fatty was up here, he was speaking on a different way of what they do, which we all know, but they're speaking on experiences that they've maybe overcome. Brownsville is saying, if you overcame it, where's your results of the new overcame it?
He's not actually requesting.
Oh, my bad. I added that.
Yeah,
part.
thank you.
I did. I added that. I apologize.
I know, because for your selfish desires. Now, I want to ask Brownsville one question. If you see a young lady, I'm going to throw an arbitrary age, 20 years old, walk up to a 24-year-old, deck him right in the face. He falls to the ground, gets up. In that moment, what is your recommendation to him? Is it to run?
No, not to run, right? He has to protect himself, right? But I'm not going to encourage that young man to respond in kind to that force, right? Protect yourself, right? But don't meet that aggression with aggression. Use your intellect. Use your wisdom, right? De-escalate that situation. And by de-escalating that situation, if that means you need to remove yourself from that environment, you do so. Right? Because here's the thing, Aaron, no. This is what I want men to understand. You don't get any brownie points, or you don't get pedestalized by beating up a woman.
But I think in that moment,
the only thing that's gonna happen with that is you're gonna be considered weak. You might end up going to jail, and then the worst of the worst, and I've seen it happen before, you can even get deleted.
I wish I was on camera.
Wait, hold on, real quick. I got you. It's 7 seconds. Notice he didn't say she's going to jail. Go ahead, Ann.
Okay, so here's the first thing, right? That's a disingenuous statement. And the reason why is because whether the dude responds in kind or doesn't do anything, he's going to be considered weak. Whether he responds in kind or doesn't do anything, he probably still will go to jail. Whether he responds in kind or doesn't do anything, he can still get deleted, because it's based on the discretion of that woman. If that woman punched him in his freaking face and he fell down on the ground and she wanted to take it a step further, if she got any male family members around, she could be like, yeah, this dude, da, 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 and then they'll beat him up or whatever, right? So men are kind of left in goofy situations, catch-22s in situations like that. And in that moment, I don't think he's looking for brownie points in that moment. I don't think he's looking to be glorified or whether or not he's going to be considered a strong man in that moment. I think in that moment, he's trying to figure out why he got punched in the face and what he can do to stop it without ending up in an even worse situation.
And the reason why I presented that is because Brownsville, because he does a job where he has day-to-day interactions, right? He's not removed from it, right? But sometimes it's hard to separate who you are to the like with your impact of the rest of the world, because you take you with you everywhere, right? He probably don't know, but I do. These women are not afraid to walk up into a man's face. I've seen women 5'3" step to a man that's 6'1" and swing at him. Like really try to hurt. Don't run from him. Don't be like, oh, I'm scared. Step to him like they won't smoke. And to me, it's like, do we live in a world where the example given is, look, men should know that you don't put your hands on a woman. And we live in a world where women don't know that you don't put your hands on a man. And if you do, we will make an excuse.
Well, the reason why that is because of what we're talking about right now. If a girl if a young girl, teenager, decides to punch another teenage boy in the face, and somebody says that's wrong, stop that, why are you doing that? Culturally, there are going to be more people like Brownsville that's going to get on the boy about what he needs to do instead of correcting that young girl and saying, do not put your hands on men, because men have the ability, whether they do it or not, men have the ability to do serious damage to you. We have a problem in our culture, and Brownsville might have good intentions or whatever, I don't know. But we have a problem in our culture where every situation, the onus is put on the men as if two things can't be true at the same time. You can expect men to be leaders and responsible in all of those different things while simultaneously teaching women to behave like ladies. You don't have to do one or the other. You can do both.
Right. And I believe, Angry Man and Aaron, this is gold to both of y'all, right? When it comes to females assaulting men, they should be doled out the same legal remedy that will be doled out to a man, right? But the problem is the men don't want to file those reports, right? Because they also believe that makes them weak, right? So, but when it happens when you have that belief, then that just means you're not smart, right?
No, okay, I'm coming in Brownsville. Then when so Aaron asked you about the behavior or what is the expectation for women. You went to Proverbs, which is cool, but I did ask you what what biblical based standard do you have for women that is not biblically say it. I can't.
Biblical. What non-God-fearing woman is going to do this, and what God-fearing woman is going to do that?
Well, that's you made it. You just helped them out because God-fearing is a way that keeps you.
Yeah, basically, you can give men a standard without having to jump in the Bible. So what is the standard you give women without having to go to the Bible?
Well, it's the same standard. Be a law-abiding citizen. Be respectful, right? In your communications and in person, right? It's not a different standard that I'm saying, well, no, women should be allowed to disrespect men or hit men and all of those things. I've never said any of those things. This is what the Rim brothers say about me. Because what I say is, well, when a woman disrespects a man, right? My belief is the man should maintain a higher standard. So he shouldn't reduce himself to the level of a feminine woman and respond in kind, whether verbally or physically.
She wouldn't be a feminine woman. That's the part that's throwing me off. She would be a disrespectful woman. So at that point, don't lower yourself to a disrespectful woman, because in my opinion, a feminine woman wouldn't even do that. She wouldn't be a part of the conversation. So you're giving her a title that she's not even behaving in that moment.
Yeah, see, Lady B, Brittany B, this is what I was gonna say. Remember,
You can call me I like that too.
No, because it's actually someone else named that, I believe. What I meant to say was, yes, there's what we used to call a gentleman's agreement. You have gentlemen and you have ladies. This is the way you treat a lady, right, as a gentleman. When the lady is not acting like a lady, well, what do? Well, like Brownsville, I agree with him on this one because I'm also law enforcement. It's true. If the girl is getting disrespectful, yeah, you can restrain, detain them, or for the most part, they're really getting physical. Or if it's as simple as disrespect, you can walk away from the conversation. But if it's something that has to be handled by police, like she actually assaults you, yeah, go ahead. But the thing is also with society, how do we prove? Because always going to be he said, she said. And then there's also biased cops, because I'm also in a situation where it's like, man, you could have dealt with that like this. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we'll handle your little case, whatever. So it's like, it is, like I said, like a catch-22, like Angry Man was saying. It's like, yes, there's a proper way of doing things, but there's a reason why, with the option, it doesn't get implemented as much. But they'll still bite us in the ass, because if we don't do it, there's always going to be them constantly pushing the barrier, pushing the boundaries on how they can disrespect men, because there's no consequences. When there's no consequences, they're going to be tempted to do so more so often, because there's nothing being done about it. And it's like, another reason why they only do it is because they know another man is going to reinforce the fact that they can't be doing that. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, let me connect it. The reason I have questions, because I like to learn, right? Especially when people are the teachers, right? There's a such thing as physical abuse and verbal abuse. The science would say they're comparable, right? And we understand men experience verbal abuse. But my opinion is that when I've seen guys Let's just say a guy is doing something wrong. He cursing out a woman. She don't walk away. She don't leave the situation. She stepped to his face like, what you say? Like, step to him. Don't walk away. Don't say, oh, that's a man. I even though he's saying something crazy, I'm a lady. I better get up out of here. She walked to his face and be like, what's up? Where the smoke at? It ain't no see a difference, right? And then she can be in a verbally abusive situation, right? What she typically does is, this is my opinion, they get aggressive, grab you, push you, attack you. They don't just sit there and just argue back and forth. They have a level of aggression. I've seen it. Like, did she just try to swing, chase a guy that, like, it's crazy, right?
Because they ain't crazy. They know that they have the full weight of the system behind them. Should anything happen, they can play the victim, and the dude's penalty is going to be much harsher.
And this is why
I've literally seen a woman that I know get into it with a brother. They get into a disagreement in the kitchen. She runs over, grabs a butcher knife from the freaking butcher knife block, stabs him with it. Comes within an inch of his heart. He gets rushed to the hospital, miraculously survives, and then when she goes to court, they give her probation.
Damn.
Like,
But those are outliers, Angry Man.
Nah.
But wait, Brownsville, you have to admit this though.
Hold on. Listen, hold on. I haven't finished my point yet.
Okay.
The reason why I say they're outliers is because when you pull up the domestic violence stats, when you pull up the sexual assault stats, right? The overwhelmingly the offenders are men.
That's not true. That is a lie. That is a flat out lie, bro.
That's not a lie.
When you pull up the statistics of domestic abuse, it is damn near 50-50.
Well, hold on. Before we go crazy, right? Because now we open up a can. I want to acknowledge this. I was on Sharon's panel the other day. Voice of Venus was there. There was a claim about sexually transmitted disease, and the reported numbers were women have more than the men are claiming. And Venus said, well, that's because, women go to the hospital and get checked more. That's why the numbers are so skewed. We both know more women go to the hospital than men do. It's fair to say more women are going to report something happening than a man reporting it happening. So using those numbers without properly skewing it by your acknowledgement that men are not going to report certain things, they're not going to press charges, you're going to run to the numbers to prove a point? Because if that's the case, I want to be real quick, I'm almost done. I want to be able to say those women who don't report a experience that happened to them, it either don't exist or is very minimal, because only the women that come up and say, yes, this happened to me, I want to press charges, are the only ones actually experiencing that. And I don't think that's what we're intellectually doing here.
But that's the point. And look, in all fairness, the last time I looked at those numbers, it was almost 50-50, knowing that most men don't report violence. Because I would argue, and anybody can disagree with me if they like, I would argue that in the society as it stands today, women are way more aggressive towards men than in the opposite direction. Because men know that if they do any little thing to a woman, they go into jail. We literally have legislation that is specific to men.
So what municipality did you pull that 50-50 data from? Did you pull it from the Department of Justice? Did you pull it from a certain city or state?
The last time I looked at those numbers, it was the Department of Justice.
Also Brownsville. I was gonna say, I thought you was gonna say something totally different. You being in law enforcement when dealing with domestics. Yes, it's a lot of cases where women do initiate, because I just dealt with one last week, and there's also a lot of mutual assaults as well. It's not necessarily like, oh, the man is more likely to do it. Yes, men are more aggressive. We know this. Why they got more violent crimes. We know that. But to say that for the most part that the women too they are engaging in it, and it is almost, I would say it's almost 50-50, because like I said about the report and non-reports, and like I said, a lot of men right now who actually do report it is because of legal cases. Most cases I have is because they're trying to build a rapport for a divorce or for the children or something to that extent. Men are more strategic on why they even report in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit different. Women have their reasons for doing it, but men have their reasons also. If a
And
man
here's
feels he doesn't have to do it, he's not going to do it, because it's like, oh, go ahead, Angry Man. What you got?
My bad. I was just going to add to what you were saying. Here's the other part that nobody talks about. In a lot of cases, those, even when the dudes report it, it's not taken seriously. There are times where police officers come out to homes, and when they find out that it was the guy that called on the woman or whatever, they don't take anybody to jail. They just talk to him and then they leave. There are times that dudes will go to the magistrate to press charges and get laughed at when they're trying to press charges on a woman. It is not taken seriously.
Yeah, like for example, there are men that are not tough. There are men that are what we would call soft spirit, not very aggressive, right? The laws don't protect them. You'll have Brownsville say weak men. Weak men deserve protection too, sir, whether you like it or not. And it's clear as day. There's a kind of like machismo mentality with people with badges, weapons, authoritative position to look at other men and go, what? Like, that's why they always say, put that badge down, let's see what happened. There's a reason for those statements. I know those men, a lot of officers go into being that job because they was bullied. So they go into being a position of being a bully. And the point that I'm saying that for is those men have this macho mentality, would look at men that need protection and help from women because they are actually not the violent type, not aggressive like that so-called thing, and laugh at them and say you weak. Now, please tell me, Brownsville, you don't think that exists.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I agree with your assessment that is correct, that we do have biases in that regard, right? But what I specifically said is the women who are the aggressors should be held equally according to the limits of the law. That's what I said when you presented the case of a woman assaulting a man. Right?
I'm not saying you didn't say that. You said should. Do you believe that occurs?
So I believe that you're correct in saying that there's men who feel like they shouldn't have to, or they're afraid to, for some reason, they're afraid to make a report and say that they've been assaulted by a woman, right? So I do believe there's a stigma there, right? And what I'm saying is you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I'm afraid to report violence against me, but then say, well, I should maintain the right to respond and be violent towards that woman. And then if she makes a report against me, and then now you are the victim again. You can't have it both ways, Aaron O.
Well, Brownsville, I would say that I wouldn't say the person is necessarily fearful or scared. Sometimes a lot of men just tolerate shit. They just
That is
tolerate
very true. When they see me, they run.
What up, Sharon? I was going to say that for the most part, I think that I think that people tolerate things more than they. Oh shit! They tolerate things more than they should, and because of that, they allow shit to build up in them. And that's what we don't want men to do. They should report because of the outcomes of him losing control after tolerating. That's even with anybody. It doesn't necessarily with just men. It's any person in general. Once you tolerate enough shit, it's going to build up and you're going to explode. It's going to come out in the most ugliest way.
So, shout out to everybody. Great conversation.
Sharim Bracy. Hey, Sharim Bracy.
Conversationalist. Shout out to that sign only. Aaron O. Shout out to him.
Oh, speaking of that, Aaron, somebody called you Aaron O.
That doesn't affect me very much.
Which is funny. Sorry, my apologies.
Yes. What's up, Brett? What's up, Marvelous? What up, BK? What up, cuz? So I think the whole idea that these women that just be out of the blue, they just buck up because they had an argument and they say, "Hey, can I get a coffee?" And then this woman just start, yeah.
Ain't nobody run from your dickhead.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to go get my Amazon packages. Ain't nobody trying to run from you. I didn't know you was coming up here.
Angry man,
You know that
Sharon
Gemini,
called you
because
angry
you
man.
know he been losing to that other Gemini, my other Gemini brother, my other
Who?
Gemini, huh?
Who?
Who? You know who?
Who?
My Gemini brother.
Who is that?
That been cooking the light skinned god.
Who? Who? I want to know who this miraculous individual
His
is.
name
Who is it?
He go by the name of K Dot.
Oh man, get out of here with that.
Oh
bullshit. I don't wanna hear
God.
that.
Oh my
Get outta here
God.
with that, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah.
Don't even start that. We not even gonna take that. We not even gonna do that on Aaron's show. Don't do that.
That's crazy. Y'all need help. Y'all need some freaking help.
Angry man, don't tell me you was going for Drake just because he light skinned.
Say what?
Don't tell me you was going for Drake just because he light skinned.
He was
going for Drake because I like Drake.
Dang, but he was
Now-
getting cooked.
now let's
I
not-
mean, since we're speaking about softness, that makes sense. So
That's a pause
Hey, I
moment.
tell you what, y'all need that win desperately, considering how many losses y'all dark-skinned brothers been taking lately. Shout out to Michael Ealy. You need to go holler at your boy Jonathan Majors. I'm just saying.
Nah, the camera just didn't catch them speaking first, Angry man. Good Lord.
Nah, but I gotta go for real though, yo. Shout out to y'all, man.
Nice
I'm out.
conversation, AM.
Take care, Angry man.
Peace.
Yeah. So as y'all know, what you mad already? You've been driving all day. Is you angry? Did you
Angry
eat
like
some food?
I'm angry.
You
Like
need
the
some
bird.
lettuce?
You done had no food. That's what it is. You're hungry. That's what it. Let me read these super chats.
And then I was driving over some bumps, and you know what else got angry?
Oh,
I don't want to hear it.
My rims. I got some angry rims.
Not the rims.
I got angry rims too.
Oh man, see, all right. Let me get to these super chat. T Leaf says we know Aaron O got less than $10. Hey, don't be embarrassing me like this. The real Pookie says drop the link. I'll play nice. I promise. I don't trust you. Sharon Bray said check your RG. I put it on silent. Okay. AL's in the building says a woman stabbed a man 108 times and got 100 hours of community service. The
Gaslight.
execution of the laws are biased. That is wild if that's
And
true.
that is a gaslight.
That's gaslight. Oh, I'm just reading what it says.
Because what happened was we actually covered this on my
Oh, you
show,
covered that
and
story?
She was actually
So-
there, and what happened was she had a marijuana cannabis psychosis.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I got you.
In your state.
How do you
by
stab
the way.
somebody?
It happened in your. It
No,
happened in your
I
state.
don't. I don't want.
Time.
I don't want to talk about. That's wild. Because the justification is beyond me. Okay. The angry man says, "I got a dip. Appreciate y'all having me. Great conversation. Yeah. You know what? Next one gonna be next debate. I got angry man, clean like destroying Brownsville and Sharon Bracey in the handicap match, 2-on-1 with a loss coming to the Bracey family. Okay. The real Pookie says, "Dang man, you really opposed to me coming up?" Actually, I'm not actually opposed to you coming up, my friend. Really, the show is actually going to end soon. That's why, and I don't want to pull people up and try to insert them in the conversation because we got the debate going live really soon. So I want to make sure we got everybody locked in, pull up to the show once it starts. So that's why I didn't want to, drag people into the conversation because we got the debate coming up real soon. That's all. And Sharon's only here because his cousin was getting the beat down of a lifetime, which is common. And he has to be the support that is necessary. And I love when families stick together. When people be like, I advocate for family, I love to watch it play out. So that's what I love to see. And Brownsville did a great job today. Well, minus his back and forth with Fatty didn't go that well. But outside of that, conversing with me, I think he really enjoys this stuff. You notice he turned the camera off and started giggling and laughing. I really love this place. He loved this place. Okay. He do. It's just
no, it's not. It's not that. So what it is, Eric, is that we just used to being in hostile places. We grew up in it. See, a lot of y'all think y'all grew up. See, y'all just adopted hostility. See, we was born in it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Upstairs, left, right, across the hall, all that.
Oh yeah, the pissy hallways. We know about that.
Damn.
Elevators and all that. Yeah,
Damn.
We know.
Unfortunate.
It's a beautiful sight. That's what you get used to.
Somebody help Brownsville. Somebody help Brownsville.
I
He's
got
getting
him. I
smuggled.
got him right now.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
So the whole idea that all these women are just jumping up and just start beating up on men is insane. We know it's a progression of things, and it could be stopped if these men will have a little bit of emotional intelligence to slow it down.
What? No,
before
we're not
it
doing this.
happens.
We're not doing this. today,
Absolutely.
Sharon.
I've
We are not doing this.
never in
Emotional
my life.
intelligence.
I never in my life had an argument with Brittany B. Matter of fact, when I see her, I give her a nice hug, I pull her in.
That's a woman. What are we doing? Like that's
You met me one time.
this is sad, right? To sit here and act, and this is crazy because you from New York. Like I'm disgusted with you right now. To sit here and act like, oh my, those women be 4'11". The disrespect that spew out of their mouth when they talking to somebody is beyond sanity to me. Like they don't go, I'm a woman, let me chill. They try to meet aggression. Like this is wild.
Absolutely
man.
not, Aaron O. You are 100% incorrect. When I wake up in the morning and I smell the sweet smell of that urine and ammonia smell, and I jump over it. And I say, hello, ladies, how y'all doing? They mad because they smell that funk. And they say, oh, they like, goddamn, they like, hey, Mr. Bracy, how you feeling today? These pissy hallways is crazy. I said, you know what I got? I'm going to put bleach all over this goddamn hallway. They said, man, that would really help out. I'm going to do the best I can, Miss Otis.
Wait, Sharon, you're being disingenuous, bro, because you gotta look at this.
I lived it. What you mean?
I know. We have to talk about it. So let's talk about it. So men in your, well, not your area, men in New York, are you trying to tell me these is gentlemen out here in the streets?
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying the majority of people in New York are gentlemen, is what you're saying?
The men are gentlemen?
Yeah.
I was not just talking about the.
No. I have to say that because, yeah.
Need to hold it down and get their shit together and stop
Okay.
acting like it's a bunch of women just run around that is Brittany B's height trying to whip Thanos Theory's ass.
I hear you. No, follow me. Okay. I'm trying to get to this point here. If the men, right, in the environment are acting wild and crazy.
If what?
If they are, the men. If the men are acting wild and crazy, are they acting wild and crazy in New York?
Those Rim brothers, yes.
Okay. So no, why not necessarily just Rim brothers? Just in general, men in general who don't got their shit together, have no self-control, right? Is there a lot of those people in New York?
No, not the majority. Okay. If you're trying to say majority, then no.
Okay. I just wanted to get to the point saying like, yo, people are only a product of their environment. So you can't expect one end of the spectrum like, oh, they're perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with them. But on one side, who live in the same house, there's dysfunction. Like, no, dysfunction breeds dysfunction.
So who breeded that dysfunction? We be trying to act like we don't know that little 4'11". She got the
well, there's no one answer. Well, Bracy,
because that goddamn husband of hers is drinking with her. He taught her how to drink. They drinking together. They drinking that E&J. And when
he taught her how to drink.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
and then on Friday, they get that VSOP and act like it's Hennessy, and they know it ain't Hennessy, and they be trying to act like it is. And then they get drunk, smoking Black and Miles together. Who taught her how to do that?
All right.
He did.
Easy day. That's easy question.
He did. And then
First
what
off,
happened is that she gets belligerent, and then they want to argue back and forth. You want to know why they argue back and forth? Because he loves it. He loves it when a woman gets up and buck up at him. And he loves it. He's like, yeah, I want a woman to slap me every once in a while. It feels good. I feel loved.
Sharon, you know I'm not the type. I'm not the type.
That's what actually happens, and all of y'all capping.
All right, Sharon, you know I'm not the type. I'm not even trying to talk about women specifically, bro. You know I'm not trying to talk about women specifically. You come to to for the most part get the narrative off. Though make sure there's nothing. No. I'm not trying to stop you. I know that's what your thing is, bro. And I don't talk about women. Period. I don't. I won't say I could care less. But I look at people in general. I look at human behavior. And I'm trying to tell you that we all affect each other. And it's like, you have to look at its various cause and effects. The number one thing to me is temptation through no consequences. So, like in the city, for instance, where you're at, right? I don't know if you're in the city, but in New York, right? New York City, it's hard to hold people accountable because smoke is everywhere. You don't know where the fire started. So everyone's like, oh, where's the fire? Where's the fire? Where we put it out at? And it's like everywhere you go, there's always smoke. It's like, well, how do we put the fire? You can't. It's a numbers game. You can't put out the fire.
Let me handle him. I'm gonna be mad smart right now. Marvelous, you've been up here for a minute, but you didn't have any pushback for the point of views that went against what Sharon and Bracy was talking about, and now you're engaging.
No, because Sharon came up and said something, so that's why. Because Sharon came up and said something.
But everybody was saying something.
But Sharon came out specifically, but he came out specifically and said this. As after I just got done saying, for the most part, I was agreeing with him. I said people in general tolerate things and things build up. I'm still saying it's a people thing. And he went back to saying like, oh, did you include? I'm like, no, I'm not trying to paint a narrative. I'm saying people in general, we affect each other. That's my whole message.
Exactly, and all these Rim brothers is affecting other Rim brothers, which is affecting the women, and it's turning them into goddamn Rim sisters, and therefore they start striking each other. Goddamn it!
Yo, Aaron, I got smoke for you. Cause this is a smoke show, right?
It's not.
Nah, yeah, I just made it a smoke show. Nah, I'm fucking around. But nah, real talk. I think both sides have their point of views. It's just when you push it too much, like when you do it too much. I don't see anything wrong with Sharon and Brownsville doing, because that their voices are needed, and to get the pushback that they're getting, I don't understand it from men.
I disagree with that. So they should get pushback if people disagree. But I definitely don't think we should silence them and tell them that they don't have a right to have their position, but it should be challenged. If people disagree, there should be a challenge. If they disagree with my perspective, Angry Man's perspective, they should push back on it. And see, the thing is, I'm going to be respectful in doing it. I don't know what their experience is outside of me. Go ahead, sir.
But Aaron,
why they don't push back on their own goddamn life?
That's a different question, sir.
Good question. Good question.
Look what they do to me. They'll take my. This is what they'll do to me.
I
They'll
can
take
answer
my
that
past,
actually.
but they'll take my past and they'll hold that to me today. Cool, I'm with it. That's my life, and it's been exposed online. But what I'm saying is when do you start to allow men to show this is my progress? Instead of me shitting on women, instead of you looking at Pookie like, yo, Pookie put his hands on his wife. When do you show, yo, this is how I overcame shit? Because I think that's what I'm hearing from Sharon in Brownsville. I don't look at victim mentality. And at some point we fucked up. At some point we fucked up, but we corrected that path. And I would say is at our age, I don't understand how we haven't corrected that path. With the knowledge we have, with the experience we have, but we'll jump online and we'll attack one group, specifically women.
Yeah, so I don't think that's actually happening. So let me give you some. This is what I've noticed. People in this space talk about women, what they don't like, what they do like, and some guys go, "Why y'all talking about women? What about your life? Do you got a girl? Whatever the case is, right? That's their content. That's not their content.
I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so. I think their content
storytelling. You are storytelling, or
I didn't finish my story because you cut me
right.
off.
Hold on, Ren Pookie. Let him finish the story.
I didn't
Again, I'm emotionally involved in the conversation. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Aaron just stopped. He had a gap. He's waiting for a response.
I interjected. I apologize.
Okay, my bad.
Only I have to experience this on the Aaron O show. I swear, nobody else had to go through this. Okay, well, Sharon's learning how to go through it now. But what I'm saying is that this content, the other guys, like, they want that content. They want it. Like, yeah, I want to go after those guys that talk about women. I want them, because when you remove that content and they say, you know what, us men are wrong. I got you, man. Us men are wrong. We made a mistake. We gonna shut up. You know what those men's content gonna be now? Positive things about women. What shows are those men making positive about women that the women are flocking to? It don't exist. The discourse is the disagreement. We all acting lies and disingenuous to act like the conversation isn't about the differences of opinion and how strongly they're presented, which keeps the entertainment level up. Nobody is picking shows where they just like, women are very nice and very kind. And we are glad to have women this way. We talk, don't say nothing about men. Do a whole show only about women. Watch how that show goes.
It went well. I did one not too long
Podcasts
ago.
do it all the time.
Yep, and I did it too.
Fantastic.
I did one talking about those talking about those nasty ass female teachers that's touching those goddamn.
Oh no, positive, sir.
He said positive. He said positive.
Yo, Sharon, you talking real remiss right now. You can't disrespect these queens like that. These niggas up here.
Also,
yeah.
Ain't no yeah. No, Sharon, listen to this.
Yo, what up? What up, everybody, man? What's going on?
Good day.
It's about to go bad.
Nah.
Yeah, it is.
It don't have to. It don't have to. Because
Bro,
I know when
why
you
you
come up
talking
here,
to me?
you gonna attack
Why
me.
you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? I haven't even addressed you.
No, you just got up here.
I've never even had a conversation with you ever in life. So stop talking.
We have, but
So,
I think we
no, we haven't. We haven't.
Okay, big dog.
You're not
Okay,
worthy.
big dog.
But
Okay.
yeah, you're not worthy. But listen, so I actually gonna address something you did say though. Who brother, ain't no house. So listen, this is what I'm saying, right? So the reason why a former woman beater can't give motherfucking suggestions to any non-woman beater is because we're already doing what we're supposed to do with men and not hitting women. Now, can you improve? Brother, I'm talking. Brother, why are you talking? Brother, why are you talking? Brother,
I didn't come up here.
brother, why are you talking? Okay,
trying to have a
brother, this is not. Well, leave.
And then
Leave.
niggas like him want to come up.
Leave. Nigga, leave. You're not that important. You're a chat nigga anyway.
Why are you
important?
Tell me why you important.
So like I was saying.
Why are you important?
Because you know who I am. Because you know who I am.
I don't care if I know who you are.
Because you know who I am. Where you just went here.
Why are you important?
Because you know who I am. That's why.
I ain't shit. Why are you
I know, you're right. You're right. You're right. Now let me elaborate on how you ain't shit. Let me agree with you and expound. Now again, brother.
I can't say one thing. No, so what you're not gonna say is I'm still in the house with that same woman. I'm still taking care of my kids. I'm still paying those bills, nigga. We different. You can attack me on my past, nigga, but you can't step on nothing presently, nigga. Nigga, we different, nigga. My kids call me daddy. I tuck them in at the end of the night, nigga. I tuck them in. I ain't gotta have that phone call from states away, nigga. Stop it, stupid.
Me neither.
Go ahead and call me a white beater. Then say it.
I will. Well, if you shut the fuck up and stop stuttering, I will.
We're gonna break it down.
I will. If you shut the fuck up, I will. You shut the fuck up, I will.
My wife is in
You
the
shut the
house.
fuck up, I will.
Yeah.
You shut the fuck up, I will. Aaron, you saying guys. Aaron, you saying guys. Aaron, this nigga trying to drown me out. This nigga trying to drown me out. Because he's whatever.
Nigga. Yeah,
okay.
You can't handle that financial
Aaron,
strain,
nigga. I'm just going.
Nigga, nah, you tough. Nigga, survive now. Nigga, you ain't never have a
Well, it's not about surviving. I'm not on no mic or no shit, so it's hard for motherfuckers to hear me, bro. But listen, you are a white beater, nigga. You admitted it.
All right, you gentlemen, one moment, gentlemen. I got to be able to hear y'all. So one person speak, next person speak. That's all I'm asking, Mr.
Aaron dropped himself.
Wait, what happened? Okay, so
So let me just
go ahead.
Again, bro. Listen, the white beater already admitted to being a fucking white beater. Okay, we don't need fucking suggestions from you, nigga. No, nigga. Oh my God, bro. Thank you, Jesus Christ. So again, this is the problem. Saying all that shit you gotta say. I'm that without being. I am that. I am that. You classified yourself as that. So what's wrong with me agreeing with you? So let me continue.
I never classified myself as that.
brother.
I
Well,
classify myself.
that's
I
what you are.
classify myself as going through a domestic violence situation where I was at fault.
That's where
I'm
you
not no
beat your
fucking
wife.
wife beater. No,
Okay, so
nigga.
what? So the layman's term for that is a wife beater, nigga. You beat your
Okay,
wife,
but I'm gonna
okay?
give you. I'm gonna
And you
give
just
you.
did.
I'm gonna give
Hold
you the
on,
rhetoric and how
hold
y'all do
on,
it.
nigga,
Let's
nigga.
talk, nigga.
You
Let's
holding
talk,
me up,
nigga.
bro. I'm trying to say this shit and get the fuck
Nigga, why
on,
you
bro.
gotta talk?
Jesus
Who you
Christ,
think you is,
nigga, because you not important, and
You
that's
think
why
you
you up here
important
fucking
online.
filibustering and
This is the
saying your
problem.
shit,
You,
nigga.
nigga,
I'm
this is the
important in
problem. In
real
real life,
life.
I'm important to
I'm
my family.
important in real
In real
life,
life. And this is the problem. In real
nigga.
life,
I'm
I'm important to my
important in
family.
real life.
No, you ain't. No, you
What?
ain't.
Really?
No, you
Yeah,
not.
you abuse it to your
No, you
family.
not. Not in
You
real life.
abuse your
Not
family. You
how am I?
abuse your family.
All right, guys. You guys not. It's not gonna work out. I don't even know if this stuff is true or not. But
me neither. But
we
you know
gotta
one thing
chill.
I do, Aaron. Though I stay
I
above.
can't.
I stay above the rim.
Fantastic. Your mic is kind of crackling a little bit. So
I know,
it's
Aaron. I'm in my car, and Aaron, y'all gotta stop this guy shit. Y'all, when this nigga was up here talking or whatever, he's cutting me off. I'm trying to say my piece and get the fuck on, okay? This nigga can't keep hollering and
Say
yelling
what you
over me
gonna
and
say.
talking because
Say
he
what
got
you
the
gonna
first
say,
motherfucker.
nigga.
So shut the fuck up. So let me say it, hoe ass nigga. So like I was saying, motherfuckers had something to say about why can't you do it. I'm trying to explain it. The men who have taken care of their families, taken care of their children, and never put hands on them do not need advice or the opinions of niggas that have. That permanently disqualifies you. Okay, if you want to talk about yourself and how you
See, this is what I
oh my
like about you
God,
niggas. It's
nigga,
niggas
can
like
you
you.
shut up? Can you shut up? So again, if you want to talk about your progression and your growth, fine. But you do not have the right to give fucking advice to any man who has never stooped to the lowest level of beating his wife. That's all I'm saying. You lose that right. That's like a fucking criminal nigga telling the person that's never been in trouble, oh nigga, I'm better than you and so on and so forth, and you know, don't go to jail and all this other shit. It's like, nigga, obviously I don't need your help. I've never been to jail. I've never been a criminal. So why the fuck are you preaching to me when I'm already doing what you need to be doing? That's the problem. The nigga that's already doing what we need to do, y'all swear we can't have relationships with women simply because we're not married, but none of us got no domestic violence charges. None of us beating our wives or girlfriends or sneaky links or none of that. So again, when a man, especially his wife or woman period, but his wife, in the same house with his kids, physically abuses her, he loses the right to tell any other man who's not doing that anything.
Okay.
Talk about your growth. Talk about your growth all you want, but don't tell me how to do shit. Don't tell me how to have a successful relationship. Don't tell me how to do shit because you made one of the hardest and biggest motherfucking failures in a relationship by physically fucking beating your wife.
Okay, all right. You made your point. Now I want to hear
Don't
his
talk about your growth. Pause.
Go ahead.
Because
Pookie.
I can stand on it. I can stand on it. I can stand on what he's saying because what he's saying is not untrue. Yes, in my past I violated. I can't run from that. How many times I'm gonna say I can't run from that? But what I can say is, nigga, my flaws is not everything you gonna put on me, my nigga. Because my pros outweigh the cons. Yes, that shit was fucked up. Right? So fantastic. He cool with judging me for my past. But if we put our present day lives up against one another, he can't compete.
Are you done? I don't want to cut you off.
Say you got bread. Go ahead. I'm in the house with all my kids. I'm in the house with my wife that you said I put. No. Actually, not that you said I put my hands on. Admittedly, yes, that's out in the public. I can't run from that. Nigga, I'm good over here. So tell me, why does that bother you? Why does my past bother you? But why doesn't my present actually bring some awareness to you? How the fuck Pookie do that?
Can I answer you? Is that a rhetorical question? Or you want me to answer?
You don't want to answer that.
Well, I do.
Nigga.
I'm asking. I do. If
Go ahead.
you allow me to answer.
Give me your best interpretation
brother,
of my life.
Money aside, brother, which you've already, admitted defeat in that area. Cool, fine, right, brother. I have all of my children also. Okay, I don't know why y'all think you get extra bonus points because you're simply in the house with your kids. And again, I got to bring it up, brother. You put your kids in an unsafe situation.
I give you that.
Okay.
I give you that. I
Hold
give you
on.
that.
All right. I know you have to, brother. And again, this didn't have to go as way as it did, because I was simply talking to the point of what you said, and that's it. Hey, it's fucked up that you are the real life example of what you're talking about. But being as what it is, the facts is this, brother. You being in the house with your kids, when you put your kids through something traumatic, you can't
No,
do
no, no,
both.
no, 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 no. See,
Okay,
that's where we're gonna stop
hold
at.
on, brother.
That's where we're gonna stop
Brother,
at. I was
hold
in the
on,
house with
brother.
my kids, nigga.
Brother,
You're not gonna control this
okay,
narrative, nigga.
brother. I'm not
My
saying that
kids
it
was never in
necessarily
harm's
occurred.
way.
Hold
My
on,
kids were never in harm's
brother,
way. Stop it.
brother. Hold on, brother. Let me. So again, my ex-wife that y'all like to talk about my failed relationship so much. She worked DCF for 4 years, brother. Okay, so you would be considered a danger to the family, and there would be restrictions and things you have to do. Okay, in order to have,
No,
you know what I'm
no,
saying?
you are wrong. You are wrong.
No,
Fuck what your wife did. Respectfully, I went through it, nigga. I never had. No matter what y'all read about in the
so you never
tabloids,
hold
I
on.
never.
So you didn't have to do no type of counseling. You didn't have to do
Yes,
DCF
I
to get
did. Yes,
involved. None
yes,
of that.
yes,
So
yes, yes.
brother, you just admitted that. You just said I was wrong.
No, that
So
is
can you
different.
apologize now?
No.
So
See,
can
I'm
you
not letting you
apologize
control the
now?
narrative, nigga. That is
I'm not
different
controlling
than
the
having
narrative. You
restrictions
agree
on
with
my
me,
kids. That is different than having restrictions on my
brother.
kids, dog.
Brother. All right, listen, man. Let me
No,
finish
ain't
this
no
up, man.
brother. Get it right.
Let me finish this up, bro. At the end of the day, dog. Listen, you just having your kids in the house with you. Oh, okay. They're single moms that got the same thing. They're piece of shit dads, and we know this to be evident on YouTube. That have the same thing, brother. So
I'm not a piece of shit dad.
hold on.
This is where I gotta cut
I
you off at.
didn't say it was you. I didn't say that was you, brother. I didn't say you. Stop being so quick to get offended. The point I am making is you guys are equating simply being in the same household with your child every day. It makes you a great dad. No, they're fucking horrible dads. They're horrible dads in the house. They're horrible dads outside of the house. Okay. So when you bring, hold on, brother. I know you have to. I know it's logical. Thank you. Now,
So
brother,
what are
that's
you?
what I'm saying.
Outside of the house or inside
What
the
I'm
house?
saying,
What are you?
brother, I'm both of them. Both of them, brother. Both of them.
So
And
ain't
again,
shit.
you know one thing.
You an ain't shit nigga at some points, and you a good
Never.
man at some points. What do you mean both of them?
Never. You said inside of the house or outside of the house. As far as my kids, I thought that was the reference you was talking about.
Okay, so
You talking about where my kids live.
inside of the house, current times, present times. What am I? I'm still that nigga from 11, 12 years ago.
Brother, I don't know what
you
you
want
are.
to hold me to that. You want to hold me to
I'm
that.
not holding, brother. Only thing I'm holding you to, and if you listen, is again your critiquing and your opinion. You need to keep that
I know
to
why you
yourself.
came up here. Come on, dog. Stop being.
I'm admitting it, and I'm telling you. Hold on. Again, and I'm not. I don't even know what you're saying, but listen, what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. Hey, great job on your growth, and I'm not even being. I'm being sincere. I'm being truly sincere here. That you no longer do what you did in the past. I won't even say what it is. Right? Cool. But the thing, it stops there, fam. You cannot then come to the internet and tell other men and critique other men on how they deal with women. That's my point, brother. You lose the right when we know for a fact that's what you did. Okay? I take your word for it to say you're a changed man.
Honestly, I can too. Because I can. Because I've been through the worst. I've been the Pookie you niggas talking about. But more so, my nigga, I'm the man y'all niggas want to be. And I ain't saying that lightly, nigga.
How? When you niggas
talking,
hold on.
Nigga, I paid the bills, nigga. I had to come up out the hole and get my wife to trust me again and get my wife to love me again, nigga.
Bro, that's a negative, brother. That's a negative.
How is it a negative when we solid right now? How is it a negative? You're looking at the past tense.
Brother, no, I'm simply going by what you said, and you put yourself and your family in that position. You caused that. It didn't just happen.
Niggas call that adversity.
All right, so stop. But brother, but brother, so again, so what?
Hold on, no, brother. Why is that the only thing you want to hold me to, brother? You don't want to look at
I'm
the real
not.
shit. Teron,
You're bringing it up.
I mean, not Teron. Aaron, I put my kids up there when they was going to homecoming. My wife has spoke on other people's panels. If I'm that fucked up, I don't understand how that happens. And come on, my nigga. Wait,
Bruh,
come on.
bruh.
When I say, all right, y'all niggas is crazy.
Bruh.
Y'all niggas is different. Yeah, Pookie
Bruh.
ain't the best nigga in the world, but Pookie ain't
Bruh,
you,
bruh.
niggas.
But hey, I can tell you not. And you to say that you the nigga that we want to be. First off, nigga, you like 5'2". Stop.
Nah,
Okay.
hey, the
Secondly,
crazy shit is,
secondly,
the crazy shit.
secondly,
How am I
secondly, hold
5'2"?
on, nigga. No,
How am I
no,
5'2"? I'm
no.
5'11".
Nigga,
You
you
better look
shorter
up
than
how
your
tall my
wife.
wife is. You better look up how
You
tall
shorter
my
than your
wife
wife.
is, nigga.
All right, all right. I think they got
That
it out of
nigga
their
crazy.
system.
I ain't getting nothing out of my
Maybe
system.
we
This
think
nigga
that.
shit.
Hold on, Aaron, this
Nah,
nigga said
he
he
been
the
wanting
nigga
this
we
smoke.
want to
He
be.
been wanting
Hold
this
on.
smoke. Give it to
Brother,
me.
there's no smoke,
Give it
bro.
to me.
Nigga, it's not. Nigga,
Oh,
you're not even.
no diddy.
Brother, you're not even a roach, bro. You're not even a roach, fam. Now, listen,
How?
brother. I'm gonna explain it to you if you stop cutting me off. You notice I don't ever interrupt you while you're talking. So again, brother, now we gotta address this. Now, this is what we call delusions of grandeur, brother. You have publicly known to have your past, what your past is. Okay, that's a major L. That majority of men, you're never going to beat me there. Okay, because you beat who you beat. Hold on, bro. Let me finish. Secondly, brother, again, you have a horrible speech impediment, and you got all this money, all this bread, and you hadn't went to get no speech counseling, nigga. Who the fuck wants to have that? What are we talking about? And then thirdly, hold on, brother, hold on, I'm almost done. And then thirdly, brother, thirdly, brother, you just not you, nigga. You are not him. You've never been him. No one's ever called you him. So you don't compare.
Yo,
okay?
I can articulate myself enough for you to understand what I'm saying. So stop the little,
Barely.
you got a horrible speech impediment. No, I don't. Nigga, you understand everything I'm saying. My nigga, stop it.
Hey, shout out to Aaron O. Awesome show. Shout out to everybody on the panel. I have to go. Salute to y'all.
Yo, peace, Ron.
Yes, peace
I
and love.
appreciate you, bro.
This nigga. I'm gonna do what you in Brownsville couldn't do,
Stop ducking, Mr. Riptide. Oh, hold on, Pooh. Hey, shout out. Hold on.
Look at this nigga.
Hold on. Shout out to that, Mr. Fantastic. When is that going down? You're on mute, by the way.
It's in August.
August the 11th, sir.
Look at this nigga working
out. So I want to say this because even though y'all don't have no problems or whatever, I think I want to salute to both y'all whenever I get the chance to speak to him because stepping in the ring with another human being and going toe to toe, that is an awesome thing, and hopefully it goes well and nobody gets hurt and it just be great sports.
I gotta go do the workout right now, man. Appreciate you, Aaron. I'll if you're still on, I'll pull back up later, man.
Nah, bro.
I appreciate you too, Sharon. You motherfucker.
I'm gonna say bye, Fantastic.
It's my show. Why you think that's y'all problem? Y'all some selfish people.
Because he know what he came up here for, Aaron. He know he came up here for. It's like when I'm trying to say, Aaron, he's like, as soon as I talk, guess what happened?
It's like I drive a Lamborghini. Hold on. It's like I drive a Lamborghini. I say, Sharon, here you want to drive. You get in the driver's seat, slide all through fantastic neighborhood and everything. He like, is that AO's Lamborghini? It is. And he be like, AO, nice Lamborghini. You go, but I was in it. I was driving. That's what just happened.
No, I rolled down the window too. I'm like, pa. You remember how, hey, Aaron, you remember how Snoop Dogg looked when he rolled up in Yvette's car?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Now,
I want to say this. I want everybody to recognize as soon as I talked, certain people left. As soon as I came up on the panel, certain people left.
Nah, Sharon, that nigga didn't
Big
want this
brother
smoke.
Bracy, salute to Base Group. We in here, Aaron. We gonna make sure we run everybody out the asylum.
Big SBG. When he thought he was gonna get up here and do, he thought he was gonna get up here. He thought he was gonna get up here and admonish me about some fucked up shit in my past.
Admonish you?
Rim brother!
Admonished.
Oh.
So okay, Pookie. I
My
guess
bad, it's an accent.
I didn't know that. Let me get to Sean Antonio.
Speech impediment.
Because we got the.
You might be right. You might be right. But you knew what I just yo Brittany B. Chill, Queen. I just shout her out. You should be a moderator on some of these next debates. I like your demeanor.
All right. So hold on, Pookie. I want to get to Sean Antonio because we got the debate coming up real soon. So I want to make sure everybody get their thoughts out. What's up, Sean?
Brother, I'm just here to say peace and blessings to Mr. Aaron O, aka the Rim God, aka the Rim Protector, aka Rimothy, King of the Rim Brothers, leader of the No Trim Brothers, ruler of the Alakazam brothers. Peace and blessings, brother.
The rim protector is wild. Hey, Sean.
Yeah, that's y'all, man. Y'all don't, man. What would y'all do if I wasn't here? What would y'all do? Because now I'm
Fight
curious.
Club. Hey, Aaron, it would be Fight Club with no motherfucking gloves off, with bare fist. But
Rim
so
protector
honestly,
is crazy. I just have to say that. That is crazy.
So let me say this: it's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit that they will nitpick at. I never heard my pass from y'all. And honestly, Sharon never did it neither. It's the fact that they get the nitpick from our honesty, from our transparency. And honestly, I can't say that Fantastic hasn't been transparent. I just disagree with his interpretation of his transparency.
That's what I said earlier to Angry Man. I said
okay.
this place was supposed to be for men, and men tear each other down. So how is like what is that about? That's weird.
That's not what the cases is.
I'm just saying.
I get
I can't even protect each other. How you gonna protect somebody else? But all right then.
Because it's misleading. It's just misleading, right? You can't protect somebody from everything. There may be an aspect, a component that you can't protect somebody from. There are situations like that. So it's like if it doesn't complete everything in its totality, get rid of it. And that's a bad example because we don't have anything that can do that. And so if you're saying we need to work to get that to even better space or things like that, that's cool. But I want to move on from these.
Don't we got somewhere to be, Aaron?
If the show ain't started, I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
So until the meantime, until the show start, what we gonna do is we gonna have some pre-debate thoughts. Okay, we gonna take victors. Yeah, we gonna take who y'all have winning and what y'all expect to see. Okay, Marvelous. What do you expect to see in the debate? Who do you have winning? We have Ilkhan Ali versus Thanos Theory.
All right, what's the topic on?
We don't know.
How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know?
Where's Brownsville?
Where's Brownsville? I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know?
Man, I would say
he had $30 in credit, right?
Yes,
Can I
sir.
use that credit?
Huh?
Can I use that credit?
It was a credit from you, so yes, sir, if you so desire.
All right, give DB a wrench.
I can't believe you.
Mad apprehensive.
Somebody gonna steal her wrench back again.
Mad apprehensive.
And everyone in the chat, $10 on Pookie head. So all you gotta do is put $10 with it, and that will equal 20.
Dog.
So just send in 10.
Why you want to get me off the show?
Pookie the fuck out of here.
I mean,
$10.
I'm cool with it.
Half off on Pookie head. Half off. $10 on his head. Somebody put the other 10 in there.
Granville?
Cause you're an asshole, and I was enjoying the show until you came. You douchebag.
Aaron, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Thank you for having me.
Nah. Granville, how am I asshole?
Brittany, it was nice seeing you again.
Thank you for being here, Brittany. It was a lot of fun.
It was definitely a lot of fun, but we have to go eat now. So I haven't fed
They don't care if I eat. Do you know what these people put me through? They don't care.
Sharon gonna give you some cucumbers.
Whoa!
Wow!
What?
I got a pause.
Wow. You don't understand,
that's
bro.
Mad
Like
homoerotic right there, Brittany. Don't do that.
what you saying?
Gay. Honestly, I get it. What y'all call it? What you call it, Aaron? This the away game. I ain't scared of. My bad. Go ahead.
How is this an away game?
For
You
me,
haven't
it is,
had
you
it.
know it is.
You haven't had
everybody away game if we all in the same
Niggas don't
place.
like Pookie because niggas can't be Pookie.
Nobody want to be you, man. Chill out.
No. So the thing is, you don't have to want to be me. But the thing is, I'm not gonna sit here and let you niggas
The speech impediment's coming out.
What? I mean, that means that's funny.
What happened?
You niggas ain't gonna demolish me on this.
City Boys is up. Talk to them. This is what you gotta understand, Pookie. I don't have no problems with nobody except for anybody that I've stated that I have a problem with. If I haven't stated it, it don't exist.
Now I've heard you say Pookie cool. You good. I just be fucking with you.
And plus,
And
you
honestly,
was arguing with everybody else, not me.
I wasn't arguing when I came up here. I was trying to contribute to the motherfucking conversation.
That may be true. That may be true.
Fanny Pack want to come up in here and act like he that nigga.
Yeah.
He that nigga. This nigga had to get drawn to a boxing match to start doing push-ups. The nigga better start watching his cholesterol before he go in that ring. He better go get a whole full checkup.
Yeah, I think I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. Yeah. It's time for the Kings to go.
Aaron, please tell her what we was. We was gangs. We was all gangs. All of us. She was gangs.
It's time for the Kings to go.
It's like having bad parents.
It's like having bad parents.
I have no idea what
I have
that
the
means.
original, so that
I have
that
no
was the day
idea
I
what
did
that means.
I did a chat appreciation, and people thought that I was doing something without you, and they was going ballistic in the chat. And I had to tell them, I said, Aaron and Brittany are going to be a team forever, and we might do separate stuff, but we're going to come right back together. So it's okay, guys. We're a team forever.
Yeah, I gotta save myself because I'm trying to hold on for the debate to show up, but it's taking too long.
Yeah, I see that the time has been changing.
Yeah, and I'm trying to survive, but they gonna stress me out.
Survive.
Yeah,
In words, survive.
They trying to stress me out. I'm technically on vacation, my last day.
Hey, Aaron, oh my gosh, me too.
Dang, that's crazy. You got more vacation than me. Brownsville is in the building. He said, I do like stats. And the Office of National Statistics figures from 2022 to 2023, 75% of the domestic violence victims are female. 25% of victims are male.
You already debunked. Okay.
Yeah, we know, but he wanted to say it. And he wanted to do it, and I tried to be my best. But this when you start pushing that whole "I do care about men" mentality, where it's like, do you really care? Do you really care? And that's where the issues come. Shadow Dragon TV says Brownsville fought for Darrell and the Aaron O show.
It's not actually. I don't know that Brownsville was doing a great job.
Listen,
the Aaron O show is the Aaron O show.
Brownsville come over here because he know he can only get a conversation that he want to have with me. All of the conversations he have with somebody else, he know how that's gonna go. He absolutely knows.
So Aaron, you the only person he can talk to?
No, I mean in the sense of outside of his cousin Sharon, right? Because everybody else that he engages with, he wants to be able to put them in this bubble here and display his abilities to be the defender of the queens.
Well, hold on. He's already bubbleized you too, though. In a way.
Bubble? You mean he put me in a bubble or something?
Bubbleized. IZE.
Oh yeah, he said his perspective on it. But
yeah, so he's put you in a bubble as well. You're the bubble of you understand the Rim Brothers, but you're not a Rim Brother. You're just the keeper of the Rim Brothers ideologies,
which is inaccurate. So, but which is totally fine. It's 100% inaccurate because
I don't think so. Your ability to understand their perspective is
true. Not that part, right? The sympathizer, the empathizer, all those claims. I debate and discourse and go back and forth and converse with everybody.
Right. I don't think you sympathize. I think what's the other word where it's like, I understand where you're coming from. I don't agree, but I understand.
Yeah, it's cool. I know what my job in life is to do and what I need to take care of.
I know what your job is too.
I don't know what that means. MC Heavy TITS says now it's cool to have a purity test on who can speak on women. That was crazy. I would agree with that. But this is how hypocritical people can be. But in an emotional outburst and a back and forth, I won't hold that to nobody in this moment.
I must have missed that part.
I forgive most people. I forgive them. Timeout says, you forgot to say peace and love before brother. Fantastic. Oh man. Listen, guys, I had a great show. I really
that's it.
enjoyed
It's
myself.
not no more super chats.
I think that's it. I don't think I missed any
You
more.
don't got no more questions you want to evade? Oh, my bad. Oh, I said that out loud. Sorry.
Evade questions on my show. Wait till I find you with my orange hoodie on. Oh, so the thing
Really?
is,
Do I need to put on a black hoodie with your orange hoodie and then we see what's really good?
if you got the New York Uggs on,
Uggs. I don't wear it's Tim's, player. No,
that's the point. I have enjoyed myself. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself.
I've had
I
a
did
blast.
the best I could do.
While
okay?
I'm sitting here starving.
Yeah, I am.
Like
I am hungry too. None of y'all care about me and my eatings. Y'all only want to be entertained. So we will be back tomorrow for another show because it's Saturday, which is usually one of my days.
How many people care about my eatings? Y'all can hit the Cash App. Was that bad?
That's crazy. That's crazy. Listen, everybody, please like, comment, and support the stream. We will see you guys on the Team Fatty Show for the debate. Ilkhan Ali
and Thanos Theory.
Yeah.
What? Come on, Aaron. You messed the man name up.
I'm doing like the entertaining part, like Thanos Theory, like in Ilkhan Ali. That's what I'm kind of slurring.
Thanos Theories.
I'm slurring. I'm not really. I guess I'm not good.
Maybe I don't like you messing up. How about that? I keep you on your toes. I make sure you're the best.
That's probably what it is. You want me to be sharp every chance I get.
Every chance
you don't want me to have no flaws so that these people will
I got a high standard for you and a high expectation on you and only you. Everybody else I can care less about. You know, that's kind of how you think.
Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the debate. We will see you there. Make sure you eat, drink a lot of water, because I've tried to do. We will see you guys later. Until next time, enjoy the